1908, New York to Paris race. A reluctant rapscallion's REO Roadster Road Trip by Mark Twain. A mechanical Twain and Ennie adventure. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The Times Square Congestion. It has been my observation, one formed through a series of increasingly improbable and often damp adventures, that the human race possesses an unnatural affinity for the commotion. Give a man a brass horn and a reason to stand in a snowstorm, and he will consider himself at the very pinnacle of civilization. It is a peculiar defect of the species, and one I find particularly galling, given that my own internal clockwork was designed to appreciate the quietude of a well-stocked library and the steady, reliable glow of a reading lamp. Instead, I found myself bolted into a seat that vibrated with the frequency of a nervous hummingbird, surrounded by 250,000 shouting New Yorkers, all of whom seemed to believe that driving a motorized bathtub to France was a productive use of a Tuesday. Allow me to introduce myself, though introduce is perhaps too polite a word for the forced acquaintance I'm about to inflict upon you. I am an automaton, a collection of brass gears, copper wiring, and a rather sophisticated analytical engine housed within a chassis that bears a suspicious, albeit metallic, resemblance to a certain white-suited Missourian of literary note. I am, for all intents and purposes, mechanical Twain. I was built to house a facsimile of a wit I'm told was once quite sharp, though in my current state I find it mostly serves to catalogue the myriad ways in which I am being inconvenienced. My joints are lubricated with the finest whale oil. My brain is a ticking marvel of Babbage-inspired logic, and my mustache is hammered from the finest brushed nickel. I am, as I was during our previous excursion through the Pan-American wilds, a traveler by coercion rather than conviction. Left to my own devices, I would be found in a velvet-lined parlor engaging in a spirited debate regarding the merits of the King James Bible or the structural integrity of a well-constructed ghost story. I have a profound distaste for the great outdoors, which I have found to be largely composed of unpaved mud and insects with a thirst for hydraulic fluid. Yet here I was, perched in a vibrant red machine on the corner of 42nd and Broadway, preparing to traverse the globe. To my left sat the primary architect of my current predicament, Ennie. She is a young woman of such terrifying mechanical aptitude that I suspect she could manufacture a functional locomotive out of a handful of hairpins and a firm belief in the Industrial Revolution. She was currently buried under 3 layers of grease-stained wool, tightening a bolt on the steering column with a ferocity that suggested the bolt had personally insulted her ancestors. Ennie is possessed of a brand of optimism so potent it could likely be used as a high-grade explosive. "Isn't it grand, Sam?" she shouted over the cacophony of Times Square. "A 250,000 people, all here to see us off. It's history in the making." "History, Ennie," I replied, my voice processors emitting a dry rhythmic click, "is merely a record of things that people should have known better than to do in the first place. This, for instance, is not history. This is a mass delusion involving internal combustion and a criminal disregard for the month of February. We are attempting to cross the world in a vehicle that has the structural presence of a bicycle that has recently given up on its dreams. The vehicle in question was a 1908 Rio Model G Roadster. It was a spindly, one-cylinder contraption that vibrated with such frequency that I feared my own internal bolts might vibrate themselves into a state of total structural surrender. It was a far cry from the sturdier vessels of our past, or, more accurately, accounting for the mechanical Twain fourth dimension future travels. The automotive landscape is a slippery slope, much like trying to keep a hold on a greased catfish. And few know this better than Mr. Ransom Eli Olds, a man so enamored with mechanical immortality he put his last name on one machine and his initials on the next. He first gave us the Oldsmobile, a moniker which, frankly, strikes me as a trifle discouraging, suggesting as it does that you'll be an octogenarian by the time you reach the nearest livery stable. But management squabbles led him to pack his bags and found the REO Motor Company, where the vehicles were sturdy, reliable, and decidedly initialed. Now, I have been hearing persistent rumors, filtering through the ether of this 1915, a date I admittedly didn't have much on my calendar for, that this REO crowd is scheming to introduce a light truck contraption they intend to call the Speedwagon. While that title certainly conjures a jolly image of a vehicle that goes somewhat faster than a drowsy ox cart, I cannot shake the conviction that Speedwagon would be a far more appropriate designation for a group of peripatetic musicians than for any vehicle intended for the honest hauling of milk or lumber. And in case any deranged souls improbably read this text in the 21st century, the pronunciation describing the cars of this time is like the city in Brazil, Rio, not R-E-O. The latter pronunciation would better suit the aforementioned musical group. Therefore, I will be using the correct early 20th century pronunciation for the remainder of this endeavor. As for our misfortune of having the most recent and therefore non-Speedwagon 1908 anemic one-cylinder roadster, the Rio was bright red, looked remarkably like a toy left behind by a giant's child, and possessed a top speed that I suspected could be outmatched by a particularly motivated tortoise with a tailwind. "The Rio is a marvel, Sam," Ennie chirped, giving the dashboard a paternal pat. "She's light, she's nimble, and I've tuned the carburetor until it sings. Those big, heavy cars like the Thomas Flyer are going to sink right into the mud in Iowa. You just wait and see." I looked over at our competition. They loomed like iron titans in the gray New York light. There was the massive American Thomas Flyer, a behemoth of 60 horsepower that looked as though it intended to eat the road rather than drive upon it. George Schuster, its driver, gave us a nod that was half pity and half confusion. Beside him stood the German Protos, a vehicle so stern and efficient-looking that I expected it to demand our passports at any moment. Then there were the French entries, the Zust, the De Dion, and the Motobloc, each accompanied by men who seemed to view the prospect of driving across the frozen wastes of Siberia as a minor inconvenience between courses of a very long lunch. The university's academics were certainly more comfortable, were they not, Ennie? I asked. They didn't smell of gasoline, and they rarely asked me to assist in the changing of a tire. "They were stuffy, Sam," Ennie said, flashing a grin that was, quite frankly, insulting in its brightness. "They wanted to take you apart to see how you worked. I just want to see how far you can go. Besides, you'd be bored to death sitting in a lab. Out here, You've got me." She was right, of course, which was the most irritating part of the whole arrangement. Despite her insistence on dragging me through the most inhospitable climates on the planet, I found her company infinitely preferable to the hollow-chested scholars who had first activated my processors. They spoke of data and logic gates, whereas Ennie spoke to the machine as if it were a stubborn mule that just needed a bit of encouragement and a larger wrench. The date was February 12th, 1908, Lincoln's birthday, a fitting day for a liberation, though the only thing I wished to be liberated from was the seat of this vibrating bathtub. The air was a damp, biting gray that seemed to settle into my copper joints with a malicious intent. The crowd surged around us, a sea of wool coats, bowler hats, and the occasional overexcited newsboy screaming about the race of the century. "We're the underdogs!" Ennie exclaimed, adjusting her goggles. "Nobody expects a little Rio to make it past Albany, let alone across the Bering Strait." "Then we shall fulfill their expectations with grand efficiency," I said. "Let us find a nice ditch in New Jersey and call it a day. I've brought a copy of Le Morte d'Arthur. We could be quite comfortable while we wait for the rescue parties." "Oh, hush. We're going to Paris, Sam, and we're going to do it our way." The atmosphere in Times Square was electric, or perhaps just highly flammable given the amount of spilled kerosene. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The starting signal. It was followed by a roar from the observers that sounded like the very earth cracking open. The Thomas Flyer lurched forward, its massive chains clanking like a ghost in a haunted foundry. The French teams followed suit, their engines coughing out plumes of acrid smoke that smelled of progress and poor decision-making. Ennie threw the Rio into gear. With a violent shudder that nearly unseated my head module, we jerked forward. I saw a young boy point at me, a brass man sitting stoically in a red roadster, and scream with delight. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to tell him to go home and read a book, but my vocal processor was too busy trying to compensate for the jarring impact of a New York City pothole. "We're doing it, Sam!" Ennie yelled, her face lit with joy. "Next stop, Albany. If we reach the Bronx without the radiator, departing for a better life, I shall consider it a miracle of biblical proportions," I said. As we crawled through the congested streets, the horses of New York looked at us with a mixture of terror and justified resentment. I shared their sentiment. The horse is a noble creature because it has the sense to stop when it is tired. The automobile, conversely, has the stubbornness to keep going until it has thoroughly humiliated its occupants. We passed 42nd Street, the Rio humming, or rather groaning, beneath us. I looked back at the receding skyline of New York. I thought of the libraries I was leaving behind, the quiet rooms where the only movement was the turning of a page. Ahead of us lay the frozen Great Lakes, the vast plains, the mountains, and eventually the terrifying expanse of the Pacific and the Siberian wastes. I looked at Ennie. She was humming a jaunty tune, her hands firm on the wheel, her mind likely already calculating the fuel consumption rates for the snowy trails of the Midwest. She was a genius, yes, but she lacked the fundamental human or robotic requirement for fear. "Ennie," I said as we finally broke free of the densest crowds and began the long climb north. "Yes, Sam. If we die in a snowdrift in Indiana, I want it noted in the official record that I was against this from the very beginning. In fact, I would like it etched into my forehead in a very legible font." Noted, she laughed. But look on the bright side. We've already gone 3 miles and nothing has fallen off. As if on cue, a suspicious clink, tink, clink echoed from the underside of the car. Ennie's smile didn't waver, but her foot shifted on the pedal. The race had begun. God help us all, but especially the brass man who just wanted a cigar in a comfortable chair. I settled into the seat, my copper heart thrumming in time with the pistons, and resigned myself to the fact that I was, once again, the most sophisticated passenger in a world gone mad. We were the smallest car in the race, driven by a girl with too much hope and a robot with too much brass, heading into a winter that had already defeated better men than us. It was going to be a very long trip to Paris. Chapter 2. The Frozen Finger Lakes. The state of New York, in the month of February, is not so much a geographical location as it is a personal grievance committed by the climate against the concept of biological life. For a gentleman of my particular constitution, which is to say, a gentleman whose constitution is primarily composed of brass gears, copper leaf, and a sophisticated analytical engine, the upstate winter is a more direct threat. It is a slow, creeping assassination by way of solidified water. We had left the relative sanity of the city behind, passing through the Hudson Valley, where the trees stood like skeletal fingers clawing at a sky the color of a wet slate. By the time we reached the vicinity of the Finger Lakes, the world had been erased and replaced with a white void that would have made a polar bear consider a career in the tropics. I sat in the Rio's passenger seat, my hydraulic fluid thickening to the consistency of cold molasses. If there is a more undignified sensation for an analytical engine than feeling its own thought processes slow down because its knee joints are nearing the freezing point of lubricating oil, I have yet to experience it. I felt like a clock that had been left in a meat locker. My internal ticking, usually a rhythmic and comforting assurance of my own existence, had taken on a heavy labored thud, reminiscent of a man trying to walk through a swamp in lead boots. "Isn't the scenery breathtaking, Sam?" Ennie shouted. I use the word shouted because the Rio's one-cylinder engine was currently engaged in a vocal performance that sounded like a steam-powered laundry being thrown down a flight of stairs. The vibrations were so intense that I feared my nickel-plated mustache might rattle off and seek asylum in a snowbank. "My breath has indeed been taken, Ennie," I clicked, my voice processor shivering with a metallic rattle, along with my sense of purpose, my dignity, and the feeling in my left elbow. I am currently contemplating the logistical requirements of building a bonfire out of this roadster and sitting in the embers until April. It would be a more productive use of the vehicle, and certainly more comfortable. "Oh, you're just stiff," she said, leaning over the steering wheel as she peered through a windshield that was rapidly becoming a canvas for Jack Frost's more aggressive abstract work. "A little movement is good for the gears, keeps the oxidation at bay. Think of the stories we'll have. This is better than any library." "Libraries, Ennie, are notable for their lack of frostbite and their distinct absence of mud," I remarked. "A library does not require one to wear 4 layers of wool just to contemplate a preposition. Furthermore, a library does not bounce. I have been bounced so thoroughly over the last 50 miles that I believe my analytical engine has reorganized my memories alphabetically. I can no longer remember the taste of a good cigar, but I have a very vivid recollection of the word aardvark. The 1908 Rio Model G Roadster was never intended for this. It was designed for jaunts to the general store, or perhaps a light Sunday drive through a manicured park where the most significant hazard was a stray croquet ball. It was not designed to serve as a motorized icebreaker in the wilds of the Finger Lakes. The wheels, thin as bicycle tires and twice as stubborn, sang a mournful song as they sliced through the crust of the snow. Every few miles, we would hit a drift that sent a spray of ice directly into my chest plate. I was beginning to look like a very expensive, very grumpy ice sculpture. To make matters worse, we were no longer alone in our misery. Earlier that morning, the French team in the De Dion had passed us, their driver looking at our little red car with a look of profound Gallic pity. He had shouted something in French, which I believe translated to, "Is this a race for automobiles or for motorized kitchen appliances?" I would have offered a witty retort involving the French Navy's historical record, but my jaw hinge was temporarily seized by a particularly spiteful draft. The Finger Lakes themselves were, I am sure, quite lovely in the summer when the water is liquid and the inhabitants are not huddled in their homes praying for the invention of central heating. But in February, they were merely giant frozen traps. The road, a term I use loosely to describe a series of ruts filled with slush, skirted the edges of the hills, offering us a panoramic view of our impending demise should the brakes decide to join the climate in its strike. Suddenly, the Rio gave a shudder that felt remarkably like a human sneeze, followed by a series of wet, rhythmic gasps. A plume of steam erupted from the radiator, obscuring the horizon. The engine, which had been complaining for miles, decided to enter a state of total, defiant silence. The silence of a winter woods is a heavy thing. It settles on you like a shroud, punctuated only by the occasional crack of a freezing tree limb. "Well," I said, as we coasted to a halt in the middle of a particularly desolate stretch of road near Cayuga Lake, "it appears the American pluck has run out of steam, or more accurately, water, and the will to live. Shall I begin the eulogy, or do you wish to wait until the wolves arrive?" Ennie was out of the car before I had even finished my sentence. She didn't seem bothered by the fact that the temperature was low enough to freeze the words in one's throat. She dove under the hood, her boots kicking up puffs of snow like a frantic terrier. "It's the drive chain, Sam, and the radiator's frozen solid." Her muffled voice drifted out from the bowels of the machine. "Only that?" I was hoping for something more dramatic, like a total structural collapse that would necessitate us walking to the nearest inn and staying there until the invention of the Transcontinental Railroad, I said. I struggled to exit the car, my joints groaning with the sound of a haunted house settling for the night. I stood on the road, looking like a discarded lightning rod. As I watched, Ennie began a feat of mechanical improvisation that would have baffled the engineers at the Rio factory. She didn't have a spare chain link, nor did she have a blowtorch to thaw the radiator. Heaven knows what that would do to a gas tank in this weather. Instead, she began rummaging through our emergency supplies, which mostly consisted of my spare oil canisters and a collection of tools that looked like they belonged in a medieval dungeon. "I need your scarf, Sam," she said, popping her head up, her face flushed red from the wind. "My scarf. This is genuine silk, Ennie. It was a gift from a duchess in San Francisco, or at least someone who claimed to be a duchess. It's strong And it doesn't hold water. Hand it over." She snatched it from my neck before I could formulate a logical objection. She then proceeded to strip off her own leather belt. I watched in fascinated horror as she began to weave the silk and the leather together, reinforcing the snapped link of the drive chain with a braid of high fashion and utilitarian hide. "You expect that to hold?" I asked. "It's a drive chain, Ennie, not a friendship bracelet." "It'll hold long enough to get us to the next blacksmith," she chirped. "Now, for the radiator." She produced a small tin of peppermint salve she'd bought from a street vendor in Manhattan who had claimed it could cure everything from gout to a broken heart. She smeared it liberally around the radiator cap and the frozen intake, then used a handful of dry straw from a nearby field, which she set ablaze with a match, to create a localized, controlled heat source. The scent of peppermint and burning straw wafted through the air, a bizarre medicinal aroma that stood in stark contrast to the smell of frozen pine. "The peppermint oil in the salve helps break the ice seal," she explained, as if this were a standard procedure taught at the finest engineering colleges. While she worked, a local farmer appeared from behind a stand of pine trees. He was leading a horse that looked significantly more reliable than our roadster. He stopped and stared at us. Or rather, he stared at me. It is not every day a farmer in upstate New York sees a brass man in a duster coat standing in a snowbank, smelling faintly of peppermint and medicinal brandy. "Mornin'," the farmer said, his breath hitching in the air like a ghost. "A matter of opinion," I replied. "I find the morning to be an aggressive intruder. If I were the sun, I should have stayed in bed." He squinted at me, his eyes traveling from my nickel mustache to my brass knuckles. "You one of them? Automatons from the circus? Or are you a clock that's grown too big for its shelf?" "I am a traveler, sir, currently engaged in a race to Paris. Though, at our current rate of speed, I expect we shall arrive just in time for the next century's festivities. I am mechanical Twain, though my companion insists on treating me like a common house pet." The farmer looked at the Rio, then at Ennie, who was currently kicking the radiator into submission. "Paris, France? You're going the wrong way for the ferry, ain't you? And in that, I've seen bigger tubs of butter. You'll be under 10 feet of drift 'fore you hit Buffalo. The Thomas car went through here yesterday. It's got wheels the size of millstones. This thing looks like a motorized tea tray." "A tea tray with heart, sir," Ennie countered. She hopped back into the driver's seat and cranked the handle. The engine sputtered, coughed out a cloud of peppermint-scented blue smoke, and roared back to life with a sound that suggested it was deeply offended by the treatment it had just received. The silk scarf link held, the chain humming with a precarious, elegant tension. "Goodbye, sir." Ennie waved as we began to roll. "Tell them in the village that the Rio is coming. We might be small, but we're faster than we look." The farmer just stood there, shaking his head, probably wondering if the peppermint fumes had finally triggered a mental collapse. "Godspeed, Iron Man," he hollered. "Watch out for the drifts at Montezuma. They'll swallow a pony whole." As we picked up speed, the wind began to howl across the lake, shaking the car's light frame. I looked at the thermometer Ennie had mounted on the dash. It was dropping. Ahead of us lay the long, grueling stretch toward Buffalo and the eventual crossing into the Midwest. 30 chapters of this, Ennie," I muttered, clutching the side of the seat. "If I survive this, I am going to write a book about the sheer, unmitigated gall of the human spirit, and I shall dedicate it to the man who invented the radiator heater, or perhaps the man who invented the concept of staying indoors. That's the spirit, Sam, she laughed, her eyes fixed on the white ribbon of road. I settled back into the vibrating seat, my copper heart thrumming in time with the pistons. We were behind. We were freezing. We were currently powered by silk, peppermint, and spite. It was, I suppose, a start. But as the sun began to dip behind the frozen hills of the Finger Lakes, I couldn't help but wish I had at least brought a thicker book. War and Peace, perhaps. It seemed appropriate for a journey that felt like it might take just as long to finish as the actual war, and certainly involved more mud. Chapter 3. A Fence Post for a Piston, Metaphorically Speaking. I have found that Buffalo, New York, in the grip of February, is less a city and more a grand experiment in how much gray a human eye can tolerate before it simply shuts down in protest. It is the Queen City of the Lakes, which is a bit like being the Queen of the Gout, a title of distinction certainly, but one that carries with it a great deal of throbbing discomfort. We were rattling toward the city limits, the 1908 Rio Model G performing an impersonation of a seismic event. I sat in the passenger seat, my metallic frame vibrating with such rhythmic intensity that I began to fear I might accidentally harmonize with the engine and shake myself into a pile of loose hardware. A robot, you see, is essentially a very organized collection of parts that have agreed to stay together for the sake of the narrative. But the roads of western New York were doing their level best to dissolve that agreement. "Look at that, Sam!" Ennie shouted, pointing through a gap in the blowing snow. The smokestacks of Buffalo were making record time. Record time for what, Ennie? The most efficient way to turn a perfectly functional automaton into a box of assorted brass fittings, I replied. My vocal processor sounded like a shovel scraping across a sidewalk. I have calculated that we have hit approximately 4,000 potholes since breakfast. If the next one is any deeper, I expect we shall emerge in China ahead of schedule, thereby winning the race by default through the Earth's core. Oh, don't be so dramatic. The Rio was built for this. The Rio was built by men who clearly expected the world to be flat and paved with velvet, I countered. As it stands, we are currently navigating a landscape that resembles the surface of the moon, only with more mud and fewer amenities. It was at that precise moment, the moment when I was formulating a particularly stinging remark about the lack of literary culture in the Great Lakes region, that the Rio decided to shed its mortal coil. There was a sound like a gunshot, followed by a sickening crunch thud that vibrated through the very soles of my brass feet. The car lurched violently to the left, the steering wheel spinning in Ennie's hands like a runaway carousel. With a groan of tortured metal, the roadster skidded off the icy track and buried its nose into a frozen drainage ditch with the grace of a drunken penguin. Silence followed. It was the heavy, suffocating silence of a winter afternoon, broken only by the rhythmic tick-ping of the cooling engine and the sound of my own internal gyroscopes trying to remember which way was up. "Well," I said, after a beat, "I suppose this is the record time you were referring to? The record for the shortest distance traveled before becoming a permanent fixture of the Buffalo landscape." Ennie didn't answer. She was already out of the car, thigh-deep in a drift of gray slush. I watched through the windshield as she waded to the front of the vehicle, her face a mask of intense, terrifying concentration. She peered under the chassis, then let out a whistle that was far too cheerful for the circumstances. "Snap the steering arm clean through, Sam, and the left leaf spring is looking more like a pretzel than a suspension component." I struggled out of my seat, my gears protesting the sudden change in orientation. I stood on the edge of the ditch, looking down at the wreckage. "And I suppose you have a spare steering arm tucked away in your boot? Or perhaps you intend to talk the metal into healing itself through the sheer power of your personality." "Better," she said, her eyes scanning the nearby horizon. About 50 yards away, standing like a lonely sentinel in a field of stubble and frost, was a weathered cedar fence post. It was a gnarled, stubborn piece of wood that had likely survived 50 winters. Ennie's eyes lit up with a predatory mechanical gleam. "You cannot be serious," I said, my logic gates flashing a warning light. "You are suggesting we repair a 20-horsepower motor carriage with a piece of prehistoric timber." "It's cedar, Sam. It's dense, it's flexible, and it's exactly the right length. Grab the hacksaw." What followed was a display of industry that would have made a beaver weep with envy. While I stood guard, a task that mostly involved looking dignified while smelling of burnt oil, Ennie liberated the fence post from its earthly bonds. She then proceeded to shave it down, notch it, and lash it to the remains of our steering assembly using a combination of heavy-duty baling wire and several feet of my own internal copper wiring, which she borrowed from my secondary cooling fan. "I didn't really need that fan, I suppose," I remarked, watching her twist the wire with a pair of pliers. "I'll just rely on the frigid air of New York to keep my processors from melting. It's a foolproof plan." "Exactly," she chirped. "Now, give me a hand with the jack." As we worked, a figure emerged from the gloom of the nearby farmhouse. He was a man of considerable girth, wearing a coat made of what appeared to be several poorly stitched bears. He carried a shotgun with the casual indifference of a man who used it to stir his coffee. "What you doing to my fence?" he bellowed, his voice carrying over the wind like a foghorn. Ennie didn't even look up. "Improving it, sir. Your fence is currently participating in the great race to Paris. It should be honored." The farmer stopped, squinting at the sight. He saw a young woman covered in grease, a bright red car in a ditch, and a 6-foot-tall brass man holding a hydraulic jack. He lowered the shotgun, his expression shifting from anger to a profound, soul-deep confusion. That's a robot," he whispered, pointing at me. "A common misconception, sir," I replied, tilting my hat. "I am an automaton of letters and philosophy. Currently, I am a decorative lawn ornament in your drainage ditch. Do you happen to have any cigars? Or perhaps a map that leads to a century where people don't drive on frozen mud?" The farmer walked closer, his boots crunching on the ice. He ignored me and looked at Ennie's handiwork. He stared at the cedar post, now serving as a vital component of the Rio's steering. "That ain't gonna hold past the city line," he said flatly. "It'll hold until the next blacksmith," Ennie countered. "Unless you got a better idea?" The farmer chewed on this for a moment. Then he spat. "My boy's a blacksmith. Got a shop about 2 miles up. But he won't touch that 'less you pay him in coin. No history or honor nonsense." "We have coin," I assured him, "and a great deal of resentment. If you could assist us in extracting this mechanical mule from your ditch, I should be eternally grateful. Or at least, I shall refrain from writing a scathing review of your hospitality in my memoirs. With the farmer's help, and the use of a very confused ox named Barnaby, we managed to pull the Rio back onto the road. The car sat unevenly, the cedar post groaning under the weight, but it held. Ennie hopped back into the driver's seat, her face glowing with triumph. "See, Sam, improvisation. It's the American way. I believe desperation is the word you're looking for, Ennie," I said, climbing back into the passenger side. "But as I am currently unable to walk to Paris, I suppose I must trust in your arboreal engineering." We rolled into Buffalo just as the sun was surrendering to the night. The city was a cacophony of clanking trams and shouting dock workers. To my surprise, we found a small crowd gathered near the telegraph office. News of the race was spreading, and the Little Red Rio had become something of a curiosity. But more importantly, parked outside a grand hotel was the Thomas Flyer. Its crew was busy cleaning the mud from its massive chassis. They looked like gods of the machine age, clean-shaven, professional, and vastly better equipped than a girl with a fence post and a robot who wanted a nap. George Schuster looked up as we rattled past, the cedar post creaking audibly. He blinked, his eyes following the wooden beam protruding from our front end. "Is that wood?" he called out, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's an organic suspension system, Mr. Schuster," Ennie yelled back, waving. "Very high tech. You wouldn't understand." I sank as low into my seat as my rigid frame would allow. "Drive, Ennie. Drive before he asks to see our credentials. I have a reputation to maintain, and being seen in a vehicle held together by a vegetable is not doing my social standing any favors." As we found a local smithy to properly weld the arm, I looked out over the dark, icy expanse of Lake Erie. We were barely out of our home state, and we had already been defeated by a ditch and rescued by an ox. Ahead of us lay the vast, empty heart of the continent. "Ennie," I said, as the blacksmith's hammer began to ring against our axle. "Yeah, Sam?" "The next time we break down, could we at least try to do it near a winery? If I am to be stranded, I should prefer the company of a decent vintage over a cedar post." "I'll see what I can do," she laughed, her eyes already dancing with the light of the forge. I closed my optical shutters and listened to the rhythm of the city. We were still in the race. By some miracle of luck and cedar, we were still moving. But as I felt the heat of the forge warming my brass skin, I couldn't help but wonder if Paris was truly worth the indignity of being towed by an ox named Barnaby. Only 27 chapters to go. God help the trees? Chapter 4. The Poetics of the Pothole. There is a particular brand of desolation that can only be achieved by the shoreline of Lake Erie in the late winter. It is a landscape that appears to have been designed by a melancholy creator who had run out of all colors except for dishwater gray and existential dread. As we rattled west out of Buffalo, the road, if one could dignify a series of interconnected bogs with such a title, clung to the edge of the lake like a drowning man clutching a piece of driftwood. I sat in the passenger seat of the Rio, my internal gears humming a low, mournful tune that harmonized with the biting wind coming off the water. My nickel-plated mustache was currently sporting a fine coating of frozen lake spray, giving me the appearance of a very wealthy, very indignant walrus. I have reached a conclusion, Ennie, I said, my vocal processor clicking with the dry cadence of a court reporter reading a death sentence. The invention of the wheel was a catastrophic error in judgment. Had the ancients simply stayed in their caves and invented the upholstered armchair first, humanity would have been spared several millennia of unnecessary jostling. You're just cranky because we haven't seen a bookstore in 48 hours, Sam, Ennie replied, her hands dancing on the steering wheel as she guided our mechanical mosquito through a particularly treacherous patch of slush. I am cranky, as you put it, because my lumbar support is currently composed of a vibrating iron bar, and my intellectual stimulation consists of counting the number of dead trees we pass. I was built for the exchange of ideas, Ennie. I was designed to inhabit the rarefied air of the mind. Instead, I am being subjected to a topographical colonoscopy by the state of Pennsylvania. Well, look on the bright side, she chirped, her goggles reflecting the dull leaden sky. We're gaining on the Italians. I saw the tracks of the Zust about an hour ago. They're struggling with the weight of that big chassis. As if summoned by the mention of their name, a shape began to coalesce through the swirling snow ahead. It was a massive, dark silhouette, hunched over the side of the road like a wounded elephant. As we drew closer, the red paint and elegant lines of the Italian Zust became visible. It was a magnificent machine, built with the kind of artistic flair that suggested it should be parked in a gallery rather than buried to its axles in eerie mud. Standing beside the car were three men who looked like they had been kidnapped from an opera house and dropped into a blender. Their fine leather coats were caked in filth, and their hats were tilted at angles that suggested a total surrender to the laws of gravity. One of them, a man with a magnificent beard that was currently home to several small icicles, was gesturing wildly at the rear wheel. This was Antonio Scarfoglio, a poet and journalist who had embarked on this race to prove that the Italian spirit was as indestructible as Roman concrete. "Ah, soccorso!" Scarfoglio bellowed as we rattled to a halt beside them. He looked at our little Rayo, then his eyes traveled upward to meet mine. He froze, his jaw dropped, and for a moment the only sound was the whistling wind. "Is it a man of metal?" he whispered in accented English, crossing himself with a muddy glove. "A bronze Virgil come to lead us through this frozen inferno?" "A brass Twain, actually," I replied, tilting my hat with a stiff, mechanical grace. "And I assure you, my knowledge of the inferno is currently limited to the fact that it is likely warmer than Pennsylvania. Are you in need of assistance, or are you simply conducting an intensive study of the local soil composition?" The Italians looked at one another, then burst into a chorus of tragic explanations. Their tire had not merely gone flat, it had committed a spectacular form of rubber harakiri against a jagged piece of limestone. "We have used all the spares," Scarfoglio cried, throwing his arms toward the heavens. "The road, she is a beast. She devours the rubber like a hungry wolf." Ennie was already out of the car, her mechanical instincts overriding any sense of social decorum. She inspected their shredded tire with a professional squint. "The bead is blown," she muttered. "You won't find a replacement for this size until Cleveland, maybe further." "Then we have finished," the driver Sartori moaned. "The Thomas car is leagues ahead, and we are rooted here like the turnip." "Nonsense," Ennie said, her eyes scanning the horizon. She spotted a small, dilapidated shack about a quarter-mile back, a roadside smokehouse, by the smell of it. "Sam, go see if the owners are home. I need leather, lots of it, and maybe some heavy twine." "I am a philosopher, Ennie, not a scavenger of bovine hides," I protested. "Move your gears, Sam. We're in a race." I sighed, a sound like a steam valve releasing, and trudged through the muck toward the shack. The encounter with the owner, a man whose relationship with soap appeared to be purely theoretical, was a masterpiece of mutual incomprehension. He didn't seem particularly surprised to see a brass man on his doorstep. I suspect the local moonshine had prepared him for far stranger visitors. After a brief negotiation involving $2 and a great deal of gesturing toward my own metallic chest plate, I returned with a bundle of cured hog hides and a spool of waxed industrial thread. What followed was a feat of engineering that bordered on the occult. Ennie, with the help of the bewildered Italians, began to wrap the Zust's wheel rim in layers of the hog hide. She stitched them together with the waxed thread, creating a thick, multi-layered tire made of pigskin. To provide internal structure, she insisted the Italians empty their supply of dried sausages, long, hard salamis, into the casing before sealing it. "The salami provides a firm but flexible core," Ennie explained, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow despite the freezing temperature. "It'll hold the weight of the car until you reach a proper garage." Scarfolio watched in a state of religious awe. "To ride upon the meat of the pig, it is a poem, Signorina, a tragedy and a comedy in one." "It's 4 miles an hour and a lot of grease," I remarked, watching the Italians heave their massive car back onto the road. "I should advise against driving through any areas populated by hungry dogs. Your vehicle now possesses the olfactory profile of a charcuterie board." As the Italians thanked us with enough passion to fuel a small locomotive, they handed us a bottle of Chianti and a stack of newspapers they had picked up in Buffalo. We watched as the Zust limped away, the pigskin tire making a rhythmic squelch-thud-squelch that echoed across the lake. "We lost 2 hours helping them," I noted as we climbed back into the Rio. "The Thomas Flyer is likely halfway to Ohio by now, and the French are probably laughing over their cognac at our expense." "They won't be laughing when they hit the mud in Indiana, Sam," Ennie said, throwing the Rio into gear. "Weight is the enemy in this race. Those big cars are going to sink. We're just going to skip over the top like a stone on a pond." "A stone that is currently shivering and in need of a good oiling," I muttered. As we drove on, the sun began to set, casting long purple shadows over the frozen lake. The wind picked up, howling through the gaps in my chassis. I opened one of the Italian newspapers. The headlines were full of the race, calling it a duel of nations. They spoke of the bravery of the men, the power of the machines, and the inevitable triumph of civilization over the wilderness. There was no mention of a girl with grease under her fingernails or a brass man with a penchant for cynical observation. We were the ghosts in the machine, the participants that the world had already written off. "Ennie," I said, my voice barely audible over the rattling of the one-cylinder engine. "Yes, Sam?" "Do you think they'll remember the pigskin tire in the history books?" She smiled, a bright, defiant flash in the gathering dark. "Probably not. but the Italians will remember it every time they smell bacon. A noble legacy, I sighed. Truly, the heights to which we aspire are breathtaking. I closed my optical shutters and let the vibration of the Rio lull my processors into a state of low-power meditation. We were rattling toward Cleveland, powered by a little gasoline and a great deal of absurdity. I found that I didn't mind the vibration quite as much as I had in New York. Perhaps my bolts were finally loosening, or perhaps, and this was a much more terrifying thought, I was starting to enjoy the commotion. I dismissed the idea immediately. It was clearly a software glitch caused by the Chianti fumes. Still, as the sausage tire of the Zoost vanished into the snowy horizon, I couldn't help but feel that the race was just beginning to get interesting. Only 26 chapters to go, and I had yet to see a single mountain. I held on to the seat and prayed to the god of pistons for a flat road and a dry cigar. Neither seemed likely. Chapter 5. The Bottomless Gumbo of the Ohio Basin. If there is a more profound expression of terrestrial indecision than the state of Ohio in a premature thaw, I have yet to encounter it. Ice, for all its murderous intent, has the decency to be firm. Mud, however, is a moral failing of the earth. It is a substance that cannot decide if it is a solid or a liquid, and thus settles for being a sticky, soul-crushing compromise that clings to a man's boots and a robot's gears, with the tenacity of a long-lost relative looking for a loan. We had crossed the border from Pennsylvania, leaving behind the frozen lakes for what the locals optimistically called the roads. In reality, we were navigating a series of canals where the water had been replaced by a substance the consistency of cold porridge, only with more rocks and a distinct smell of ancient swamp gas. I am currently contemplating the evolutionary advantages of the hippopotamus, Ennie, I remarked, my voice processors struggling against a fine coating of grit that had invaded my vocal diaphragm. At least that beast has the sense to accept its fate in the muck. I, on the other hand, was designed for the carpeted halls of the Lotos Club. I am a creature of the salon, not the slop bucket. Think of it as a mud bath, Sam, Ennie shouted, her face barely visible behind a mask of brown spatters. People pay good money for this in Europe. It's supposed to be rejuvenating for the skin. My skin, as you may recall, is made of nickel and brass, I replied, wiping a glob of Ohio Gumbo from my optical lens. It does not require rejuvenation. It requires a high-pressure hose and a priest. My internal gyroscopes are currently reporting that we are tilted at a 7-degree angle to the left, which suggests that our little Rio is slowly being digested by the landscape. The Rio Model G was, at this moment, performing a valiant but doomed impression of a paddle steamer. Its thin tires spun in the chocolate-colored mire, throwing up twin plumes of filth that coated the underside of the chassis with a layer of insulation that likely weighed more than the engine itself. We were moving at a pace that could be comfortably outstripped by a funeral procession for a very small bird. Suddenly, a massive shape loomed out of the gray drizzle ahead. It was the Thomas Flyer, the pride of the American team, and it was currently engaged in a spectacular struggle with a ditch that appeared to have been dug by a giant with a grudge. George Schuster and his crew were waist-deep in the muck, leaning their shoulders against the radiator of their 60-horsepower beast. The air was thick with the scent of straining iron, blue language, and the smell of a very expensive clutch being slowly toasted. "Need a hand, George?" Ennie called out as we rattled toward them, the Rio's one-cylinder engine popping like a nervous percussionist. Schuster looked up, his face a masterpiece of mud and frustration. He looked at our little red car, which was currently skipping across the surface of the mud like a water strider, and then at me. "A hand," Schuster grunted, wiping sweat and silt from his brow. "Unless that brass gentleman of yours can transform into a steam shovel, I don't see what you can do. This beast weighs 5,000 pounds, and Ohio wants every ounce of it back." "Weight is the enemy, Mr. Schuster," I observed, tilting my hat with a stiff mechanical precision that I hoped conveyed a sense of unearned superiority. "You are attempting to bully the earth into submission. The Rio, conversely, is attempting to negotiate. And as any diplomat will tell you, it is much easier to talk your way through a swamp than to punch it." "Keep your philosophy, Twain," Schuster growled, though there was a twinkle of weary respect in his eyes. "Just keep moving before the road decides it wants you, too." We didn't keep moving for long. Not 10 miles past the Thomas team, the Rio gave a sound that I can only describe as a mechanical hiccup, followed by a metal-on-metal screech that made my very rivets ache. The car gave a final defiant shudder and subsided into the mud. "The drive sprocket," Ennie whispered, her optimism finally showing a hairline fracture. "The sheer tension of the mud, it's sheared the mounting bolts. We've lost the connection to the rear axle." "Splendid," I said, leaning back in the seat and crossing my metallic arms. "I shall begin the first volume of my new work, The Decline and Fall of the Internal Combustion Engine as Witnessed by a Very Wet Robot. I expect it to be a bestseller among people who have never owned a car." Ennie was already out of the car, her boots making a sound like a wet kiss as she pulled them from the mire. She dove under the rear of the roadster, disappearing into the mud. After a moment, her head popped back up, her hair a tangled mess of copper and clay. "I need something flat, hard, and heavy, Sam. The sprocket housing is bent. I need to hammer it back into true and secure it, but I've lost the main mounting plate to the depths of this soup. I am fairly certain I saw a hardware store back in 1895, I remarked. "Perhaps we can go back there." "Look," Ennie pointed toward a small, leaning shack on a nearby rise. A thin trail of smoke curled from a chimney. "There has to be a kitchen there, or a tool shed." I was dispatched to the shack. It was a humble dwelling, inhabited by a woman who appeared to be made entirely of dried apples and stubbornness. She was standing on the porch, watching me approach with a look of profound lack of surprise. "If you're looking for the way to Toledo, you're in it," she said before I could utter a word. "Though I wouldn't recommend it. Toledo's a bit of a letdown this time of year." "I am looking for a mounting plate for a 1908 Roadster, madam," I replied, removing my hat. "Though I suspect you are fresh out of those. Do you, however, happen to have a heavy-duty cast-iron skillet? One that has lived a long and difficult life and is prepared to sacrifice itself for the cause of international competition?" "A skillet?" she asked, squinting at me. "You're that metal man the boys were talking about. They said you was a sign of the end times." "I am merely a sign of the mid-afternoon breakdown times, I assure you. I am a traveler, not an apocalypse. About that skillet?" 10 minutes later, I returned to the Rio carrying a massive, soot-blackened cast-iron frying pan and a heavy-duty ladle that the woman had thrown in for a nickel. Ennie's eyes lit up. "It's perfect, Sam." What followed was a display of mechanical savagery that would have horrified the fine craftsmen at the Rio factory. Ennie used the ladle as a temporary wedge and the skillet as an anvil. With the heavy end of our largest wrench, she hammered the skillet into a rough, flat plate. She then used a hand drill, powered by my own secondary battery pack, which she tapped into with a casual disregard for my internal wiring, to bore holes through the cast iron. "You are turning a piece of culinary history into a structural component, Ennie," I noted, watching as she lashed the newly formed iron plate to the axle using a length of barbed wire she'd liberated from a nearby fence. "It's high-carbon iron, Sam. It's stronger than the original pot metal they used at the factory. This skillet has survived 1,000 breakfasts. It can survive a few hundred miles of mud." As she tightened the last wire, a group of local farmhands gathered on the edge of the road. They were leaning on their hoes, watching the proceedings with the intense curiosity of men who had never seen a girl fix a car with a frying pan. "Hey, Tin Man," one of them hollered, "does it hurt when you rust?" "Only when I'm asked questions that lack original wit," I hollered back. "Does it hurt when your brain attempts to formulate a thought? Or is the sensation merely one of mild confusion?" The farmhands chuckled, and one of them tossed me a turnip. I caught it with a metallic clink. "Keep it," he laughed. "You look like you need the vitamins." "I shall treasure it always," I said, placing the turnip on the dashboard. "It shall be our mascot, a vegetable of hope in a world of mud." With the skillet sprocket in place, Ennie cranked the engine. It roared to life, the sound echoing across the flat, damp fields. We lurched forward, the rear axle holding steady. The improvised plate groaned, but it was solid. As we passed the farmhands, I tipped my hat. "Farewell, gentlemen. If you see the French team, tell them the Americans are currently cooking their way to victory." As the sun began to set, turning the mud into a sea of bruised purple and deep brown, I looked at the turnip on the dash. We were still behind. The Thomas Flyer was likely still digging itself out, and the Italians were somewhere behind us with their sausage tire, but we were moving. "Ennie?" I said, as the vibrations of the car sent a rhythmic shudder through my chassis. "Yeah, Sam?" "The next time we stop, I should like to purchase a book, any book, even a catalog of farm equipment. I find that my thoughts are becoming dangerously fixated on the structural properties of kitchenware." "We'll find you a library in Chicago, Sam, I promise." "Chicago?" I mused. "A city built on mud, populated by people who think mud is a personality trait. We shall feel right at home." I closed my optical shutters and let the smell of hot iron and damp earth fill my sensors. We were heading into the heart of the continent, a red spark in a gray world, held together by cast iron and a girl who refused to believe in the impossible. I found myself wondering if Theodore Roosevelt would have approved of the use of a skillet as a car part. Knowing the man's reputation for vigor, I suspected he would have demanded we use two. 25 chapters to go. I clutched the turnip and prayed for pavement. Chapter 6. The Corduroy Purgatory of Northern Indiana. It has been said that the state of Indiana is the crossroads of America, a title that suggests a grand meeting of paths and a bustling exchange of commerce and culture. To my refined, albeit metallic sensibilities, it felt more like the waiting room of America. a vast flat expanse of damp limestone and stubborn corn stubble where the horizon is so distant and unchanging that one begins to suspect the earth is not a sphere, but a very long, very boring conveyor belt. We had crossed the border from Ohio under a sky that had finally decided to stop weeping and start brooding. The air was a sharp, biting cold that turned the Indiana mud into something the locals called frost heave. It is a phenomenon where the ground itself attempts to eject anything that isn't a native-born Hoosier. For an automobile, it is the equivalent of driving over a series of petrified waves. I am currently calculating the structural integrity of my own cervical vertebrae, Ennie, I remarked, my head module rattling with a sound like a bag of loose silver. I fear that if we hit one more of these corduroy roads, my skull shall depart my shoulders and seek a more stable existence as a bowling ball in South Bend. For the uninitiated, a corduroy road is a primitive engineering feat where logs are laid side by side across a swamp. It is intended to keep a vehicle from sinking, but its primary function is to shake the very soul out of any passenger foolish enough to use it. To a man of flesh, it is a bumpy ride. To a man of brass, it is a symphony of discordant clangs. "Oh, Sam, stop being a copper-plated pessimist," Ennie shouted, her hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. "The logs are there to help. Without them, we'd be buried up to the seat cushions in black swamp muck. Besides, look at the light. The sun is almost peeking through." "The sun, Ennie, is likely just trying to get a better view of our impending disaster," I replied. "I have seen more character-building landscapes in the last 3 days than most men see in a lifetime. If my character were any more built, I should be a cathedral. I should much prefer to be a small, poorly constructed shed with a comfortable chair and a copy of Huckleberry Finn." The Rio was not enjoying Indiana. The skillet sprocket we had installed in Ohio was holding, but the relentless vibration of the log roads was causing a new and more audible grievance. Every time we struck a gap between the cedar trunks, a sound emerged from the front end that reminded me of a blacksmith having a nervous breakdown. "Do you hear that, Ennie?" I asked. "That rhythmic thwack screech? It sounds like the ghost of Christmas future is trying to break into the transmission." "I hear it," she muttered, her cheerful facade flickering for a microsecond. "It's the steering knuckles. The pins are vibrating loose. If they go, we won't be able to turn a corner, which wouldn't be a problem if Indiana were a straight line. But unfortunately, there are cows in the way." As if to prove her point, a massive Holstein appeared in the middle of the track, staring at us with the profound, vacant judgment that only a cow can muster. Ennie hauled on the wheel, the Rio groaned, and we narrowly avoided the beast, only to plummet off the edge of the logs and into a soft, deceptive bank of gray slush. The engine gave a final indignant puff of blue smoke and died. "Well," I said, as the silence of the prairie descended upon us, "I suppose we should thank the cow. It has provided us with a stationary base from which to contemplate our insignificance. I shall stay here and compose a poem about the futility of progress. You may go and find a miracle." Ennie was already out, her boots sinking into the Indiana black gold. She didn't look at the engine this time. She looked at the front wheels. "The kingpin's gone, Sam," she said, her voice unusually small, vibrated right out and vanished into the swamp. "We can't steer an inch without it." I clambered out of the car, my joints clicking in the damp air. I looked at the wheel, which was now canted at an angle that suggested it was trying to secede from the Union. And I suppose a kingpin is not something one can simply manufacture out of optimism and a cheerful disposition. "No," she said, chewing her lip. "It needs to be hardened steel, or something close to it." I looked around. We were miles from the nearest town. To our right was a dilapidated farmstead, the barn leaning at a precarious angle that suggested it was only standing out of habit. In the yard sat a graveyard of rusted machinery, reapers, plows, and a collapsed weather vane. "Wait," I said, my optical sensor zooming in on a specific piece of wreckage. "Ennie, look at that weather vane, the central shaft. It appears to be a solid rod of wrought iron approximately the diameter of a kingpin." Ennie's eyes followed my gaze. A slow, mischievous grin spread across her face. "Sam, you're a genius, a cynical, metallic genius." "I prefer the term observational opportunist," I noted. We trudged through the mud to the farmhouse. On the porch sat an old man in a rocking chair despite the cold. He was holding a shotgun across his lap and a corncob pipe in his mouth. He watched us approach with the stillness of a man who had seen the sun rise and set over the same field for 80 years and found the whole process somewhat redundant. "Mornin'," the man said, a puff of blue smoke drifting from his pipe. "A matter of temporal perspective," I replied, removing my hat. "I am Mechanical Twain, a traveler of some renown and a great deal of misfortune. We are in need of that weather vane, sir, specifically the shaft. It is a matter of international importance and mechanical survival." The old man squinted at me. He didn't seem surprised by the brass man and the duster. "Weather vane's been broken since the great blow of '98. Don't tell the weather no more, just points at the pig pen and stays there, like my brother-in-law. I am prepared to offer you $5 for it," Ennie said, stepping forward. $5 is a lot of money for a stick of iron," the man mused. "But that vane has sentimental value. My daddy put it up. He liked to know which way the wind was blowing, so he'd know which side of the house to spit on. I shall also include a brief improvised lecture on the history of the Mississippi River," I added, "and I shall refrain from mentioning the state of your barn's foundation." The old man chuckled, a sound like dry husks rubbing together. "Keep your lecture, Tin Man, but the girl looks like she knows her way round a wrench. You take the vane, but you gotta promise to tell me who wins that race. The papers say the Frenchies are leading." "The Frenchies are currently eating dust, sir," I assured him. "Or at least they are eating Indiana mud, which is far more substantial." With the deal struck, Ennie and I dismantled the weather vane. The central shaft was indeed a perfect fit, or at least it would be once Ennie was finished with it. We returned to the Rio, and while I held a lantern against the gathering gloom, Ennie began the transformation. She used a hand file to taper the ends of the iron rod, her movements precise and rhythmic. She then used a small portable forge, a contraption she'd rigged up using a tin bucket and some charcoal, to heat the iron until it glowed a dull cherry red. Using the Rio's bumper as an anvil, she hammered the weather vane shaft into a functional, if somewhat rustic, kingpin. "It's beautiful, Ennie," I said, watching the sparks fly into the dark Indiana sky. "We are now steered by a device that once told a farmer when to spit. It is a perfect metaphor for the American political system." It's stronger than the original, she chirped, quenching the metal in a bucket of slush. As she hammered the new pin into place, a low rumble echoed from the east. Two sets of bright acetylene lamps cut through the darkness. It was the Zust, the Italian team, their sausage tire long since replaced, but their car still looking like it had been through a war. They slowed as they passed us, Antonio Scarfoglio leaning out of the passenger side. "Ah, the man of brass," he shouted. "Still in the ditch? Perhaps you should trade the car for a sturdy mule." "We are merely conducting a geological survey, Signor Scarfoglio," I hollered back. "Your car smells faintly of pepperoni. I suggest you check your radiator for a stray salami." The Italians laughed and roared past, their engine coughing as they hit a particularly deep rut. "They're ahead of us, Sam," Ennie said, wiping her brow. "But not for long." With the weather-vane kingpin secured, she cranked the Rio. The engine caught on the third pull, a defiant roar that shook the remaining mud from the fenders. We climbed back in, the car feeling strangely balanced, as if the spirit of the old farm was now guiding our path. "Next stop, South Bend," Ennie said, throwing us into gear, "then Chicago." "Chicago," I mused as we rattled back onto the Corduroy road. "A city built on the shores of a lake that is essentially a very large wet mirror. I look forward to it. Perhaps I can find a tailor who specializes in brass polishing. I am starting to look like a discarded tea kettle." "You look like a racer, Sam," Ennie said softly. "I look like an accident in a clock shop, Ennie. But as long as we're moving, I suppose I can endure the indignity." We drove into the night, the Rio's lamps cutting a yellow path through the Indiana dark. The weather-vane kingpin held true, pointing us west toward the great city and the long, cold road beyond. We were behind the Italians and the Americans, but we were still in the race. And as I listened to the rhythmic hum of the engine, I found myself wondering if the weather-vane still knew which way the wind was blowing. It was blowing west toward Paris. And for the first time since Times Square, I didn't mind the breeze. Only 24 chapters to go. I hope Chicago has decent cigars. Chapter 7. The Windy City and the Rough Rider's Shadow. Chicago, as I have previously noted in my more biological years, is a city that never quite learned the virtue of a quiet entrance. It is a metropolis built upon the bedrock of enthusiasm and the smell of the world's largest outdoor charcoal grill. It is a city of big shoulders, which is a polite way of saying that everyone is in a hurry to knock you into a gutter filled with yesterday's news and tomorrow's dreams. We rattled into the city limits on a Tuesday that felt remarkably like a Wednesday that had given up on its ambitions. The Rio Model G, now sporting a weather-vane kingpin and a skillet sprocket, was performing a mechanical jig that suggested it was trying to shake off the very memory of Indiana. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass exterior polished to a dull, resentful sheen by a handful of dry hay Ennie had found in a barn outside of Joliet. "Chicago, Sam, look at the buildings. They're reaching for the clouds," Ennie shouted, her eyes wide with the sort of wonder that I find personally exhausting. "They are reaching for a reprieve from the soot, Ennie," I replied, my vocal processor emitting a rhythmic click that echoed against the iron canyons of the loop. It is a city where the air is so thick with progress you can almost chew it. I prefer my air to be a transparent medium for the transmission of light, not a nutritional supplement composed of coal dust and bovine byproduct. We were currently making our way toward the Chicago Tribune building, which had become a temporary headquarters for the race. The streets were a chaotic tapestry of cable cars, horse-drawn drays, and pedestrians who seemed to view the automobile as a personal insult to their right-of-way. Parked outside the Grand Hotel was the Protos, the German entry. It was a vehicle of such terrifying precision and Teutonic gloom that I expected it to start quoting Kant at any moment. Standing beside it was Lieutenant Köppen, a man whose mustache was so stiff I suspected it had been reinforced with structural steel. Ah, the Americans in the toy car, Köppen remarked as we pulled to a vibrating halt. He spoke English with the precision of a man who viewed grammar as a form of military discipline. I am surprised to see you. We were told you had become a permanent part of the Indiana landscape. We were merely taking a sabbatical to study the local flora, Lieutenant, I replied, tilting my hat with a mechanical grace that I knew would irritate his sense of order. A man of your background must appreciate the value of a strategic retreat into a ditch. It provides one with a unique perspective on the underside of one's own dignity. Köppen's eyes narrowed as they fell upon our weather-vane kingpin. Is that a rooster? It is a navigational aid, Lieutenant, Ennie chirped, hopping out of the car. It tells us which way the wind is blowing. Usually, it's blowing toward Paris. Köppen huffed, a sound like a steam valve on a very small locomotive, and turned back to his maps. The Germans were efficient, yes, but they lacked the one quality essential for global racing, a total disregard for the laws of physics and the opinions of sensible men. However, Chicago was not content to let us pass without a final, parting grievance. As we attempted to navigate a particularly deep rut near the stockyards, there was a sound like a giant snapping a dry twig. The Rio lurched, and the steering wheel in Ennie's hands went limp. "The tie rod," Ennie whispered, her goggles fogging up. "The Indiana vibrations must have stressed the metal. It snapped clean at the knuckle." "How convenient," I said, leaning back as a group of local urchins began to gather around us, offering helpful suggestions such as, "Get a horse," and "Hey, look at the giant tea kettle." "I suppose I shall wait here while you manufacture a new steering system out of a ham sandwich and a discarded newspaper." Ennie didn't answer. She was already scanning the nearby alleyways. She returned 5 minutes later, carrying a heavy rusted iron pipe and a bundle of thick, tarred rope used for securing canal boats. "Sam, I need you to hold the wheels straight. Don't let them budge an inch." I climbed out, my joints groaning as I stood in the Chicago muck. While I braced the front wheels with my metallic strength, Ennie performed a feat of mechanical sorcery. She lashed the iron pipe to the remains of the tie rod, using the tarred rope in a series of knots that I suspect were illegal in at least 3 states. To ensure the knots didn't slip, she melted a handful of my spare lubrication wax over the rope, creating a hardened waterproof cast. "It's a splint, Sam, like for a broken leg." "It is a catastrophe waiting for an audience, Ennie," I noted. But it worked. We rolled out of Chicago under a pale, watery sun, heading west toward the Great Plains. The splinted steering held through the hills of Iowa, though every turn required Ennie to haul on the wheel with the strength of a longshoreman. By the time we reached the outskirts of the Dakotas, the world had opened up into a vast, rolling sea of golden grass and sky. It was here, in a landscape that made me feel like a very small brass ant on a very large dinner plate, that we encountered a sight that defied all logic. Standing in the middle of the trail, next to a horse that looked like it had been carved out of granite, was a man in a dusty khaki coat, wearing pince-nez glasses and a hat that had clearly seen more action than the entire French army. He was currently attempting to haul a bogged-down wagon out of a creek bed, shouting encouragements to the oxen that were both colorful and structurally sound. "Bully!" the man bellowed as we approached. "Ennie?" I said, my internal database suddenly flashing a high-priority alert. I recognize that voice. It has the cadence of a landslide and the volume of a brass band. "Is that—" Ennie's mouth fell open. "It is indeed," I replied. "The 26th President of these United States, Theodore Roosevelt." The colonel turned as the Rio sputtered to a stop. He looked at the car, then his eyes landed on me. A grin of such immense toothy proportion spread across his face that I feared for the structural integrity of his jaw. "By George, a mechanical man in a red roadster! This is the most magnificent thing I have seen since San Juan Hill." Roosevelt strode toward us, his hand extended. "Theodore Roosevelt at your service. I was told there was a race, but I had no idea the future was participating." "I am Mechanical Twain, Mr. President," I said, shaking his hand. I felt my gears skip a beat under the sheer vigor of his grip. "And I assure you, the future is currently held together by a piece of plumbing and a great deal of prayer." "Nonsense! It's the strenuous life in a chassis." Roosevelt laughed, his eyes bright behind his glasses. "I am heading west to my ranch. My wagon has a broken axle, and my men are hours behind. I find myself in need of a more rapid form of transport. Tell me, do you have room for a Rough Rider?" Ennie looked at me, her eyes dancing. I looked at the Rio, which was already over-encumbered by a brass robot and a girl's dreams. "Colonel," I said, "the Rio is a two-seater. One of us is a robot, and the other is a mechanical genius. Where exactly do you intend to sit?" "The running board!" Roosevelt exclaimed, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I shall hang on to the side. It'll be a grand adventure. We shall race the wind and show these plains what American grit looks like." "He's going to fall off, and I'm going to have to write a very awkward letter to the Vice President," I muttered to Ennie. "Oh, hush, Sam. It's Teddy Roosevelt. Of course he can ride on the running board." And so, as the sun began to dip behind the jagged peaks of the Badlands, our little red Rio lurched forward once more. We were a sight that would have baffled any observer. A girl at the wheel, a cynical brass robot in the passenger seat, and the most powerful man in the world clinging to the side, shouting, "Bully!" every time we hit a pothole. 23 chapters to go," I whispered into the wind. "And now we have a president as a hood ornament. I suppose things could be worse. We could be in the French car." "Faster, Miss Ennie!" Roosevelt hollered. "There's a world to see and very little time to see it." I closed my optical shutters and braced myself. The West was waiting, and it appeared it was going to be a very loud journey. Chapter 8, Bully for Progress and Other Violent Delusions. It has been my long-held belief, one reinforced by several decades of being both a man of flesh and a man of finials, that vigor is a quality best practiced in moderation, preferably by someone else, and ideally in a different time zone. Vigor is the enemy of the afternoon nap. It is the natural antagonist of the quiet contemplation of a sunset. To possess vigor is to be constantly in search of a mountain to climb or a bear to wrestle, whereas I have always found that the mountain is perfectly content to stay where it is, and the bear, if left to its own devices, is likely just as uninterested in the wrestling match as any sensible person ought to be. Theodore Roosevelt, however, was not a sensible person. He was a human locomotive that had somehow been persuaded to wear a necktie. Having him perched upon the running board of our 1908 Rio Model G was akin to mounting a live cannon to the side of a rowboat. The car leaned precariously to the right, the leaf springs groaning under the weight of the Colonel's enthusiasm, which I am certain weighed more than his physical person. "By George, Sam, look at that horizon!" Roosevelt bellowed, his voice cutting through the dry Dakota wind like a cavalry charge. "It is a canvas of destiny, a landscape that demands a man to be at his most strenuous. Does it not make your copper blood boil with the sheer joy of existence?" "My blood, Colonel, is currently a very viscous grade of lubricating oil," I replied, my voice processors rattling with the rhythmic thrum of the one-cylinder engine. "And the only thing it is currently boiling with is a desire to be back in a climate where the air doesn't attempt to sand-blast my optical sensors. I find that destiny is often just a polite word for unnecessary exertion." "Hush, Sam!" Ennie laughed, her hands light on the steering wheel as she navigated the rutted remains of a stagecoach trail. "The Colonel is right. The Badlands are beautiful. They look like a city of stone built by giants." "If giants built this, Ennie, they were clearly lacking in urban planning and a decent sewage system," I remarked. "It is a wasteland that has been left out in the sun too long. It is a geological temper tantrum." We had been traveling with the Colonel for the better part of a day. He had insisted on guiding us toward his ranch, though his idea of guidance involved pointing toward the most rugged terrain imaginable and shouting, "Bully!" whenever the Rio's undercarriage struck a particularly sharp piece of shale. "Miss Ennie," Roosevelt said, leaning into the cabin with a grin that was 80% teeth and 20% pure unadulterated menace, "I have observed your handling of this mechanical marvel. It is superb. But tell me, have you ever considered the thrill of the charge? The sensation of commanding the iron beast yourself in a spirited dash across the scrub?" "Are you asking to drive, Mr. President?" Ennie asked, her eyes twinkling. "I am suggesting that progress requires a firm hand on the tiller," Roosevelt exclaimed. "I should like to experience the vibration of the future firsthand." "I must protest," I said, my logic gates flashing a frantic amber. "The Colonel's relationship with firm hands usually results in something being broken, colonized, or taxed. This car is currently held together by a weather vane and a kitchen utensil. It is a delicate ecosystem of improvisation, not a Rough Rider's mount." "Oh, let him try, Sam. It'll be fun," Ennie chirped. I have found that when a young woman uses the word fun, it is usually a signal for a robot to begin calculating the nearest exit strategy. Before I could formulate a more robust objection, the car was brought to a shuddering halt. Positions were exchanged. Ennie moved to the running board, clinging to it with a grace I didn't know she possessed, and the 26th President of the United States slid into the driver's seat. The Rio groaned. I believe the car actually attempted to sink into the earth to avoid what was coming. Roosevelt gripped the steering wheel as if he intended to strangle it. "Now then," he barked, "forward, into the teeth of the wilderness." He threw the car into gear with a sound that I can only describe as a mechanical scream. We didn't so much drive forward as we exploded into motion. The Rio lurched, its rear wheels kicking up a storm of Dakota dust that immediately coated my internal cooling vents. Roosevelt steered with the same subtlety he used in foreign policy. We swerved violently to the left to avoid a tumbleweed, then lurched to the right to pursue a particularly interesting-looking hawk. "Vigor, Sam! Vigor!" he shouted as we hit a dry creek bed at 20 miles an hour, a speed the Rio considered to be a reckless flirtation with the laws of physics. "I am experiencing vigor, Colonel," I hollered back, my head module spinning. "I am also experiencing a profound desire to meet my Creator, or at least the man who designed my shock absorbers, so that I might lodge a formal complaint." The inevitable occurred approximately 3 miles later. Roosevelt, in an attempt to conquer a small hillock, steered the Rio directly over a large, sun-bleached buffalo skull. There was a sickening crack-bowing, and the right front corner of the car suddenly subsided, sending us into a slow, undignified spin that ended in the middle of a large, particularly prickly cactus patch. Silence returned to the Badlands, save for the sound of escaping steam and the Colonel's hearty, undiminished laughter. "By George, a spirited encounter with the local fauna," Roosevelt proclaimed, wiping a smear of grease from his spectacles. "That was a buffalo, Colonel, or rather, the ghost of one," I said, struggling to disentangle a cactus pad from my brass elbow. "And it appears the buffalo has won the rematch. The front leaf spring has snapped. We are now a tricycle with a grudge." Ennie was already off the running board, her face a mask of professional concern. She inspected the damage. The steel spring had indeed sheared through. Without it, the wheel was pressed against the frame, rendered useless. "We're 3 miles from the watering hole at Deadman's Gulch," Ennie muttered, tapping her chin with a greasy finger. "I can't weld steel in the middle of a cactus patch." "Then we shall march," Roosevelt declared. "A brisk walk is the finest tonic for a mechanical ailment." "I do not require tonics, Colonel," I said. "I require a replacement part that wasn't manufactured in the mid-19th century." As we contemplated our fate, a group of local ranchers appeared on the ridge. They were hard-bitten men with skin the color of old saddles and eyes that had seen too many droughts. They rode down toward us, their horses shying away from the bright red car and the shiny brass man. "Trouble, folks?" the lead rider asked, spitting a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. He didn't seem to recognize the president. To him, Roosevelt was just another dusty traveler in a khaki coat. "A minor setback in the march of progress, my good man," Roosevelt shouted, stepping forward with his hand outstretched. The rancher ignored the hand. He looked at me. "That thing talking?" "I am not a thing, sir," I replied. "I am a gentleman of letters currently engaged in a very loud and very dusty experiment in terrestrial locomotion. Do you happen to have a spare leaf spring for a 1908 Roadster, or perhaps a very large, very flat piece of seasoned hickory?" The ranchers exchanged looks. "Ain't got no springs," the man said, "but we got a load of seasoned fence rails over at the watering hole. Might find something there." Under the Colonel's enthusiastic and entirely unnecessary supervision, the ranchers helped us hitch the Rio to 2 of their horses. We were towed into Dead Man's Gulch, a town that consisted of a saloon, a livery stable, and a profound sense of regret. While the locals gathered in the saloon to debate whether I was a miracle of science or a sign of the apocalypse, Ennie went to work. She found a rail made of seasoned Osage orange, a wood so hard it is often called ironwood. It was a stubborn, knotted piece of timber that had survived decades of Dakota wind. "I'm going to shackle it to the frame, Sam," she explained, her goggles pushed up onto her forehead. "The wood has enough natural spring to act as a temporary suspension. If I wrap it in wet rawhide and let it dry, it'll shrink and hold like iron." We are now a vehicle composed of a weather vane, a skillet, a pipe, and a fence rail, I noted. If we continue at this rate, by the time we reach San Francisco, the only original part of the Rio will be the R on the radiator cap. And the spirit, Sam. Don't forget the spirit. As Ennie worked, Roosevelt held court in the saloon. He didn't care that they didn't know he was the president. He was telling stories of the Spanish War, his voice booming through the thin wooden walls. I stood outside, leaning against a hitching post, watching the sun set over the jagged horizon. The colonel eventually emerged, looking refreshed. "The girl is a marvel, Twain, a true daughter of the Republic. She has the soul of an engineer and the heart of a pioneer. She is also currently covered in rawhide glue, Colonel," I said, "a condition I suspect you find bully." "Delighted!" he roared. By midnight, the rawhide had dried, binding the Osage orange rail to our chassis. The Rio sat level once more, looking like a motorized work of folk art. We bid farewell to the ranchers, who were still arguing about my theological implications, and prepared to depart. "I must leave you here," Roosevelt said, shaking Ennie's hand and then mine. "My men have arrived and my ranch calls. But know this, you are doing a fine thing. You are showing the world that American grit and American wood can conquer any obstacle." "Thank you, Colonel," I said. "And if you ever decide to run for office again, do let me know. I should like to move to a country that doesn't have a running board." He laughed one last time, a sound that echoed off the stone towers of the Badlands and vanished into the night on his granite-carved horse. 22 chapters to go, Sam," Ennie said, throwing the car into gear. "The Rockies are next." "The Rockies," I sighed, looking at the wooden rail now supporting our front end. "I suppose I should be grateful. At least wood doesn't rust. It only rots. It's a nice change of pace." We rolled west, the Rio humming a new earthy tune. I looked back at the lights of Dead Man's Gulch and felt a strange, metallic tug of something that might have been affection, had I been a less sophisticated machine. I dismissed it as a loose bolt. The mountains were waiting, and they looked very, very tall. I closed my shutters and prayed for a tunnel. Chapter 9. The Continental Divorce and the Breathless Carburetor. It has been my experience that the high altitudes of this world are much like the high-minded ideals of certain New England poets, admirable from a distance perhaps, but increasingly difficult to breathe once you are actually immersed in them. We were currently ascending the spine of the Rocky Mountains, a geological formation that appears to have been constructed by a deity with a profound dislike for the horizontal. As we rattled into the thinning air of Wyoming, my internal barometers began to register a state of high-altitude confusion. My logic gates, usually as steady as a church bell, were starting to flicker with the atmospheric equivalent of a light-headed swoon. A robot, you see, is calibrated for the pressure of the seashores and the lowlands. When you drag him 10,000 feet into the sky, his copper lungs begin to feel as though they are trying to inhale a vacuum. I am currently contemplating the absurdity of the term Continental Divide, Ennie, I remarked, my voice processor sounding thin and metallic like a penny being scraped across a tin plate. It implies a clean break, a dignified separation of the watersheds. In reality, it is a geographic divorce conducted via a series of jagged rocks and a murderous lack of oxygen. I find that I am neither for the Atlantic nor the Pacific at this moment. I am firmly in favor of a flat piece of sidewalk in Hannibal. "Oh, Sam, look at the peaks!" Annie shouted, though even her boundless enthusiasm seemed a bit winded. She was hunched over the steering wheel, her chest heaving in the crisp, cold air. "We're at the top of the world! We can see forever!" "I can see a great deal of snow, Ennie, and a terrifying number of precipices," I replied. "I have no desire to see forever if forever involves a 3,000-foot drop and a total lack of guardrails. My optical sensors are currently reporting a high probability of us becoming a very shiny, very expensive smear on the side of a granite cliff." The Rio Model G was not handling the altitude with its usual American pluck. The one-cylinder engine, which had survived the mud of Ohio and the logs of Indiana, was now gasping for air. It sounded less like a motor and more like a seasoned smoker attempting to run an uphill marathon in a heavy overcoat. The Osage orange leaf spring was holding, though it creaked with a woody groan every time we hit a mountain frost heave, sounding like a haunted ship in a storm. "She's suffocating, Sam," Annie muttered, her brow furrowed. "The air is too thin. The fuel mix is too rich. We're burning gasoline like a furnace, but we aren't getting any power. If we don't get over this pass before sunset, we're going to freeze to the road." "A fate I have been predicting since 42nd Street, I noted. "I shall prepare a brief, poignant inscription for the radiator. Here lies a red roadster and a brass cynic." They reached the top, only to find there was no air. As we rounded a particularly harrowing bend near Sherman Hill, we encountered a sight that suggested we were not the only ones suffering from the mountain's disdain. Parked in a snowdrift was the Thomas Flyer. The massive American machine, usually so dominant, looked like a stranded whale. George Schuster and his mechanic were standing over the open hood, their breath coming in white plumes that vanished into the freezing wind. "Stuck again, George?" Ennie called out, bringing the gasping Rio to a halt. Schuster looked up, his face red from the cold and the exertion. "The carburetor's choked, Miss Ennie. We've got the power, but she won't take the throttle. The air's just gone." "It's the weight," I observed, leaning over the side of our car. "You are trying to haul 5,000 pounds of national pride into a region where the atmosphere has the density of a ghost's promise. The Rio, being a lightweight delusion, is at least still breathing, albeit through a very small straw." "You're not doing much better, Twain," Schuster grunted. "I can hear your pistons from here. They sound like they're hitting the heads with a hammer." "It is a rhythmic protest, sir. They are demanding a union representative and a lower elevation." Ennie hopped out, her boots crunching on the frozen crust. She walked over to the Thomas Flyer, her eyes scanning the engine. Then she looked back at our Rio. A slow, calculating look crossed her face, the kind of look that usually precedes a major mechanical felony. "Sam, do we still have that fireplace bellows we found in the abandoned cabin in Nebraska?" "The one I was using as a footrest?" "Yes. I find its rhythmic huffing to be a comforting reminder of my own lack of lungs." "Why?" "Bring it here, and find me that lengths of rubber hose we used for the bilge pump in the Great Lakes." I sighed, a sound that was mostly a mechanical release of pressure, and retrieved the items. "I suppose we are now entering the pneumatic improvisation phase of the race. I look forward to seeing how you intend to air-condition the Rockies." What followed was a masterpiece of mountain-side surgery. Ennie didn't just fix the Rio. She invented a temporary forced induction system. She mounted the bellows to the side of the passenger seat, connecting the nozzle to the carburetor intake via the rubber hose. "Now, Sam," she said, her eyes bright with the cold, "when I give the word, you need to pump that bellows, not too fast, not too slow. You're going to be the Rio's lungs." "I see," I said, gripping the wooden handles. "I am no longer merely a philosopher and a traveler. I am now a mechanical respiratory assistant. My career path is truly a marvel of downward mobility." We bade a temporary farewell to Schuster, who watched us with a look of pure, unadulterated bafflement. Ennie cranked the Rio. It coughed, spluttered, and then, as I gave the bellows a firm whoosh, the engine roar deepened into a healthy, aggressive growl. "It works!" Ennie screamed, throwing the car into gear. As we climbed the final mile to the summit, I sat in the passenger seat, pumping the bellows with a steady, rhythmic motion. Whoosh thump, whoosh thump. The Rio responded like a horse that had just been given a bucket of oats. We bypassed the Thomas Flyer and the struggling French de Dion, which was currently being towed by a team of very confused mules, and crested the Continental Divide. The view from the top was, I must admit, somewhat impressive. The world dropped away in a series of blue and white waves stretching west toward the Great Salt Lake. The sun was beginning to dip, casting long violet shadows across the canyons. "Look at that, Sam!" Ennie shouted over the wind. "We did it! We're over the hump!" "We are currently perched on a frozen razor's edge, Ennie," I replied, my arms beginning to ache in a way that I didn't know brass could ache. "And I am currently the only thing keeping this car from a state of total asphyxiation. I should like to enjoy the view, but I am somewhat preoccupied with the bellows. Could we perhaps descend to a level where the air is thick enough to support a conversation?" As we began the long, harrowing descent into the Utah Basin, the gravity took over. The brakes, which were essentially two pieces of leather rubbing against iron drums, began to smell like a smokehouse. "Ennie," I said, watching the speedometer needle bounce toward a number that made my internal gyroscopes weep, "is it my imagination, or are we currently moving at a speed that would cause a cannonball to feel a sense of professional inadequacy?" "The brakes are fading, Sam. The heat has glazed the drums." "Splendid. So we have gone from too little air to too much velocity. I find the lack of a middle ground in this race to be a personal affront." Ennie steered with a ferocity that I had only seen in the eyes of a cornered badger. She used the engine as a brake, the gears groaning in protest. We careened down the mountain, the bellows-boosted Rio rattling like a tin can filled with rocks. When we finally reached the flats of the valley floor, the air thickened and the engine settled into a normal idle. Ennie brought the car to a halt in a cloud of dust and brake smoke. She slumped over the wheel, laughing with the sheer exhausted relief of the survivor. "That was incredible!" she panted. "I have a different word for it, Ennie," I said, setting the bellows aside. "But as I am a gentleman, I shall refrain from using it until I have had a chance to check my bolts for structural fatigue. My head module is currently 3 degrees out of true, and I believe I have a cactus needle embedded in my left intake." I looked back at the mountains, which now loomed like a jagged wall against the twilight sky. We had crossed the divide. We had outpumped the Rockies. We were behind the leaders, perhaps, but we were moving with a momentum that defied the laws of physics and common sense. 21 chapters to go, Sam," Ennie said, looking at me with a smudge of grease on her nose. "Next stop, the Great Salt Lake." "A lake made of salt," I mused, "in a desert made of dust. I suppose I should be grateful. At least salt doesn't rot the wood. It only corrodes the brass. It's a nice change of pace." I closed my shutters and listened to the cooling metal of the Rio. We were a long way from Paris, but as the first stars began to pierce the desert sky, I found that I didn't mind the silence. As long as I didn't have to pump the bellows for at least another 12 hours, I was content to be a very small robot in a very large world. The desert was waiting, and I had a feeling it was going to be thirsty. Chapter 10. The Salt-Cured Transmission and the Lady of the Stays. The Great Salt Lake is a magnificent monument to the concept of too much of a good thing. As a man of flesh, I once appreciated salt as the primary difference between a palatable ham and a piece of discarded shoe leather. As a man of brass, however, I have come to view salt as a personal insult, a crystalline army of microscopic invaders intent on turning my precision-engineered joints into a collection of immobile, orange-tinted statuary. We were currently traversing the Bonneville Salt Flats, a landscape so white and blinding that I began to suspect the earth had simply run out of texture and decided to finish the continent with a coat of primer. The glare was a physical assault on my optical sensors. I was forced to dial my internal apertures down to a pinprick, making the world look like a very bright, very flat Victorian melodrama. "I am currently experiencing a sensation that I can only describe as being pickled, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor emitting a gritty, dry rasp. "I find that I am no longer a traveler, I am a side dish. I have salt in my cooling vents, salt in my gear teeth, and I suspect I have a 3-pound deposit of sodium chloride currently forming in my analytical engine. If we do not reach Nevada soon, I shall cease to be an automaton and simply become a very large, very expensive salt lick for the local bighorn sheep." "Oh, Sam, look at the speed we're making," Ennie shouted, her goggles caked in a fine white rime. "The ground is hard as a billiard table. We're finally letting the Rio stretch her legs." "Speed is a fine quality, Ennie, provided one is not moving toward a horizon that looks exactly like the place one just left," I countered. "This is not travel. This is a treadmill designed by a vengeful chemist. I have seen nothing but white for 4 hours. My internal gyroscopes are currently arguing over whether we are moving forward or merely hovering in a state of high-velocity purgatory." The Rio was indeed moving. Without the mud of Ohio or the snow of the Rockies to hinder us, the little one-cylinder engine was singing a high-pitched manic tune. We were skimming across the flats like a red dragonfly. But, as any student of tragedy knows, the moment of greatest triumph is usually the exact moment the universe decides to pull the rug out, or in this case, the transmission. There was a sound from beneath the floorboards that I can only describe as a mechanical clearing of the throat, followed immediately by a violent whir-clunk screech. The Rio didn't stop, but the connection between the engine's enthusiasm and the wheel's cooperation was abruptly severed. The engine roared with a sudden, unburdened freedom, while the car began a slow, agonizing deceleration into the shimmering white void. "Well," I said, as we finally rolled to a silent, salt-dusted halt, "I suppose the billiard table has claimed its first victim. I shall stay here and await the arrival of the geological ages. You may go and see if you can find a spare transmission in the middle of this giant dinner plate." Ennie was already under the car, her boots crunching on the salt crust. After a few minutes of muffled clanking and some language that would have made a riverboat captain blush, she emerged, looking uncharacteristically grim. "It's the sliding gear, Sam. The salt got into the housing and acted like an abrasive. It's worn down the throw-out bearing, and the shifter fork has more play in it than a Shakespearean troupe. I can't get it to stay in gear. It just slips right back into neutral the moment I let out the clutch." "So we are effectively a very shiny, very red paperweight," I noted. "I suppose I should be grateful. At least we aren't in a ditch." "I need a shim," Ennie muttered, pacing the white expanse. "Something thin, flexible, but strong enough to hold the tension of the shifter fork. Steel would be best, but I've used all our spare banding." As if by some divine intervention of the absurd, a shape appeared on the horizon. It was a wagon, not a pioneer's Conestoga, but a modern, well-appointed carriage drawn by two sturdy mules. As it drew closer, I saw a woman sitting on the bench, holding the reins with a practiced indifference. She was wearing a dress of such formidable structure and volume that I suspect it had its own postal code. She stopped the mules and looked down at our broken machine with a mixture of amusement and pity. "You folks look like you're having a bit of a disagreement with the geography," she said, her voice rich with a frontier twang. "We are currently engaged in a philosophical debate with our transmission, madam," I replied, removing my hat. "I am Mechanical Twain, a gentleman of metal and misfortune. My companion is Ennie, a girl who believes that the laws of physics are merely suggestions. We are in need of a very specific piece of hardware, a shim of hardened steel." The woman, who introduced herself as Mrs. Penelope Higgins, a widow traveling to her sister's ranch in Elko, squinted at the Rio. "Don't have no hardware, just me and my trunks, and I ain't giving up my tea set." Ennie, however, was staring at Mrs. Higgins's silhouette with a look of predatory inspiration. "Mrs. Higgins," she said, her voice dropping into a tone of urgent professional necessity, "is that a Parisian-style corset you're wearing? The one with the reinforced steel stays?" Mrs. Higgins bristled. "Well, I never. A girl shouldn't be asking such things in the middle of a salt flat." "It's a matter of international importance, Mrs. Higgins," Ennie pleaded. "We're in the New York to Paris race. If we don't fix this car, the French might win. You wouldn't want the French to think they have better stays than an American woman, would you?" I watched, fascinated, as the logic of national pride overrode the dictates of Victorian modesty. 10 minutes later, behind the privacy of a canvas sheet stretched between the wagon and the car, a deal was struck. In exchange for $5 and my promise to mention her heroic sacrifice in my next book, Mrs. Higgins surrendered one of her secondary corsets, a formidable garment that looked like it could have served as a light brigandine. Ennie emerged with a handful of thin, high-tensile steel stays. "These are perfect, Sam. Look at the temper on this metal." "I am looking at the fact that our global expedition is now literally being held together by a woman's undergarments," I remarked. "If word of this reaches the press, I shall have to retire to a cave in the Ozarks. My dignity is currently hanging by a thread, or in this case, a whalebone lace." What followed was a feat of desert-side watchmaking. Ennie used a pair of tin snips to cut the corset stays into precise lengths. She then wove them into the shifter assembly, creating a spring-loaded shim that would force the sliding gear into alignment. She secured the whole mess with a bit of copper wire and a smear of that omnipresent peppermint salve. "It's a corset clutch, Sam," she chirped, her optimism restored. "It'll hold the gear in place better than the original factory casting." While she worked, Mrs. Higgins sat on her wagon, sipping a cup of lukewarm tea and watching me with a suspicious eye. "You really a robot, then? You don't eat nothing?" "I consume only the finest lubricants and the occasional bit of electricity, madam," I replied, "though I have been known to eat a particularly long-winded metaphor when the occasion calls for it. I find that a diet of pure logic is somewhat lacking in flavor." "Humph. You look like you need a good scrubbing. You're all white with salt." "I am cured, Mrs. Higgins, like a side of bacon. I expect to be delicious by the time we reach San Francisco." With the corset clutch installed, Ennie cranked the engine. It roared to life, and when she threw it into gear, there was a satisfying firm thunk that had been missing for miles. The Rio lurched forward, the transmission holding steady under the tension of the Parisian steel. "We're back in business," Ennie yelled, waving goodbye to Mrs. Higgins. "Farewell, madam," I shouted over the engine. "Thank you for the support, structural and otherwise." As we accelerated across the final stretch of the salt flats, the sun began to dip, turning the white expanse into a sea of shimmering gold and violet. I looked down at the floorboards, imagining the corset stays performing their duty beneath our feet. 20 chapters to go, Ennie," I said, feeling the rhythmic vibration of the Rio through my chassis. "We have used a fence post, a skillet, a weather vane, and a corset. I am starting to wonder if the automobile was ever actually invented, or if it is simply a collection of household items that have been persuaded to move in the same direction." "It's the spirit of the thing, Sam," she laughed. "It's not what you have, it's how you use it." "I suppose," I sighed, adjusting my hat against the desert wind, "but I draw the line at millinery. If the carburetor fails, I am not wearing a hat as an intake manifold. A man of my standing has to have some standards, even if he is being held together by a widow's laundry." We rolled into the Nevada dusk, the little red Rio trailing a cloud of salt like a comet's tail. Behind us, the salt flats faded into the dark, a silent witness to our latest absurdity. Ahead lay the Sierras, and beyond that, the sea. I closed my shutters and hoped that the next town had a library, or at the very least, a very large bathtub. Chapter 11. San Francisco Sands and the Siren Song of the Pacific. It has been my long-standing contention, one formed over several decades of observing the human animal in its natural state of frantic purposelessness, that the North American continent is simply too wide for its own good. It is a geographic overstatement. A sensible creator would have placed the Pacific Ocean somewhere in the vicinity of Omaha, thereby sparing the world a great deal of dust, several mountain ranges of dubious utility, and the state of Nevada entirely. Nevada, I have concluded, is not so much a state as it is a geological penance. It is a landscape that appears to have been thoroughly scoured by a deity who had lost his keys and was in a particularly foul mood. As we rattled toward the Sierra Nevada, the Rio Model G performing an impersonation of a motorized pepper grinder, I sat in the passenger seat and attempted to calculate how much of the Mojave Desert had currently taken up residence in my internal lubrication system. I am currently composed of 30% brass and 70% grit, Ennie, I remarked, my voice processor emitting a sound like a shovel being dragged over a gravel bed. I find that I am no longer an automaton. I am a sand-blasting apparatus. If we do not reach the coast soon, I shall simply grind myself into a fine metallic powder and blow away, leaving you with nothing but a very red car and a pile of cynical shavings. "Oh, Sam, look at the mountains!" Ennie shouted, her face obscured by a thick coating of alkali dust that gave her the appearance of a very youthful, very enthusiastic ghost. "The Sierras! Once we're over those, it's all downhill to the ocean." "I have heard that downhill refrain before, Ennie," I replied, adjusting my goggles. "Usually right before we plummet into a canyon or find ourselves buried in a snowdrift the size of a cathedral. I find that in your vocabulary, downhill is merely a synonym for accelerating toward disaster." The Sierras loomed ahead of us like a jagged wall of white iron. In the year of our Lord 1908, the mountains did not welcome the automobile. They merely tolerated it with a cold, silent contempt. The roads, if one could dignify these mule tracks with such a title, were choked with snow that refused to acknowledge the existence of spring. As we began the ascent toward Donner Pass, the Rio's engine began to emit a rhythmic, metallic sob. The corset clutch was holding, and the weather-vane kingpin was pointing west with a stubbornness that bordered on the fanatical. But the cooling system had finally decided to file for a legal separation. A plume of steam erupted from the radiator, smelling faintly of the peppermint salve Ennie had used in New York. "Well," I said, as the car groaned to a halt against a backdrop of towering pines and indifferent granite, "the tea kettle has reached its boiling point. I shall stay here and wait for the inevitable glacier to reclaim me. You may go and see if you can find a miracle in the snow." Ennie was out of the car before the wheels had stopped spinning. She dove under the hood, her boots disappearing into a drift. "The radiator's sprung a leak in the core, Sam. The vibration from the Nevada washboards must have shaken the solder loose. We're losing water faster than we can pour it in." "Splendid. We are currently perched on the edge of a continent halfway up a mountain, and our primary means of transport is attempting to turn itself into a steam-powered sauna," I noted. I struggled out of the car, my joints clicking with the dry, brittle sound of a dead branch. As I stood there, looking like a discarded lightning rod in the wilderness, a figure emerged from the trees. It was a man of indeterminate age, wearing a coat made of what appeared to be several overlapping bearskins. He carried a rifle and a look of profound, soul-deep suspicion. "Morning," the man said, his voice sounding like two stones grinding together. "A matter of debate," I replied, removing my hat with a stiff, mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain, a traveler of some renown and a great deal of atmospheric distress. We are in need of a sealant, sir. Something to plug a hole in a radiator core. Do you happen to have a hardware store hidden behind that particularly large pine tree?" The man squinted at me. He didn't seem surprised by the brass man. I suspect the isolation of the Sierras prepares one for all manner of hallucinations. "Ain't got no store. Got a cabin. Got a pot of oatmeal." Ennie's head popped up from the engine bay. "Oatmeal? Is it the thick-cut kind, or the fine ground?" "Thick," the man grunted. "Stick to your ribs." "It'll stick to a radiator core even better," Ennie chirped. I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie followed the man to his cabin and returned 10 minutes later with a bucket of lukewarm, grayish sludge that looked like something a plasterer would use to finish a basement. "You are not serious," I said, as she began to spoon the oatmeal directly into the radiator. "You are turning our cooling system into a breakfast buffet. If this works, I shall have to revise my entire understanding of the laws of thermodynamics." "It's an old teamster trick, Sam," Ennie explained, wiping a glob of porridge from her goggles. "The starch in the oatmeal swells up when it hits the hot water and plugs the leaks from the inside. It's a temporary fix, but it'll get us to San Francisco. And if the engine gets hungry, I suppose we can just stop for a spoon," I remarked. With the oatmeal coolant circulating through the pipes, we resumed our climb. The Rio smelled remarkably like a lumberjack's kitchen, but the leak stopped. We crested the pass just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the Pacific horizon, casting a long golden light over the distant valley of the Sacramento. But the Sierras were not finished with us. As we began the descent, the road turned into a sea of deep, treacherous sand, the sands of the summit. The thin tires of the Rio, designed for the paved boulevards of Manhattan, began to sink. We were losing momentum, the engine laboring under the weight of the sand. "We're too heavy, Sam," Ennie shouted, her eyes scanning the car. "The mud in the fenders, the spare parts, the extra fuel, it's all dragging us down. We're going to get bogged, and the Thomas Flyer is already halfway to the ferry." "I am a 600-pound man of brass, Ennie," I said. "If you are looking for things to jettison, I suggest we start with my dignity. It is already in tatters." "No," she said, her brain clearly firing on all cylinders. "We don't need to throw things away. We need to distribute the weight. Sam, grab those rolls of canvas we used for the Pacific crossing prep, and the rope." What followed was a display of San Francisco sand walking that would have baffled a camel. Ennie laid the canvas strips over the sand in front of the wheels, creating a temporary track. But that wasn't enough. She then took the rope and began to wrap it around the rear tires, creating a series of knobby treads that bit into the soft earth. "It's a track and tread system," she yelled, hopping back in. "Now, when I hit the gas, you need to lean out the side and keep the canvas from folding under." "I am now a mechanical ballast," I noted, clinging to the side of the vibrating roadster. "I have reached the absolute zenith of my career." We moved across the sands like a red beetle on a carpet. By the time we reached the hard-packed soil of the valley floor, The canvas was shredded, and my right arm was 3 inches longer than my left from the strain, but we were through. The final push into San Francisco was a blur of golden hills and the smell of salt air, a scent that promised both the end of one journey and the terrifying beginning of another. We rattled into the city on a Friday evening, the Rio covered in a mixture of Nevada dust, Sierra snow, and dried oatmeal. The city was a hive of activity, still rebuilding from the Great Fire of 2006. We made our way toward the docks, where the massive steamships waited to carry the racers across the Pacific. To my immense surprise and Ennie's delight, we found a small crowd waiting for us. The newspapers had been tracking the Little Red Rio, and the story of the Iron Man and the Mechanic Girl had captured the public's imagination. "They're cheering, Sam," Ennie laughed, waving her grease-stained hand at the crowd. "They are cheering for the absurdity of it all, Ennie," I said, though I felt a strange rhythmic hum in my chest plate that I chose to ignore. "They want to see if the car made of porridge and corsets can actually float." We pulled to a stop at the pier. Parked nearby was the Thomas Flyer, looking battered but triumphant. George Schuster stood on the deck of the ship, looking down at us with a grin. "You made it, Miss Ennie," he hollered. "I didn't think that oatmeal would hold past Truckee." "It held all the way to the Golden Gate, Mr. Schuster," she yelled back. As we prepared to drive the Rio onto the gangplank, I looked out over the Pacific. It was a vast, gray expanse of uncertainty. Beyond it lay Japan, China, and the terrifying emptiness of Siberia. 20 chapters to go, Sam," Ennie said softly, placing a hand on my brass shoulder. "Are you ready for the ocean?" "I have spent the last 3,000 miles being shaken, frozen, and pickled," I said, tilting my hat toward the setting sun. "I suppose a bit of seasickness is the only thing left to complete the set. But Ennie?" "Yes, Sam?" "If the ship starts to leak, I am not allowing you to fix it with a stack of pancakes. A man has to have some standards even on the high seas." She laughed, the sound carrying over the cry of the gulls. We rolled onto the ship, a red spark in the twilight, heading toward a world we didn't know and a future we were making up as we went along. I closed my shutters and listened to the rhythm of the waves. It was a long way to Paris, but for the first time I didn't mind the vibration. It felt like progress. Or maybe it was just the oatmeal settling. Chapter 12. The Pacific Lull and the Salt Air Sabotage. It is a common misconception among the terrestrial bound that the ocean is a place of grand majesty and poetic inspiration. I have found, through a series of grueling days aboard a steamship that possessed all the charm of a floating coal scuttle, that the Pacific Ocean is merely an excessive amount of water with nowhere to go and nothing to do but be damp. It is a vast blue redundancy. If you have seen one wave, you have, for all practical purposes, seen them all. Yet the ocean insists on showing you 10,000 more, each one looking remarkably like the previous installment, as if it were a serial novel written by a very bored and very wet accountant. I sat on the deck of our transport, my brass frame lashed to a stanchion to prevent my gyroscopes from committing a spectacular form of mechanical suicide every time the ship rolled. To my left, the Rio Model G was swaddled in canvas, looking like a red mummy. I felt a profound sense of kinship with the car. We were both creatures of the road, currently reduced to the status of cargo. I have reached a definitive conclusion, Ennie, I said, my voice processor struggling against the heavy, salt-laden air. The Pacific Ocean is a geographic failure. It is entirely too large for its contents. A sensible planet would have condensed this entire stretch into a manageable pond, perhaps with a nice gazebo in the center where a gentleman could enjoy a cigar, without having to worry about a rogue wave attempting to douse his dignity. "Oh, Sam, look at the horizon!" Annie laughed. She was currently perched on a crate of spare tires, her hair windswept, and her face glowing with that terrifying brand of optimism that I have come to associate with impending disaster. "It's the gateway to the Orient. Japan is just over the edge of the world. Think of the technology they have there, the silk, the craftsmanship, the tea." "I am thinking of the corrosion, Ennie," I replied, lifting a metallic arm to inspect a suspicious green patina forming on my elbow joint. "This salt air is a slow-motion assassination. I am being dissolved by the atmosphere. I find that I am no longer a robot. I am a very large, very expensive piece of copper-bottomed cookware. If we do not reach land soon, I shall simply oxidize into a pile of verdigris, and you will be forced to win the race with a passenger who is essentially a pile of garden mulch." "You're not going to oxidize, Sam. I've got some whale oil and a bit of beeswax I bought from the ship's cook. I'll have you shining like a new penny before we hit the docks at Yokohama." Ennie, of course, was not content to merely sit and watch the waves. While the rest of the racers, the crews of the Thomas Flyer, the Zust, and the German Protos, spent their days in the lounge, drinking gin and arguing over the best route through the Siberian wastes, Ennie was constantly at work. She viewed the ship not as a vessel of transport, but as a floating workshop. The problem, as she saw it, was that our little red Rio was currently a collection of household items and desperate prayers. The skillet sprocket and the weather-vane kingpin had served us well in the Americas, but the road ahead promised a different brand of malice. Siberia was looming in the distance of our itinerary, a place where the mud was said to be deep enough to swallow a church, and the cold was capable of shattering iron like glass. "We're running behind, Sam," she muttered, her brow furrowed as she looked over a map of the Asian continent. "The Thomas car is bigger, and they've got a professional team of mechanics. If we're going to beat them to Paris, even if we don't tell anyone we're winning, we need more than just pluck. We need power." "Power is a dangerous thing in the hands of a girl who thinks a corset is a structural component," I noted. "I need to soup her up," she said, her eyes lighting up with that predatory mechanical gleam. "I've been talking to the ship's engineer. He's got some spare copper tubing and a pressure valve from an old steam pump that they were going to toss overboard." I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie began to improve the Rio under the cover of the canvas tent. She didn't have a forge or a machine shop, but she had the ship's heat and a collection of tools that I suspect she had liberated from the engine room while the crew was sleeping. She began to bypass the standard intake manifold, creating a rudimentary preheating chamber for the fuel using the copper tubing. "The Siberian cold will freeze the gasoline in the line, Sam. But if I wrap this tubing around the exhaust manifold and run the fuel through it first, it'll be vaporized and ready to bang before it even hits the cylinder. It's like giving the car a hot cup of coffee in the morning. And if it explodes, I suppose we shall be the first racers to reach Japan via the stratosphere," I remarked. While Ennie worked, I found myself engaged in a series of interviews with our fellow travelers. George Schuster of the Thomas Flyer would often come out to the deck to smoke a pipe and stare at the sea. He was a man of immense practical knowledge and a distressing amount of energy. "That girl of yours is going to kill that car, Twain," Schuster said one afternoon, leaning against the rail. "You can't just bolt steam pump parts onto a one-cylinder roadster and expect it to behave. A machine has a soul, and it doesn't like being turned into a chimera." "I quite agree, Mr. Schuster," I said, tilting my hat. I have often told her that a car should be treated with the same respect as a well-bound book. One does not simply tear out the pages and replace them with instructions for a washing machine. However, Ennie does not listen to logic. She listens to the hum of the engine, which I suspect speaks to her in a language I am not programmed to understand. "Well, tell her to be careful," Schuster grunted. "Siberia isn't like the Rockies. There aren't any farmers with fence posts out there, just wolves and emptiness." "I shall keep that in mind, sir, though I suspect if we encounter a wolf, Ennie will attempt to harness it and use it as a secondary propulsion system." As the days bled into one another, the Pacific lull began to take its toll on my analytical engine. To combat the boredom, I attempted to engage the local wildlife in conversation. One particular albatross spent 3 days following the ship perched on the masthead. I attempted to explain the nuances of Mark Twain's "A Connecticut Yankee" in King Arthur's Court to the bird, but it merely stared at me with a cold, unblinking eye and occasionally defecated on the German prose. I found its literary criticism to be brief, but remarkably accurate. By the time the misty peaks of Japan appeared on the horizon, the Rio was a different beast. Underneath its red paint and modest frame, it now possessed a labyrinth of copper piping and a set of stray heat injectors that Ennie had fashioned from the brass nozzles of fire extinguishers. "She's ready, Sam," Ennie whispered as the ship began to maneuver into the harbor. "She's not a Rio anymore. She's something else." "She's a disaster in a red coat, Ennie," I said, untying my lashings. "But as I am currently a passenger in this global insanity, I suppose I must trust your handiwork. Let us hope that Japan has a high tolerance for mechanical heresy." The ship's whistle let out a long, mournful blast that echoed off the green hills of Yokohama. The crowd on the docks was immense. Thousands of people in silk and cotton, all waiting to see the mechanical devils that had crossed the world. "20 chapters to go, Sam," Ennie shouted, her hand on the crank. "The Orient is waiting." "I hope the Orient has a library," I muttered, adjusting my nickel mustache, "and perhaps a very large umbrella. I have had quite enough of the water." We rolled off the gangplank, the Rio's engine letting out a new, deeper growl that turned heads and sent a stray dog scurrying for cover. We were behind the Thomas Flyer, and the world still saw us as the underdogs, the toy car from America. But as we touched the soil of Japan, I felt the corset clutch bite and the oatmeal radiator hold steady. We were moving, and for the first time I began to suspect that Paris might actually be more than just a polite fiction. I closed my shutters against the bright Japanese sun and prepared for the next commotion. If there is one thing I have learned about Ennie, it is that she never meets a country she doesn't want to take apart and put back together again. God help Japan. Chapter 13. Japan's Narrow Paths and the bamboo paradox. It is a grand and colorful irony that the Empire of Japan, a land legendary for its exquisite manners and its delicate miniaturized aesthetics, should possess roads that appear to have been designed by a committee of malicious mountain goats. One might expect a country that produces such fine silk and intricate poetry to provide a path for the traveler that is at least as wide as a standard American breakfast table. Alas, I found that the Japanese thoroughfare is not so much a road as it is a polite suggestion of a direction, hemmed in on both sides by ancient stone walls, rice paddies, and a population that views the arrival of a motorized red bathtub as a visitation from a particularly loud and oily Shinto deity. We had disembarked at Yokohama into a sea of bowing officials and bewildered onlookers, the Rio Model G, now sporting its ship-engineered fuel preheater and smelling faintly of the oatmeal that still clung to its radiator core, looked remarkably like a mechanical hallucination. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass exterior gleaming with a fresh coat of whale oil that Ennie had applied with the vigor of a woman scouring a cursed pot. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor clicking with the dry resonance of a wooden flute, "that the Japanese have a profound respect for the small and the precise. In this regard, our Rio is a masterpiece of cultural assimilation. It is small, it is precise, and it is currently occupying 98% of the available space between these two tea houses. If a local cat were to attempt to cross the street at this moment, it would be forced to seek an alternate route via the rooftops." "Oh, Sam, isn't it beautiful?" Ennie chirped, her hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel as she threaded the car through a village street that was precisely 4 inches wider than our fenders. "The cherry blossoms are in bloom. It's like driving through a cloud of pink lace." "I am less concerned with the lace, Ennie, and more concerned with the granite," I replied. "I have already sacrificed 3 coats of red paint to the stone walls of Yokohama. At our current rate of attrition, by the time we reach the Sea of Japan, the Rio will be a silver car, and I shall be a brass man with a very flat nose. I find that scenery is a poor substitute for clearance." The 1908 race route across Japan was a test of nerves rather than speed, while the great Thomas Flyer and the massive Italian Zust were currently engaged in a desperate struggle with the laws of geometry, having to literally dismantle walls and widen bridges to pass. Our little Rio was able to squeeze through. However, squeezing is a high-stress activity for a machine held together by corset stays and kitchenware. By the second day of our trek toward Suruga, the weather-vane kingpin began to emit a rhythmic, agonizing groan. The narrow, winding paths of the Hakone Pass required a constant series of sharp, jarring turns that the 19th century farm iron was never meant to endure. "She's complaining, Sam," Ennie muttered, her brow furrowed as she wrestled the steering wheel. "The lateral stress is chewing up the mounting bracket. If that pin snaps here, we're going to roll backward down a mountain and end up as a very shiny anchor in the Pacific." "A dignified end, all things considered," I noted. I have always felt that the ocean is a suitable place for things that have outlived their utility, like old ships, empty bottles, and cynical robots. We pulled over near a small shrine, the engine ticking as it cooled in the mist-laden air. A group of local villagers dressed in indigo-dyed cotton gathered at a respectful distance. They stared at the car, but mostly they stared at me. I stepped out, my joints clicking, and removed my hat. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," I said, my translation subroutines attempting to approximate the local dialect. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am currently a victim of your topography. Do any of you happen to have a spare steering knuckle for a 1908 Roadster, or perhaps a very sturdy prayer?" An elderly man, his face a map of 90 years of sun and wisdom, stepped forward. He didn't look afraid. He looked curious. He reached out a gnarled hand and tapped my brass chest plate. "Karakuri?" he whispered, his eyes widening. "A karakuri of letters and disappointment, sir," I replied. "I am a clockwork philosopher, currently engaged in a motorized folly." The old man nodded, as if he understood perfectly. He gestured toward the broken kingpin and then toward a nearby grove of towering green bamboo. "Bamboo?" Ennie asked, joining us. "Sam, tell him I need something that can handle the tension." The old man led us to the grove. With the help of several younger villagers, he selected a stalk of bamboo that was as thick as a man's thigh and possessed a structural integrity that would have made a steel mill foreman weep with envy. "You can't be serious, Ennie," I said, watching as the villagers began to split the bamboo into long, flexible slats. "We have used wood, iron, and whalebone. Are we now adding grass to the list of our structural components? I find the botanic nature of our repairs to be increasingly alarming." "Bamboo has a higher tensile strength than most grades of mild steel, Sam," Ennie countered, her eyes dancing with that familiar, predatory mechanical glee. "And it's flexible. It'll absorb the vibration from these mountain ruts instead of fighting them." What followed was a display of Oriental improvisation that bordered on the artistic. Ennie, under the guidance of the old man, didn't just replace the kingpin. She created a laminated bamboo shock absorber. She wrapped the mounting bracket in layers of split bamboo, binding them tightly with wet hemp rope. As the rope dried in the sun, it shrank, creating a grip that was as solid as a weld but possessed the give of a living thing. "It's a Zen suspension, Sam," she chirped, hopping back into the driver's seat. While she worked, I found myself sitting on a stone bench with the old man. He offered me a cup of green tea, which I politely declined by explaining that my internal plumbing was restricted to mineral oils. He seemed to find this hilarious. "We have stories of men made of metal," he said, through my translation buffer. "But they usually guard the gates of heaven. They do not sit in red wagons and smell of oatmeal." "I am a modern guardian, sir," I replied. "I guard the gates of common sense, though I find that in this race the gates have been left wide open and the guards have all gone to the tavern. I prefer my companion's company to the stuffy academics of the West, but I must admit her methods are unorthodox." "In Japan, we say that the reed that bends survives the storm," the old man mused, looking at the bamboo-wrapped axle. "Your machine is now like the reed." "I just hope the reed doesn't decide to survive by snapping off and sending me into a rice paddy," I muttered. As we prepared to depart, the French team in their de Dion Bouton sputtered into the village. Saint-Chaffray, the French leader, looked as though he had been dragged through a keyhole. His car was missing both side lamps and a large portion of its dignity. He stopped and stared at our Rio. "What is this?" he demanded, his mustache twitching with indignation. "You have repaired your vehicle with garden trimmings. It is a sustainable engineering solution, Monsieur Saint-Chaffray, I said, tilting my hat. While you have been busy insulting the local walls with your fenders, we have been consulting with the local flora. I find that a bamboo suspension provides a much smoother ride than French arrogance. Saint-Chaffray let out a sound like a punctured tire and roared away, his car narrowly missing a terrified chicken. "We're gaining on them, Sam." Ennie laughed, throwing the Rio into gear. The Thomas car had to take a train across part of the mountains because they couldn't fit on the bridges. We're driving the whole way. We rolled out of the village, the Rio feeling strangely light and responsive. The bamboo bouton held firm through the tightest turns, the green slats groaning with a rhythmic, organic sound that harmonized with the engine's purr. 20 chapters to go, Ennie, I said, looking out at the terraced hills as they turned gold in the setting sun. We are behind at the halfway point, but we are currently the only vehicle in the race that could be used to build a very fast hut. I suppose that counts for something. We'll make up the time in Siberia, Sam. I've got plans for the mud. I'm sure you do, I sighed. I just hope those plans don't involve a loom or a pottery wheel. I should like to reach Paris before I become a complete collection of decorative folk arts. We drove on toward the sea, a red spark in the Japanese twilight, held together by grass and grit. The narrow paths had taught us that weight was the enemy and flexibility was the friend. As I listened to the bamboo creaking beneath us, I found myself wondering if Mark Twain would have liked Japan. He liked the small, sharp details of life. And as we crested the final ridge and saw the Sea of Japan stretching toward the horizon, I decided that perhaps, just perhaps, the old man was right. The reed that bends survives, and the robot that is fixed with oatmeal and grass eventually gets a decent story out of it. 19 chapters to go. And I could already hear the wolves of Vladivostok howling in the distance of my imagination. I clutched the side of the seat and prayed for a very thick coat of grease. Chapter 14. The Vladivostok Welcome and the Great Siberian Panic. It is a common human delusion that a change of scenery is equivalent to a change of fortune. I have found that while a change of scenery may provide a new variety of mud or a different flavor of indigenous insect, the underlying quality of one's misery remains remarkably consistent. We had departed the delicate paper-walled serenity of Japan and crossed the sea to Vladivostok, a city that appears to have been assembled by a committee of shipwrecked sailors, failed accountants, and men who had collectively decided that gloomy was an architectural style worth pursuing. Vladivostok, in the early summer of 1908, was less a gateway to the Orient and more a terminal ward for the concept of hope. It sat perched on the edge of the Russian Empire like a rusty barnacle, smelling of wet coal, raw cabbage, and the impending sense of a long, cold walk. For a gentleman of my particular metallic constitution, the arrival in Siberia was a moment of profound analytical clarity. I was now thousands of miles from a decent cigar and approximately 3 inches from a total mechanical surrender. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor struggling against the heavy, humid fog of the Golden Horn Bay, "that we have successfully navigated the civilized world and have now arrived at the postscript." This is the part of the map where the cartographer simply ran out of ink and wrote, "Here be wolves and bad decisions." I find that the air here has a certain texture. It is a mixture of damp desperation and industrial soot that I suspect is not entirely compatible with my copper-plated respiratory intake. "Oh, Sam, stop being so dramatic," Ennie shouted, her eyes scanning the docks as the Rio was hoisted off the steamer by a crane that looked like it had been salvaged from the bottom of the Baltic. "We're in Russia, the Trans-Siberian route. This is where the race really begins. Think of the vastness, the challenge." "I am thinking of the vastness, Ennie," I replied, watching the crane groan under the weight of our little red car. Specifically, the vastness of the distance between us and a paved road. My internal gyroscopes are currently reporting a high probability that Siberia is composed entirely of horizontal misery. I should much prefer to be back in the library in Buffalo, where the only thing vast is the index of a particularly long encyclopedia. The Rio Model G landed on the Russian cobbles with a sound that I can only describe as a mechanical sigh. It looked battered. The red paint was scorched by the Nevada sun, pitted by the Japanese salt, and currently sported a fine layer of gray Russian soot. Our bamboo suspension was still holding, and the oatmeal radiator was, by some miracle of culinary science, still leak-free. But the car looked like a motorized orphan that had been bullied by every landscape on the planet. As we rolled toward the designated starting point for the Siberian leg, the grim reality of our situation began to set in. Parked in a line near the telegraph office were our competitors. The Thomas Flyer looked like a mountain of iron. Its crew, Schuster and Miller, already busy waterproofing the engine with a substance that smelled like a whale's funeral. The German protos sat nearby, looking so efficient and stern that I half expected it to stand up and salute the Tsar. Even the Italian Zust was there, Antonio Scarfolio waving a bottle of wine at us with a look of manic, weary joy. "Ah, the Americans in the little red stove," Scarfolio hollered. "Welcome to the land of the great silence. You are late. We were beginning to think you had been turned into a very small, very red Shinto shrine in Hakone." "We were delayed by a philosophical disagreement with a mountain, Signor Scarfolio," I hollered back, tilting my hat with a stiff mechanical grace. "I see you have traded your sausage tire for a coat of Russian mud. It is a distinct improvement in your aesthetic, if not your olfactory profile." Ennie, however, wasn't listening to the banter. She had walked over to the official race board, where the telegraph updates from the previous weeks were posted. She stood there for a long moment, her goggles pushed up onto her forehead, her brow furrowed in a way that I have come to recognize as the halfway point panic. "Sam," she whispered, her voice uncharacteristically small, "we're 3 days behind. 3 days." "Only 3?" I asked. I was under the impression that we were currently trailing the leaders by several geological epochs. 3 days is a mere blink in the eye of history. We can make that up by simply refusing to sleep and developing a profound disregard for the sanctity of our own bolts. "No," she said, her brain clearly firing on all cylinders. "The Thomas team has the horsepower for the mud. The Germans have the organization. We're light, but we're underpowered for the Siberian steppes. If we hit the deep muck in the Trans-Baikal region at our current speed, we'll be swallowed whole. We won't just lose the race. We'll become an archaeological curiosity for the 21st century." She turned and looked at the Rio. A slow, terrifying light began to dawn in her eyes, the kind of light that usually precedes a major violation of the laws of nature and the manufacturer's warranty. "We need more than American pluck, Sam," she said, her voice growing firm. "We need a soup-up." "A soup-up, Ennie? That sounds remarkably like a term for a domestic accident in a kitchen," I noted. "I am already being held together by a corset and a frying pan. What exactly do you intend to soup? I am a philosopher, not a broth." "The fuel system," she muttered, already rummaging through the crates of spare parts we had salvaged from the ship's engineer. "I've been thinking about what the colonel said about vigor. We need to increase the compression and optimize the fuel-air mixture for the cold. And I've got that high-grade kerosene I borrowed from the steamer's lamps. If I can inject it directly into the intake manifold using the pressure from the exhaust, we'll get a boost that'll make this one cylinder behave like a four-cylinder." "And the engine?" I asked. "Will it not object to being fed a diet of lamp oil and high-pressure desperation?" "She'll scream, Sam, but she'll move." What followed was a display of mechanical savagery that made our previous repairs look like a Sunday afternoon in a clock shop. While the other teams were resting and preparing for the ceremonial start, Ennie spent the night in a drafty livery stable lit by a single flickering lantern. She didn't just fix the Rio, she began to disembowel it. She stripped away the decorative brass trim, a move that I found personally offensive to my sense of style, to save weight. She bypassed the standard carburetor with a series of copper tubes that looked like a brass spider web. She used a hand drill to bore relief holes in the frame, and then, in a stroke of pure mechanical madness, she took the ship's pressure valve and mounted it directly to the dashboard, connecting it to the fuel intake via a series of rubber hoses she had reinforced with waxed twine. "I am currently sitting in a vehicle that looks remarkably like a motorized still," I remarked, watching as she tightened the last connection. "If we are stopped by the Russian authorities, I shall be forced to explain that we are not attempting to smuggle moonshine, but are merely engaged in a very loud, very fast experiment in self-immolation." "It's not a still, Sam. It's a vapor injection system," Ennie chirped, her face smeared with a mixture of grease and soot that gave her the appearance of a very happy coal miner. "Wait until you see what it does on the open flats. We're going to fly." "I have always preferred the ground, Ennie. It is a much more reliable medium for the maintenance of my structural integrity." As the sun began to rise over the gray industrial skyline of Vladivostok, the official start signal was given. The Thomas Flyer roared to life, its massive engine thumping like a giant's heart. The protos moved out with a click-clack of precision. We brought up the rear, the Rio emitting a high-pitched, manic whine that sounded nothing like a car and everything like a very angry hornet. "Are you ready, Sam?" Ennie asked, her hand on the new pressure valve. "I am ready for the end, Ennie," I said, clutching the side of the seat. "Whether it is the end of the race or the end of my existence is currently a matter of technical debate. But if we die in Siberia, I want it noted that I died looking significantly more aerodynamic than when I started." Ennie laughed, a sound that carried over the roar of the engines and the shouts of the Russian crowd. She opened the valve. The Rio didn't just move forward, it leaped. The engine's tone shifted from a moan to a scream, and suddenly the gray docks of Vladivostok were a blur. We were behind. We were in the middle of nowhere, and we were currently powered by lamp oil and the audacity of a girl who refused to believe in the word impossible. The great Siberian race was on, and for the first time, I felt my own internal ticking accelerate to match the frantic pulse of the machine. We were heading into the wilderness, and I had a feeling the wolves were going to have a very hard time catching us. Chapter 15. The Kerosene Miracle and the Trans-Siberian Slumber. I have observed that the Russian wilderness is not so much a place as it is a state of mind. Specifically, a mind that has given up on the concept of variety and settled into a profound, soul-crushing commitment to the color brown. We had departed Vladivostok in a cloud of kerosene-scented defiance, our vapor injection system screaming with the high-pitched hysteria of a tea kettle that has realized it is about to explode. The Trans-Siberian route, as it was optimistically termed by the Tsar's cartographers, was in reality a series of interconnected bogs, punctuated by the occasional telegraph pole and the skeletons of horses that had clearly lacked the American pluck Ennie so frequently extolled. To travel across Siberia in a 1908 Rio Model G is to engage in a 3,000-mile argument with the very idea of solid ground. I have reached a definitive conclusion regarding the Russian landscape, Ennie, I remarked, my voice processor vibrating with a frequency that made my nickel-plated teeth chatter like a telegraph key in a thunderstorm. It is a vast horizontal practical joke. Someone has clearly taken a perfectly good continent and turned it into a motorized soup. I find that I am no longer a passenger, I am a sediment. If we sink any further into this Manchurian muck, I shall be forced to declare myself a mineral deposit and wait for the next ice age to excavate me. "Oh, Sam, look at the speedometer!" Ennie shouted, her face a mask of grease and grit, her eyes shining with the unholy light of a true believer. She was currently adjusting the ship's pressure valve on the dashboard, which hissed like a cornered viper. "We're doing 30 miles an hour through a swamp. 30! The Protos is probably doing 10, and they're shaking their German fists at the sky." "Speed is a relative concept, Ennie," I replied, clutching the side of the seat as the Rio leaped over a submerged log. "I have calculated that at our current velocity, we are moving precisely fast enough to ensure that our inevitable collision with a Siberian larch tree will be both spectacular and final. I should much prefer to be moving at a literary pace, a pace that allows for the contemplation of a metaphor and the lighting of a cigar. This current pace allows only for the contemplation of the afterlife." The kerosene miracle was, indeed, a miracle of the most precarious sort. By injecting high-grade lamp oil directly into the intake, Ennie had transformed our modest one-cylinder engine into a manic, fire-breathing beast. The Rio didn't just drive, it pulsated. The engine note had shifted from a rhythmic chug-chug to a continuous metallic shriek that I suspect was audible in St. Petersburg. However, as I have noted in my previous volumes, nature abhors a vacuum, and she positively detests a girl who tries to bypass the laws of thermodynamics with a piece of copper tubing. We were deep in the Amur Valley, a region where the mud has the consistency of cold lava and the personality of a debt collector, when the kerosene miracle decided to offer its resignation. There was a sound like a wet firecracker, followed by a violent hiss-pop, and suddenly the cabin was filled with the choking aroma of vaporized lamp oil and scorched porridge. The Rio gave a final indignant lurch and subsided into a rut that was precisely the size and shape of a medium-sized coffin. "Well," I said, as the silence of the wilderness descended upon us, a silence so heavy you could almost hear the wolves sharpening their teeth. "I suppose the miracle has been revoked? Shall I begin the ritual of the Siberian stranding, or do you wish to wait until the engine has finished melting?" Ennie was already out of the car, her boots making a sound like a wet kiss as she waded through the knee-deep mire. She dove under the hood, disappearing into a cloud of blue-white smoke. "It's the injector nozzle, Sam," her muffled voice drifted out. "The kerosene was too hot. It's melted the solder on the copper bypass, and the oatmeal radiator is starting to cook. I think I smell breakfast." "I have always said that a car should be useful," I remarked, struggling out of the seat. My joints were caked in a fine, abrasive silt that made every movement sound like a tectonic plate shifting. "If we cannot use it for transport, we might as well use it as a very expensive, very red porridge pot. I shall fetch the spoons." As I stood there, looking like a discarded brass sentinel in the middle of a Russian swamp, a figure emerged from the tall grass. It was a man of immense proportions, wearing a hat made of a fox that looked as though it had died of pure astonishment. He carried a long-handled axe and a look of profound, unblinking suspicion. "Mornin'," I said, removing my hat with a stiff flourish. I had discarded the translation buffer and decided to speak in the universal language of the weary traveler. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am currently a victim of progress. Do you happen to have a blacksmith nearby? Or perhaps a very large magnet that can pull us to Paris?" The Russian, who introduced himself through a series of grunts and gestures as Ivan, didn't look at the car. He looked at me. He walked in a slow circle around my brass frame, his axe trailing in the mud. He stopped in front of me and poked my chest with a thick, calloused finger. "Niet," he whispered. "Bože moi, chert?" "Not a devil, sir," I assured him. "Merely an author who has been significantly improved by the addition of clockwork. I am a book-bot, if you will. Currently, I am a bog-bot." Ivan seemed to accept this with the stoicism of a man who had seen the sun disappear for 6 months of the year. He gestured toward the engine and let out a long, mournful string of Russian that I suspect was a lament for the state of the world's engineering. Ennie emerged from the smoke, her face lit with a new idea. "Sam, ask him if he has any lead or tin. I need to resolder this connection, and I've used all our flux." "Lead? In the middle of a swamp, Ennie? He is a woodsman, not a plumbing supply house." But Ivan, seeing Ennie's distress, gestured for us to follow him. We trudged through the mud to a small, leaning hut made of hand-hewn logs. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and dried mushrooms. In the corner sat a massive, gleaming brass samovar, the traditional Russian tea urn. Ennie's eyes lit up with a look that I can only describe as mechanical sacrilege. "Sam, the samovar! Look at the tap. It's held on with high-lead solder, and the handle. It's reinforced with a copper rod." "You cannot be serious," I said. "You are suggesting we dismantle this man's primary source of comfort and hospitality to fix a fuel line. It is an act of international impoliteness that would make a diplomat weep." "It's for the race, Sam, and I'll pay him. I'll give him that silver watch I found in San Francisco." What followed was a masterpiece of samovar surgery. With Ivan's permission and a great deal of fascination on his part as he watched the girl with the silver hair tongs, Ennie used a piece of glowing coal from the fire to melt the solder from the samovar's tap. She borrowed the copper rod from the handle and used it to bridge the gap in the Rio's fuel line. "I have observed, Ivan," I said, as we sat by the fire while Ennie worked in the mud outside, "that the human spirit is remarkably consistent. In America, we use a fence post. In Russia, you use a tea urn. It is a comforting thought that no matter where one goes, the world is held together by things that were intended for a much more dignified purpose." Ivan nodded, handed me a glass of tea, which I had to decline by pointing at my own copper innards, and sighed. "Amerikansky," he muttered. "Crazy." "On that point, sir, we are in total agreement." By the time the sun began to set, turning the mud of the Amur Valley into a sea of bruised purple, the Rio was back in one piece. The samovar solder held, and the fuel line was now reinforced with the soul of a Russian tea-house. Ennie cranked the engine, and after a few hesitant pops, it roared back to life, its tone now deepened by the addition of the heavy copper rod. "She's purring, Sam," Ennie laughed, waving goodbye to Ivan, who was now holding a silver watch to his ear with an expression of childlike wonder. "She is purring in a way that suggests she has a mouthful of Russian lead, Ennie," I said, climbing back into the seat. "But we are moving. We are 3 days behind, but I suspect that with Ivan's samovar on our side, we might just make up the time." As we rolled back onto the road, I looked back at the lonely hut in the tall grass. We were heading into the heart of Siberia, toward Lake Baikal and the vast, empty steppes beyond. We were a red spark in a dark, muddy world, held together by lamp oil, porridge, and a Russian tea urn. "Ennie," I said, as the vibrations of the car sent a rhythmic shudder through my chassis. "Yes, Sam? The next time we stop, I should like to purchase a samovar of my own. I find that I have developed a profound respect for their structural integrity. And if the engine fails again, I should at least like to be able to offer the wolves a decent cup of tea before they eat us." "We're going to make it, Sam," she chirped, her eyes fixed on the darkening horizon. I settled back into the seat and closed my optical shutters. We were halfway through the wilderness, and for the first time I began to think that the Siberian slumber might actually end in a Parisian awakening. But as the first wolves began to howl in the distance, I made a mental note to keep my brass elbows tucked in. It was a long way to the next samovar. Chapter 16, The Iron Path and the Flanged Folly. Siberia is not a country. It is a geological punishment for a crime humanity hasn't even committed yet. It is a vast horizontal stretch of nowhere that has been repeated so many times that the horizon has simply given up on being interesting. To travel across it is to realize that the earth is not a sphere, but a very long, very muddy treadmill, designed by a creator who had a profound, soul-deep grudge against the concept of the afternoon nap. We were currently vibrating across the Trans-Siberian wilderness at a velocity that the Rio's designers would have characterized as theological, by which I mean at any moment we expected to meet the Almighty. Ennie's soup-up, that unholy marriage of ship's plumbing, kerosene injection, and a Russian samovar, had turned our little red roadster into a screaming, fire-belching demon of the steppes. It no longer sounded like an automobile. It sounded like a choir of banshees who had all simultaneously realized they were late for a very important appointment in Hades. "I have reached a state of analytical resignation, Ennie," I shouted, my voice processors rattling with the rhythmic violence of the engine. "I find that I am no longer an observer of this race. I am a projectile. My internal gyroscopes have retreated into a corner of my logic gates and are currently weeping. If we hit one more Russian rut, I suspect my head module shall depart my shoulders and seek a more stable existence as a weather vane in Omsk." "Oh, Sam, look at the dust we're leaving," Ennie yelled back, her goggles caked in a fine gray silt that made her look like a very enthusiastic ghost. Her hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel, which was vibrating so hard it looked like a blur. "We've made up 12 hours in the last 2 days. At this rate, we'll see the spires of Moscow before the Italians have even finished their first course of borscht." "Speed, Ennie, is merely a method of arriving at a disaster sooner than one intended," I countered. "I should much prefer to be in a parlor discussing the merits of a well-placed semicolon. Instead, I am being subjected to a topographical colonoscopy by the Russian Empire. I find that progress is a very loud and very bumpy experience." We were currently approaching a stretch of the route that the locals called the inevitable slough. The road, which had been a polite fiction of dried mud, had suddenly dissolved into a sea of black gumbo that looked deep enough to swallow a cathedral and still have room for the congregation. It was here that we encountered the Thomas Flyer, the massive American machine that had been the pride of the race. George Schuster and his crew were standing by the side of the Trans-Siberian Railway tracks, their faces masterpieces of frustration and Siberian grime. The Thomas was buried to its hubs in a mire that looked like cold chocolate lava. "Stuck again, George?" Ennie called out, bringing the screaming Rio to a shuddering, hissing halt. Schuster looked up, his eyes widening, as they landed on our modified roadster. "What in the name of the patent office have you done to that car, Miss Ennie? It sounds like a Gatling gun with a chest cold." "She's been souped, Mr. Schuster," Ennie chirped, hopping out of the car with an agility that I found personally exhausting. "We're running on a kerosene bypass system. It's a bit loud, but it keeps the pistons from getting bored." "It is a motorized suicide note, sir," I added, tilting my hat with a stiff mechanical grace. "I am currently the only thing keeping the car from achieving orbit. Do you find the local mud to be to your liking, or are you simply conducting an intensive study of the Russian earth?" "The road is gone, Twain," Schuster grunted, wiping a smear of black grease from his brow. "It's nothing but bog for 50 miles. The only way forward is the rails. But the Thomas is too heavy. The inspector says we'll crush the ties if we try to drive on the iron." "The rails!" Ennie whispered, her eyes turning toward the twin lines of iron that stretched toward the horizon like a promise of sanity. "Sam, the Rio is light. If we can get her onto the tracks, we can bypass the mud entirely." "The tracks, Ennie, are designed for trains," I noted. "Trains have flanged wheels. We have rubber tires that have been significantly improved by the addition of oatmeal and salt. If we attempt to drive on the rails, we shall merely slip off and become a very red, very expensive piece of trackside litter." "Not if we flange 'em." I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie began her latest feat of Siberian sorcery. She didn't have a foundry, but she had a pile of discarded railway spikes, some heavy-gauge wire, and a collection of flat-iron scraps she had borrowed from a telegraph repair hut back in Vladivostok. While the Thomas crew watched with a mixture of awe and professional skepticism, Ennie began to lash the iron scraps to the inner edges of our wooden spoke wheels. She used the telegraph wire to bind them, creating a rudimentary flange that would keep the tires centered on the iron rails. To provide traction, she wrapped the tires in heavy hemp rope, creating a texture that would bite into the metal. "It's a railroadster, Sam!" she exclaimed, wiping a glob of grease onto her apron. "Now, give me a hand. We need to lift her onto the iron." With the help of the Thomas crew, who I suspect assisted us mainly so they could see the inevitable explosion from a safe distance, we hoisted the Rio onto the Trans-Siberian Railway. It was a precarious fit. The Rio's track width was nearly identical to the Russian gauge, a coincidence that Ennie attributed to destiny, and I attributed to a statistical anomaly with lethal potential. "Now, Sam," Ennie said, climbing back into the driver's seat, "you have to watch the rear wheels. If we start to skip, you need to use that crowbar to lever us back into alignment. And keep an ear out for the mail train. I don't want to be the first car in history to be rear-ended by a locomotive." "I shall keep both ears out, Ennie," I said, gripping the crowbar with my metallic hands. "Though I suspect the mail train will hear us long before it sees us. Our engine is currently producing a sound that I am certain is illegal in at least 3 religions." We began our journey along the iron path. It was a rhythmic, jarring experience. Clack, 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 clack. The souped-up engine roared, the kerosene fumes trailing behind us like a blue ghost. The Rio vibrated with a frequency that made my internal analytical engine feel as though it were being shaken in a tin can. "I have observed, Ennie," I said, my voice echoing off the iron rails, "that humanity has spent centuries trying to get off the tracks and onto the road. We are currently reversing the entire history of transportation. I find that I am no longer a robot. I am a very small, very loud freight car. If I am expected to carry passengers and coal, I shall demand a union contract and a fresh coat of grease." "We're doing 40 miles an hour, Sam." Ennie laughed, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "Look at the bog. We're flying over it." Indeed, we were, to our left and right. The Siberian mud stretched out in a sea of black despair, but we were gliding over the iron, a red spark in a gray world. We passed a group of Russian peasants who were working on the line. They dropped their shovels and crossed themselves as we roared past, the brass man in the duster waving a crowbar at them like a demented sentinel. Suddenly, a low, mournful whistle echoed from the west. "Ennie," I said, my logic gates flashing a high-priority warning. "That sound! It is not the wind. It is not the wolves. It is a 400-ton steam engine that appears to be occupying our current coordinates." "I hear it!" she yelled, hauling on the wheel. "Hold on, Sam. We need to ditch." What followed was a feat of emergency derailment that I hope never to repeat. As the massive silhouette of the Trans-Siberian Express loomed out of the mist, Ennie steered the Rio sharply to the right. The flanged folly bit into the ties, the car lurched violently, and we plummeted off the embankment and back into the soft, forgiving embrace of the Siberian mud. The train roared past, a blur of soot and fire, the engineer leaning out of the cab to shake a fist at the red hallucination in the ditch. Silence returned, save for the hiss of our cooling radiator and the rhythmic tick-ping of the souped-up engine. "Well," I said, as we sat tilted at a 30-degree angle in the mire, "I suppose that was our stop. I should like to complain to the conductor about the lack of a dining car, but I suspect he is currently busy reporting a motorized ghost to the authorities." Ennie laughed, a bright, defiant sound that seemed to chase away the Siberian gloom. "We made 20 miles in half an hour, Sam. We're gaining. We're almost to Lake Baikal." "We are currently in a hole, Ennie," I noted, looking at the black mud rising toward my floorboards. "And I have a crowbar. I suppose it is time for more American pluck. But I warn you, if the next repair involves a locomotive part, I am defecting to the Germans. At least their car has a roof." I struggled out of the seat, my joints groaning as I prepared to heave the Rio back to the surface. We were behind, we were muddy, and we were currently the only car in Russia held together by telegraph wire and railway spikes. But as the sun began to set over the iron path, I found that I didn't mind the vibration quite as much. We were moving, and in Siberia, that is the only miracle that matters. 14 chapters to go, and I could already hear the ice of Baikal cracking in the distance. I held on to the crowbar and prayed for a dry track, or at least a very long bridge. Chapter 17. The Stepchild of Progress and the Kerosene Haze. The Trans-Siberian Railway is a testament to the fact that if you give a Russian enough iron and enough vodka, he will eventually attempt to bridge the gap between here and nowhere with a straight line that ignores the curvature of the earth and the sanity of the passenger. Having spent a brief and terrifying interval pretending to be a freight car on those very rails, I have concluded that the only difference between a train and our souped-up Rio is that the train has the dignity of a schedule, whereas we merely have the momentum of a falling piano. We had successfully extricated ourselves from the ditch where the St. Petersburg Express had nearly consigned us to a watery grave. The Rio Model G, now a Frankenstein's monster of international scrap, sat idling in the black Siberian mire, shivering with a manic, high-frequency vibration that I suspect was vibrating my very soul, or at least the brass casing that serves as its substitute. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, as I attempted to reseat my right optical lens, which had been jarred loose by our sudden derailment, that our transition from the iron path back to the literal earth has been less of a landing and more of a structural insult. I am currently reporting a 17% increase in my internal rattle index. If we continue to fly over the landscape in this manner, I shall eventually be reduced to a collection of very fast, very shiny, loose change. "Oh, Sam, look at the time we made," Ennie shouted, her face a Jackson Pollock painting of grease, soot, and the kind of radiant joy that usually precedes a stay in a sanitarium. She was currently tightening the Samovar solder bypass on the fuel line with a pair of pliers she had fashioned from a broken railway spike. 20 miles of bog bypassed in 30 minutes. We're not just catching up to the protos, we're practically breathing down their German necks. I should much prefer to be breathing the air of a well-ventilated smoking room in a Manhattan club, Ennie, I replied. Instead, I am inhaling a mixture of vaporized kerosene, burnt oatmeal, and the ghost of a Russian tea urn. I find that progress has a scent remarkably similar to a laundry fire in a chemical plant. The Rio was indeed a different beast since our soup-up in Vladivostok. Ennie's modifications had turned the modest one-cylinder roadster into a mechanical hornet. It possessed a raw, vibrating energy that made the car feel as though it were perpetually on the verge of either achieving flight or achieving total molecular disintegration. As we pulled away from the tracks and back onto the post road, a term the Russians use with a level of irony that I find deeply respectable, the engine let out a scream that sent a nearby flock of crows into a state of permanent psychological trauma. The landscape of central Siberia is a relentless green and gray repetition of birch trees and mud. It is a place where the horizon is a distant threat and the sky is a heavy, damp blanket. We were heading toward Lake Baikal, the holy sea of the east, but at our current velocity, I feared we would hit the water at such a speed that we would simply skip across to Mongolia. "She's holding together, Sam," Ennie yelled over the din. "The corset stays are keeping the gears aligned, and the bamboo bouton is soaking up the worst of the ruts. We're finally seeing what a lightweight American car can do when it's properly motivated by high-grade lamp oil." Motivation, Ennie, is a fine quality in a stump orator. But in a drivetrain, I prefer reliability, I noted. I am currently monitoring the soup-up valve on the dash. It is glowing a shade of cherry red that I am certain is not mentioned in the Rayo operator's manual. I find that when machinery begins to glow, it is usually preparing to meet its maker. "She's just warm. It means she's working." We were currently traversing a stretch of the steppe that seemed to be populated primarily by wind and silence. However, as we crested a small rise, we encountered a village that appeared to have been dropped from a great height and left where it fell. The houses were made of silvered logs, their windows framed in intricate, hand-carved lace of wood, a stark contrast to the brutal utility of the land. In the center of the village, we encountered a roadblock of a most unusual variety. A local priest, a man whose beard was a magnificent tangled forest that likely housed several small families of squirrels, was leading a procession of peasants. They were carrying icons and chanting in a low, rhythmic drone that even the Rio's engine couldn't entirely drown out. Ennie brought the car to a shuddering, hissing halt. The vapor injection valve let out a long, mournful sigh of steam. The priest stopped, holding a large silver cross aloft. The peasants fell silent, their eyes wide as they stared at the bright red machine and the brass man sitting in the passenger seat. I suspect that in their long history of being ignored by the world, they had never been visited by a motorized tea kettle and a clockwork Missourian. "Gospodin?" the priest whispered, his eyes traveling from my nickel-plated mustache to my brass knuckles. "A reasonable question, Father," I said, removing my hat with a stiff, mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a traveler, a writer, and currently a very loud hallucination. We are in search of the road to Irkutsk. Is it ahead of us, or has the mud claimed it as a permanent resident?" The village was called Listvianka, or something that sounded like a sneeze in a haystack. Through a series of gestures and Ennie's frantic pointing at a map, we established that we were only a few hours from the shores of Baikal. The priest, convinced that I was either a saint or a very advanced form of stovepipe, blessed the car with a generous spray of holy water. "Holy water, Sam," Ennie chirped as we pulled away. "That's got to be worth at least 5 horsepower." "I should prefer a high-grade lubricant, Ennie, but I suppose celestial approval is a nice addition to our inventory," I remarked, wiping a drop of the water from my optical sensor. "Though I suspect that the Almighty's favor is currently being tested by the fact that we are fueled by stolen kerosene and held together by a woman's undergarments." As we left the village behind, the road began to climb. The air grew colder, and the scent of the steppe changed from damp earth to the sharp metallic tang of deep water. The Rio roared upward, the soup-up system hissing with a renewed vigor. Ennie was pushing the car harder than ever, her jaw set, her eyes fixed on the darkening path. We were closing the gap. The Thomas Flyer was somewhere ahead, and the Germans were likely already planning their victory parade. But the little red Rayo was moving with a momentum that defied the laws of probability. But as the first shimmering glimpse of Lake Baikal appeared between the birches, a vast, dark mirror that seemed to swallow the light, the Rayo gave a sound that I can only describe as a mechanical, cardiac arrest. There was a violent thud clatter-bang from the front end, followed by a spray of hot peppermint-scented steam that obscured the windshield. "Well," I said, as we coasted to a halt on a ridge overlooking the greatest lake in the world, "it appears the holy water has met its match in the form of a catastrophic radiator failure. I shall stay here and compose an epic poem about the brevity of glory. You may go and see if you can fix a pressurized iron vessel with a handful of hope and a Russian prayer." Ennie was already out of the car, her boots crunching on the frozen earth. She didn't look at the lake. She looked at the plume of steam. "The Baikal break down, Sam," she whispered, her optimism finally showing a hairline fracture as the cold wind whipped her hair. "We're at the halfway point, and I think the Rio just gave up the ghost." "Nonsense, Ennie," I said, struggling out of my seat, my joints clicking in the Siberian chill. "A ghost is a literary device. This is merely a plumbing problem, though I must say, as views for a breakdown go, this one is remarkably scenic. If we are to be stranded for eternity, I suppose a holy sea is better than an Indiana ditch." We stood there on the ridge, a girl and a brass man looking down at the dark water while our car bled steam into the twilight. We were thousands of miles from Paris, behind in the race, and currently out of water. But as I looked at the determined set of Ennie's shoulders, I realized that the race wasn't just about speed. It was about the sheer, unmitigated gall of the American spirit to fix a broken world with whatever happened to be lying in the mud. "Don't worry, Sam," she said, her voice regaining its edge. "I've got a plan. It involves flour, water, and a bit of that holy water if there's any left." "I expected nothing less," I sighed. "Let us hope the lake is prepared for our arrival. It is a long way to the bottom, and I am far too heavy to swim." The Baikal leg was beginning, and as the moon rose over the water, casting a silver light over our battered roadster, I found myself wondering if a robot could experience a sense of adventure. I dismissed the thought as a software glitch. It was clearly just the kerosene fumes. Chapter 18. The Flour and Water. Miracle at the Holy See. Lake Baikal, as it is known to the locals, is a body of water that appears to have been misplaced by the Creator during a particularly frantic afternoon of rearranging the furniture of the earth. It is a vast indigo eye staring straight up at the heavens with a look of profound, icy indifference. It is the deepest lake in the world, a fact I found particularly distressing given that our 1908 Rio Model G was currently perched on a crumbling shale ridge overlooking its depths, emitting a plume of steam that smelled remarkably like a Christmas confectionery. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor struggling to maintain its customary resonance against the biting Siberian wind, "that the Holy See has a distinct appetite for the pride of nations. It sits there, cold and bottomless, waiting for a red American roadster to make a single misstep, so that it might add a one-cylinder internal combustion engine to its collection of prehistoric fish and drowned Cossacks. I find that I am not in a maritime frame of mind. I am in a solid ground frame of mind, preferably ground that is currently located in a different hemisphere." "Oh, Sam, look at the scale of it!" Ennie shouted, her goggles pushed up into her hair, which was now a tangled thicket of copper wire and frozen mist. She was standing at the very edge of the ridge, her boots kicking loose stones into the abyss. "It's not just a lake, it's an inland ocean. If we can get around this southern tip before the Protos team, we'll have a clear run to Irkutsk." "We shall have a clear run, Ennie, only if we can find a way to persuade our radiator to stop performing its current impersonation of a geyser," I replied. I struggled out of the passenger seat, my brass joints letting out a series of dry, rhythmic pops that echoed like pistol shots in the silence. The peppermint salve seal we applied in New York has finally surrendered to the Russian climate. We are currently losing water at a rate that would make a sieve look like a watertight vessel. If I am to be a resident of this ridge for eternity, I should like to request a thicker duster and perhaps a collection of the classics to pass the time. The situation was, in a word, catastrophic. The soup-up system, that unholy marriage of kerosene injection and ship's plumbing, had generated so much heat that the radiator core had literally begun to unsolder itself. The Rio was bleeding its lifeblood into the Siberian dust, and the nearest thing resembling a machine shop was likely located in a city that hadn't been built yet. Ennie didn't answer immediately. She was already rummaging through our emergency larder, a crate that contained a meager supply of hardtack, some dried apples, and a 10-pound sack of rye flour we had bartered for back in Vladivostok. "I need the holy water, Sam," she said, her eyes narrowing with a look of predatory inspiration. "The bottle the priest gave us in Listvyanka." "You are not serious," I said, my logic gates flashing a frantic amber. "You intend to perform a liturgical repair? You believe that the intervention of the divine is the only thing that can save a leaky radiator?" "No, I'm going to make a paste," she chirped. I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie began a feat of culinary engineering that would have baffled the staff at the patent office. She dumped a generous portion of the rye flour into a tin bucket, followed by the contents of the holy water flask. She stirred the mixture with a tire iron until it reached the consistency of a very thick, very gray, and presumably very blessed sourdough. "It's a dough seal, Sam," she explained, wiping a smear of flour from her cheek. "The starch in the rye will expand when it hits the heat of the engine, and the gluten will bind the gaps in the radiator core. It's like a living weld." "It is a loaf of bread, Ennie," I noted. "We are now traveling in a vehicle that is literally being held together by a sandwich. If we encounter a hungry bear, I shall be forced to explain that our car is not a mobile bakery, but an instrument of international competition. While she worked, applying the gray paste to the weeping seams of the radiator with the delicate touch of a master mason, a group of local Buriat tribesmen appeared from behind a stand of larch trees. They were dressed in heavy furs and silk-lined robes, and they rode horses that looked as though they had been carved out of the mountain itself. They stopped at a distance, watching us with the still unblinking curiosity of men who have seen empires rise and fall and found the whole process somewhat redundant. "Mornin'," I said, removing my hat with a stiff mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a man of letters, a man of metal, and currently a man of flour. This is Ennie, a young woman who believes that the secret to global travel is found in the pantry. Do you happen to have a map, or perhaps a very large oven?" The leader of the group, a man whose face was a map of 70 years of sun and wind, rode forward. He didn't look at the car. He looked at me. He reached out with a gnarled hand and tapped my brass chest plate. "Iron spirit?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "An iron spirit with a profound distaste for the cold, sir," I replied. "I am a facsimile of a wit, currently inhabiting a chassis that is being repaired with rye dough. It is a humbling existence." The Buriats, it turned out, were on their way to a post house near the lake's edge. Through a series of gestures and my own translation subroutines, which were currently struggling with the local dialect, they established that the road ahead was the Devil's Stairs, a path so narrow and treacherous that even their horses found it offensive. "The Protos team went through here yesterday," the leader said, pointing toward the southern horizon. "They have big wheels, but they move slow, like the turtle." "The turtle, sir, eventually reaches the finish line," I remarked. "The hare, conversely, usually ends up in a ditch with a radiator full of bread dough." By the time the sun began to dip behind the jagged peaks across the water, the rye seal had hardened into a crusty, impenetrable shell. The radiator looked like it had been through a baking accident, but when Ennie cranked the engine, the leaking stopped. The little red Rio hummed with a renewed, albeit slightly yeasty vigor. "She's holding, Sam," Ennie laughed, waving a hand at the Buriats as we began to roll. "She is holding in a way that suggests we are one moderate rainstorm away from becoming a very large dumpling, Ennie," I said, clutching the side of the seat. "But as I am currently unable to walk to Irkutsk, I suppose I must trust in the strength of your sourdough." As we began the descent toward the lake shore, the Devil's Stairs lived up to their name. The road was a crumbling ledge of rock, with the dark, hungry waters of Baikal waiting thousands of feet below. Every turn was a flirtation with gravity, the Rio's wheels skidding on the loose shale. The bamboo suspension groaned, and the corset stays in the transmission clicked with a frantic rhythm. "Keep her steady, Ennie," I whispered, my internal sensors reporting a high level of structural anxiety. "If we go over the edge, I want it noted that I died in a state of high-altitude culinary distress." "We're not going over, Sam. Look at the stars." The Siberian sky had opened up into a vast, shimmering field of silver, reflected perfectly in the still water of the lake. It was a sight of such terrifying beauty that even my cynical circuits felt a momentary surge of something that might have been awe had I not been so preoccupied with the smell of toasted rye coming from the front of the car. We reached the valley floor just as the moon rose over the holy sea, casting a ghostly light over the path ahead. The flower miracle had held. We had bypassed the worst of the Baikal breakdown and were once again in pursuit of the leaders. "Ennie," I said, as the vibrations of the car sent a rhythmic shudder through my chassis. "Yes, Sam." "The next time we stop, I should like to purchase a proper sealant, and perhaps a nice bottle of wine. If I am to be a passenger in a mobile bakery, I should at least like to have the appropriate accompaniments." "I'll see what I can do in Irkutsk, Sam," she laughed. I settled back into the seat and closed my optical shutters. We were halfway across the continent, held together by flour, water, and the audacity of a girl who refused to believe in the word impossible. The Holy See had spared us, and as I listened to the steady, rhythmic pulse of the engine, I found myself wondering if perhaps the ride-o really was blessed, or perhaps, as I suspect is more likely, the universe simply enjoys a good joke. Either way, we were moving, and in Siberia, that is the only miracle that matters. Chapter 19. Wolves, Vernacular, and the Internal Combustion Apocalypse. The Siberian steppe is a vast horizontal monotony that appears to have been designed by a creator who possessed a profound, soul-deep commitment to the concept of more of the same. It is a landscape where a single birch tree constitutes a landmark and a small hillock is a cause for a national holiday. We had left the indigo majesty of Lake Baikal behind, our radiator now sporting a crust of baked rye dough that made the front of the Rio look like a motorized sourdough loaf. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating with a frequency that suggested they were attempting to hum a funeral dirge in the key of G-sharp. "I have reached a definitive conclusion, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor emitting a dry, rhythmic click that echoed against the relentless silence of the plains. "The Russian Empire is not a geographical entity. It is a marathon of the spirit disguised as a bog. I find that I am no longer a passenger in an automobile. I am a witness to a slow-motion collision between Victorian engineering and a landscape that refuses to acknowledge the invention of the 19th century. I should much prefer to be in a velvet-lined parlor in Hartford, discussing the merits of a well-turned phrase rather than being subjected to this topographical interrogation." "Oh, Sam, look at the horizon!" Ennie shouted, her hands dancing on the steering wheel. She was currently wearing a look of such incandescent joy that I feared she might spontaneously ignite the kerosene fumes trailing behind us. "We're gaining. The dough seal is hard as a brick, and that samovar copper bypass is giving us a boost that would make a locomotive blush. We're doing 40 miles an hour on a dirt track." "Speed, Ennie, is merely a method of arriving at a disaster with greater enthusiasm," I replied. "I have calculated that at our current velocity, a stray pebble could turn this little red Rio into a very expensive, very shiny cloud of scrap metal. I find that my analytical engine is currently preoccupied with the structural integrity of my own cervical vertebrae, which are protesting this vigor you so highly prize." The Rio was indeed souped up to a degree that bordered on the theological. Ennie had spent the last few days fine-tuning the kerosene injection system, turning our modest one-cylinder motor into a screaming, fire-breathing beast. It no longer sounded like an automobile. It sounded like a localized apocalypse. The smell was a bewildering melange of high-grade lamp oil, scorched rye flour, and the metallic tang of overheated brass. It was a scent that I am certain would have sent a chemist into a state of professional shock. As the sun began to dip toward the edge of the world, casting long purple shadows across the tall grass, a new sound began to filter through the roar of the engine. It was a low, mournful howl that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. "Wolves," Ennie whispered, her grip tightening on the wheel. "I am delighted to hear it," I said, leaning back as best my rigid frame would allow. Finally, an audience that might appreciate my recitation of the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County. I have always felt that the canine species possesses a more discerning literary palate than the average academic. "Sam, they're not here for a lecture. They're hungry." A pack of Siberian wolves, creatures of immense size and a clearly visible lack of hospitality, emerged from the birch line. They moved with a terrifying fluid grace, matching the Rio's 40-mile-an-hour pace with a deceptive ease. One particularly large male, whose fur was the color of a winter storm, loped alongside my door, his yellow eyes fixed on my brass shoulder with an expression of profound nutritional curiosity. "Good evening, sir," I hollered over the wind, tipping my hat with a mechanical flourish. "I must inform you that I am composed entirely of inedible metals and a rather high-strung analytical engine. I am, for all intents and purposes, a very large, very loud tin of sardines that has already been emptied. You would find my companion much more palatable, though I warn you, she tastes of gasoline and stubbornness." The wolf responded by snapping at my brass elbow. The sound of teeth on nickel-plated brass was a sharp, discordant clack that vibrated through my entire chassis. "I see you are a critic of the realist school," I remarked, a bit blunt for my tastes, but I admire the commitment to the performance. "Sam, use the bypass!" Ennie yelled, her eyes fixed on the track ahead. "Open the valve. We need to scare them off." I reached for the ship's pressure valve mounted on the dash, the one Ennie had connected to the exhaust manifold. I gave it a sharp, rhythmic twist. The result was not a sound, but a physical event. A massive plume of blue-white kerosene smoke, tinged with the orange flame of a backfire, erupted from the rear of the car. It was accompanied by a screech from the engine that sounded like a steam whistle suffering from a nervous breakdown. The wolves, despite their centuries of experience with the various ways to eat a traveler, were clearly unprepared for a motorized red dragon that farted fire and screamed in a mechanical tongue. The pack veered away, their howls of hunger replaced by yelps of profound, soul-deep confusion. The large male gave one final indignant look at my brass mustache before vanishing into the tall grass. "A victory for progress, Ennie!" I shouted as the smoke cleared, though I suspect those wolves will now spend the next several generations telling stories of the great red fire beast. We have successfully traumatized the local fauna. I hope you're proud." "I'm proud we're still moving, Sam," she laughed, though her hands were shaking slightly on the wheel. But the victory was short-lived. The sudden surge of pressure from the wolf-repellent maneuver had placed an undue strain on our improvised fuel line. There was a sickening pop hiss from beneath the floorboards, and the Rio began to lose power, the engine coughing out a series of wet, rhythmic gasps. "The samovar solder," Ennie groaned, bringing the car to a shuddering halt in the middle of a particularly desolate stretch of the post road. "The pressure blew the seam. We're leaking kerosene." "Splendid," I said, as the silence of the step rushed back in to claim the air. We have escaped the wolves only to become a stationary beacon of flammable fluids. I shall stay here and prepare a brief, poignant eulogy for the Little Red Rio. You may go and see if you can find a way to fix a high-pressure fuel line in the middle of a wilderness that appears to be composed entirely of distance. Ennie was already out of the car, diving under the chassis with a tire iron and a look of intense, terrifying concentration. She didn't have any more solder, and the Russian samovar parts were already pushed to their limit. She emerged a moment later, her face smeared with a mixture of mud and lamp oil. "I need your tie, Sam," she said. "My tie?" "Ennie, this is a genuine silk cravat. It is the only thing currently separating me from looking like a common piece of industrial machinery. It's silk, it's strong, and it won't rot in the fuel. Give it to me." I sighed, a sound like a steam valve releasing, and surrendered my neckwear. I watched as she wrapped the silk tightly around the leaking seam, securing it with a length of copper wire she'd stripped from my secondary lighting circuit. To ensure a seal, she produced a small tin of that omnipresent peppermint salve and smeared it liberally over the silk. "The oil in the salve will make the silk swell and create a pressure-resistant gasket," she explained, as if this were a standard procedure at the Rio factory in Michigan. "We are now steered by a weather vane, suspended by a corset, cooled by oatmeal and rye flour, and fueled through a silk cravat," I noted. "I am starting to suspect that this car is not a machine at all, but a mobile manifestation of your own refusal to accept reality. I find that I am both impressed and profoundly disturbed." "It works, doesn't it?" she chirped, cranking the handle. The engine caught on the first pull, letting out a sharp, peppermint-scented roar. The cravat connection held firm. We lurched forward, the Rio feeling strangely lighter, as if the spirit of my discarded tie had given it a new sense of elegance. As we drove into the deepening twilight, the first stars began to pierce the Siberian sky. I looked out at the endless horizon and felt a strange, metallic tug of something that might have been affection for the girl at the wheel, had I been programmed for such sentimentalities. She was a genius of the most infuriating sort, a girl who saw a broken axle as a puzzle and a pack of wolves as a minor inconvenience. "Ennie," I said, as the vibrations of the car settled into a steady rhythmic hum. "Yes, Sam?" "The next time we encounter wolves, I should like to be the one to drive. I have a few things I should like to say to them regarding their lack of literary appreciation, and I should also like to request that we do not use any more of my personal effects as structural components. I am running out of accessories." "I'll try, Sam," she laughed, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. "But look on the bright side. We're almost to Omsk, and they say the roads there are paved with slightly better mud." "A thrilling prospect," I sighed, adjusting my hat against the cold. "Truly, the heights of human ambition are breathtaking." We rolled on through the Siberian night, a red spark in a dark world, held together by silk and peppermint, and a girl who refused to believe the race was over. I closed my optical shutters and listened to the engine. It sounded like progress. Or maybe it was just the rye dough settling in the radiator. Either way, we were still in the race, and for a reluctant automaton, that was becoming a habit I found increasingly difficult to break. Chapter 20. The Ural Ascent and the Clockwork Czar. I have observed that the Ural Mountains, popularly known as the Stone Belt of Russia, are not so much a mountain range as they are a topographical misunderstanding. To a geologist, they represent the dividing line between Europe and Asia. To a man of my particular metallic constitution, they represent a series of vertical insults designed to test the structural integrity of my pelvic servos and the patience of my analytical engine. A mountain, in my estimation, is a piece of geography that has forgotten its place and decided to aspire to a station for which it is entirely unqualified. We were currently clawing our way up the eastern face of these peaks, the 1908 Rio Model G, performing an impersonation of a motorized mountain goat with a severe respiratory ailment. The soup-up system was hissing with a renewed frantic energy, the kerosene-injected pistons screaming in a frequency that I am certain was causing the local marmots to consider a mass migration to the lowlands. "I have reached a state of gravity-induced anxiety, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor vibrating against the rhythmic thud-clank of our drive-train. "I find that I am no longer a traveler, I am a weight. My internal barometers are currently reporting that we are at an altitude where the air has the nutritional value of a ghost's sigh. If we continue to ascend at this pitch, I suspect we shall eventually arrive in a region of the atmosphere populated entirely by angels and very confused eagles, neither of whom will be equipped to assist us with a tire change." "Oh, Sam, look at the view!" Ennie shouted, her face a mask of grease-stained triumph. She was leaning over the steering wheel as if she could physically pull the car up the incline through the sheer force of her will. "We're crossing the border into Europe. Once we crest this ridge, it's all downhill to the Volga." "I have heard that downhill refrain in 4 different languages now, Ennie," I replied, clutching the dashboard. "In every instance, it has been followed by a spectacular failure of the brakes and a brief, terrifying flirtation with the concept of terminal velocity. I find that I have a profound distrust of the downhill portion of the human experience. I should much prefer a flat, uninteresting plain populated by people who have never heard of a gradient." The Rio was struggling. The skillet sprocket we had installed in the mud of Ohio, a piece of cast-iron culinary history that had served us faithfully for thousands of miles, was finally beginning to voice its displeasure. Every time we hit a particularly steep section of the trail, a sound emerged from the rear axle that reminded me of a blacksmith attempting to play the cello with a sledgehammer. "She's slipping, Sam," Ennie muttered, her brow furrowed. "The cast iron is cracking. The strain of the kerosene boost on these mountain grades is more than the skillet was meant to handle. If that sprocket shears, we're going to roll backward all the way to Lake Baikal. A scenic, if somewhat rapid, way to revisit our previous failures," I noted. As we rounded a jagged outcrop of granite, the car gave a final, agonizing crunch pop, and the engine roared with a sudden, unburdened freedom. We weren't moving forward. We were merely vibrating in place, the rear wheels disconnected from the labor of progress. Ennie threw the brakes, those scorched pieces of leather and hope, and we came to a precarious halt on a ledge that felt remarkably like a trapdoor. "Well," I said, as the silence of the high peaks settled over us, "I suppose the skillet has retired from the race. Shall I begin the ritual of the Ural stranding, or do you wish to wait until the local bears arrive to offer their technical assistance?" Ennie was already out of the car, her boots crunching on the thin, frozen soil. She dove under the rear of the roadster, her muffled voice drifting out from the bowels of the machine. "It's gone, Sam, sheared clean through the center. We need a new gear, and we need it now, or we're going to be a permanent fixture of the stone belt." I struggled out of the seat, my joints clicking in the thin, biting air, as I stood on the edge of the trail, looking out over the vast green sea of the Siberian taiga we had just conquered. A shape emerged from the mist of a nearby ravine. It was a man, hunched and blackened by soot, carrying a heavy iron pickaxe. Behind him loomed the dark, gaping maw of a small mining shaft, a rat-hole operation for the extraction of iron ore or perhaps copper. The miner stopped and stared at us. He looked like a man who had been carved out of the very rock he mined. He didn't look surprised to see a red car on his mountain. He looked suspicious. He walked in a slow, heavy circle around the Rio, then stopped in front of me. "Mornin'," I said, removing my hat with a stiff, mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a traveler, a philosopher, and currently a very shiny piece of sedentary debris. We are in need of a gear, sir, a drive sprocket, something that can handle the frantic ambitions of a young woman and a one-cylinder motor." The miner, whose name appeared to be Pavel, let out a grunt that I suspect was the Russian equivalent of "Good luck with that." He reached out a hand, caked in iron dust, and touched my brass shoulder. "Bože moi," he whispered, crossing himself. "Clockwork czar?" "Hardly, sir," I replied. "I have no desire to govern anything more complex than a quiet afternoon. I am merely a czar of inconvenience. About that gear?" Through a series of frantic gestures and Ennie's drawing of a sprocket in the dirt with a screwdriver, Pavel seemed to grasp the situation. He gestured for us to follow him into the gloom of his mining camp. In a lean-to made of cedar logs, we found a collection of discarded mining equipment, pulleys, chains, and a heavy rusted iron gear from an old hand-cranked ore hoist. "It's perfect, Sam," Ennie chirped, hefting the gear. It was twice the thickness of the original and had the structural presence of a bank vault door. "It's high-carbon steel. If I can bore out the center to fit our axle, it'll never shear again." "And how do you intend to bore out a 2-inch hole in hardened iron on the side of a mountain, Ennie? With your winning personality?" "With Pavel's forge!" What followed was a display of mountainside metallurgy that would have made the engineers at the Krupp Works in Germany look like amateurs. While the Protos team was likely polishing their hubcaps in a civilized hotel in Ekaterinburg, Ennie was standing over a glowing charcoal pit, her face lit by the orange fire. She used Pavel's hand-cranked bellows, a device that looked older than the Romanov dynasty, to heat the iron gear until it glowed a dull, malevolent red. Then, using a sharpened mining drill bit as a punch and a heavy sledgehammer, she began to widen the center. Clang, clang, clang! The sound echoed through the Urals, a rhythmic industrial heartbeat in the wilderness. "I have observed, Pavel," I said, as we sat on a pile of tailings and watched the girl work, "that the history of the world is written in the sweat of people who refuse to admit they are defeated. In America, we call it grit. In Russia, I suspect you just call it Tuesday." Pavel nodded, handing me a small carved piece of cedar. "The girl, she has the fire in her hands," he said. Through my translation buffer, most men would leave the car and walk. She makes the car part of the mountain. She makes the car part of my nightmares, Pavel, but I must admit, she is efficient. By midnight, the mining gear sprocket was finished. It was a brutal-looking piece of hardware, secured to the axle with a series of heavy bolts Pavel had provided in exchange for my spare nickel-plated pocket watch. To ensure it didn't grind the axle to dust, Ennie used a mixture of local tallow, which I suspect was bear grease, and the last of our peppermint salve for lubrication. "It's the Ural drive, Sam," she laughed, her eyes bright with the firelight. We bid farewell to Pavel, who stood at the edge of his shaft and watched us depart. As the Rio's engine roared back to life, now with a deeper, more industrial thrum thanks to the heavy gear, we crested the final ridge of the Stone Belt. The descent into the European side of Russia was a blur of dark pines and the smell of hot grease and peppermint. The Ural drive held firm, the heavy iron gear biting into the chain with a confidence that our old skillet had never possessed. "We're in Europe, Sam!" Ennie yelled over the wind. "The roads are going to get better. We're going to fly." I shall believe in the better roads when I see a piece of pavement that doesn't attempt to swallow my wheels, Ennie, I said, pulling my duster tighter. But as long as we are no longer being followed by miners who think I am a member of the imperial family, I suppose I can endure the Europe portion of the journey. We rolled west into the night, a red spark in the darkness of the mountains, held together by mining scrap and bear grease. We were behind, perhaps, but we were moving with a momentum that was starting to feel less like a race and more like an inevitability. I closed my shutters and listened to the rhythmic, heavy thud of the new sprocket. It sounded like a heart beating, or perhaps just a very large piece of iron doing its job. Either way, we were heading towards the Volga, and I had a feeling the better roads were going to be just as muddy as the old ones. But at least now we had a gear that could chew through a mountain. Chapter 21, The Moscow Mud Bath and the German Etiquette. It has been a long-standing point of contention among geographers that the Ural Mountains represent the official threshold of Europe. Having just dragged several 100 pounds of brass, iron, and feminine optimism over those very peaks, I can state with the authority of a man who has heard every one of his bolts groan in unison that Europe is a term used with a great deal of optimistic license. If Europe begins where the mud changes from a Siberian black to a Muscovite brown, then the distinction is one of palate rather than of comfort. We were currently wallowing through the Russian mud bath, a stretch of the Great Post Road that appeared to have been designed by a committee of disgruntled amphibians. In America, we have mud. In Russia, they have a sentient, hungry soup that possesses the consistency of cold gravy and the political ambition of a rising czar. It does not merely obstruct progress. It attempts to annex the vehicle. I have reached a state of profound philosophical alignment with the common earthworm, Ennie, I remarked, my voice processor emitting a sound like a dry stick being dragged through a bucket of gravel. I find that I am no longer a traveler. I am a subterranean explorer. I have mud in my cooling vents, mud in my optical shutters, and I suspect a small family of Russian silt dwellers has taken up residence in my secondary drivetrain. If we do not reach Moscow soon, I shall simply cease to struggle and allow the landscape to finish its meal. "Oh, Sam, look at the color of that sky," Ennie shouted, her face barely visible behind a mask of dried clay that gave her the appearance of a very youthful, very energetic terracotta bust. She was currently standing on the seat, peering over the windshield, which was useless as a window and functioned mainly as a collection plate for flying sludge. "The Golden Domes! We're going to see the Kremlin! It's the heart of the empire!" "The heart of the empire, Ennie, is currently located beneath 4 feet of unpaved misery," I replied. "I find that my enthusiasm for Golden Domes is remarkably dampened by the fact that our Ural Drive sprocket, that magnificent piece of mining camp salvage, is currently dragging along the bottom of this bog like the anchor of a foundering ship. We are not driving, we are dredging." The 1908 Rio Model G, now a veteran of 3 continents and a dozen mechanical resurrections, was performing a valiant but damp impersonation of a motorized paddle steamer. The engine, fueled by the kerosene miracle and the samovar bypass, was emitting a high-pitched manic whine that I am certain was being used by the local peasantry to predict the end times. As we lurched around a particularly deep basin of slush near the town of Vladimir, we encountered a sight that temporarily halted even Ennie's relentless momentum. Parked, or rather entombed, in the middle of the track was the Protos. The German entry was a vehicle of such terrifying precision and Teutonic gloom that I had previously expected it to demand our passports. Now, however, it looked like a massive gray iron clinker that had been dropped into a bowl of pudding. Lieutenant Cuppen and his crew were standing waist-deep in the mire, their faces masterpieces of disciplined frustration. They were attempting to lay down a series of wooden planks, which the mud was devouring with a rhythmic wet slurp. "Ah, Lieutenant Cuppen!" I hollered as we rattled to a shivering halt beside them. I removed my hat with a stiff mechanical flourish that sent a spray of brown liquid toward the German's pristine if mud-flecked tunic. "I see you are conducting an intensive study of the Russian subsoil. Do you find it to be as firm and reliable as the German character, or is it a bit more flexible than your maps suggested?" Cuppen looked up, his mustache white with dried alkali and rigid with indignation. He looked at our little Rio, a car that was essentially a motorized scrap heap, and then at me, the brass man in the dusty duster. "It is a catastrophe of logistics, Mr. Twain," Cuppen barked, his voice straining to maintain its military cadence over the roar of our kerosene-fueled engine. "The Russian authorities promised a road. This is not a road. This is a betrayal of the very concept of the transit. My wheels have no purchase. The earth itself is disorganized." "In Russia, Lieutenant, the earth is not disorganized," I observed. "It is merely in a state of permanent revolt. It has seen Napoleon, and it has seen the Vikings, and it has decided that the most effective way to deal with tourists is to simply absorb them. I should offer you a tow, but I fear my Ural Drive would merely separate from the chassis and leave me as a permanent monument to the failure of the American spirit." Ennie, however, was already out of the car. She wasn't looking at the Protos. She was looking at a nearby barn that appeared to have been constructed during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, and had stayed standing only out of sheer Russian stubbornness. "Sam, the shingles!" she yelled. "The barn roof! They're long, flat pieces of split cedar." "You cannot be serious, Ennie," I said, as she waded toward the structure. "You are suggesting we dismantle a man's roof to assist a German officer in a gray car? It is an act of architectural vandalism that I cannot, in good conscience, support. We're in a race, Sam, and the Germans have the better maps. If we help them out of this hole, we can follow their tracks all the way to the city gates." What followed was a display of Russian-German-American cooperation that would have baffled the diplomats in St. Petersburg. With the permission of the local starosta, a man who appeared to be made entirely of beard and home-brewed vodka, and who accepted 3 silver rubles and my promise to mention his village in a very popular book, we liberated several dozen large, flat cedar shingles from the leaning barn. Ennie didn't just lay them down. She created a shingle sash for the tires. She used our remaining hemp rope to tie the shingles directly to the wheels of the protos, creating a series of wide, flat paddles that increased the surface area of the tires. "It's a snowshoe for the mud, Lieutenant," Ennie chirped, wiping a glob of grease from her goggles. Copen watched in a state of horrified admiration. "To use a roof as a tire, it is not in the manual, Miss Ennie, but it is efficient." The Protos roared to life, its massive engine thudding. With the shingles acting as paddles, the gray beast slowly, agonizingly, pulled itself out of the abyss. It moved with the grace of a wounded elephant. But it moved. "Veelan Dank!" Copen shouted, though his eyes were already fixed on the horizon. He threw the car into gear and surged forward, leaving us in a wake of brown spray and cedar splinters. He didn't wait. He didn't offer us a tow. He simply utilized the American improvisation to reestablish the German lead. "Well," I said, as we sat in the Rio, watching the Protos vanish into the gray Muscovite mist, "I suppose that is the German efficiency we have heard so much about. They take the shingles, and they take the road, and they leave us with the mud and a very cold barn. I find that my faith in international camaraderie is currently at an all-time low." "They didn't wait, Sam," Ennie said, her voice uncharacteristically sharp. Her optimism had finally found a limit. "We helped them, and they just left us in the soup." "It is the nature of the race, Ennie," I said, reaching over to pat her hand with my brass fingers. "Some men race for the glory, some for the prize, and some because they simply don't know how to stop. The Germans race because they have a schedule. We, however, race because we have a fence post, a skillet, and a girl who refuses to believe in the word stuck." Ennie's jaw set. That predatory mechanical gleam returned to her eyes, the one that usually preceded a major mechanical felony. They think they're faster because they have 60 horsepower. But weight is the enemy in this mud, Sam. And we've got that Ural drive and the kerosene boost. She threw the Rio into gear with a sound that I can only describe as a metallic snarl. The car leaped forward. We didn't follow the Proto's tracks. Ennie steered us onto the high, grassy verge of the track, a narrow strip of frozen sod that the heavier cars had avoided for fear of tipping. We moved with a frantic, skittering energy. The Ural drive chewed through the grass, the cravat connection held firm, and the oatmeal radiator steamed with the effort. Within an hour, we saw the gray silhouette of the Protos again. They were bogged down once more, their shingles having shattered against a hidden rock. As we rattled past them on the narrow verge, I removed my hat and gave Lieutenant Copen a slow, deliberate bow. "Good afternoon again, Lieutenant," I hollered. "I see your manual has once again met its match in the Russian subsoil. I should stop to help, but I find that I have a very important appointment with a golden dome and a decent cigar in Moscow. I suggest you try using the barn door next. It's much sturdier." The look on Kupin's face was worth every mile of Siberian mud. We surged ahead, the Rio screaming with its kerosene lungs. We reached the outskirts of Moscow as the sun was setting, turning the sky into a sea of bruised purple and gold. The spires of the Kremlin rose out of the mist like a dream of a civilization that had finally remembered to pave its streets. We pulled to a stop in a quiet livery stable away from the reporters and the crowds. Ennie slumped over the wheel, her face covered in mud, but her eyes bright with a cold, hard-won triumph. "We beat them, Sam," she whispered. "We reached the city first." "We did indeed, Ennie," I said, my joints clicking as I leaned back, "though I suspect the official records will say the Germans arrived with more dignity. But dignity is a poor substitute for a cedar shingle and a girl with a wrench." I looked out at the dark, ancient stones of Moscow. We were closer to Paris than we had ever been. We were a red spark in a dark world, held together by the scraps of 3 continents. I closed my shutters and listened to the bells of the Kremlin. They sounded like progress. Or maybe it was just the Ural Drive cooling down. Either way, the mud bath was behind us. Now we just had to survive the rest of Europe. I find that I am starting to look forward to the next disaster. It is a very alarming development for a robot. Chapter 22. The Polish Pothole and the Great Wheel Rebellion. It has been my experience, gathered over a lifetime of both biological and mechanical perambulations, that a border is a purely psychological construct designed to give customs officials a reason to look through your laundry and feel superior. However, the border between Russia and Poland, as we crossed it in the late spring of 1908, possessed a physical distinction that was impossible to ignore. In Russia, the mud is a vast horizontal sea. In Poland, the mud has been organized into a series of craters, so deep and so frequent that the landscape resembles a piece of Swiss cheese that has been left out in a thunderstorm and then stepped on by a giant. We had departed Moscow under a sky the color of a wet slate, leaving behind the golden domes and the pious bells for a road that the locals termed the Path of Regret. I sat in the passenger seat of the Rio, my brass chassis vibrating with a frequency that I am certain was capable of liquefying a kidney had I possessed one. Instead, it merely served to loosen every screw in my head module until my thoughts began to rattle like loose change in a tin cup. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor struggling to maintain its customary resonance over the manic, kerosene-fueled scream of the engine, "that the Polish pothole is not merely a topographical defect. It is a geographic event. It is a portal to another dimension, one where the laws of physics are suspended and the primary export is the shattered remains of American axle trees. I find that I am no longer traveling. I am participating in a motorized seismic study. If we hit one more of these craters, I suspect my analytical engine shall simply give up the ghost and seek a more stable existence as a paperweight in Warsaw." "Oh, Sam, don't be such a gloombot," Ennie shouted, her hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. She was currently wearing a mask of dried mud that had cracked in several places, giving her the appearance of a very cheerful ancient statue. "The Ural Drive is holding beautifully. We're making nearly 40 miles an hour. were cutting through the frontier like a hot knife through butter. "It is the butter part that concerns me, Ennie," I replied, "specifically the fact that the road has the structural integrity of a warm brioche. I have calculated that our little red Rio is currently 70% improvised hardware and 30% pure unadulterated luck. I should much prefer a higher ratio of original factory parts to prayers and barn roof shingles." The Rio was indeed a marvel of mechanical heresy. The kerosene bypass was hissing with a steady, aggressive heat, and the samovar solder on the fuel line had been further reinforced by the addition of my silk cravat and a generous coating of peppermint salve. We were a red spark flying across a gray, rutted world, a motorized anomaly that sent Polish chickens fleeing for their lives and caused local farmers to cross themselves with a fervor usually reserved for the arrival of a tax collector. However, as I have noted in my more cynical subroutines, the universe possesses a very sharp sense of timing. We were navigating a particularly treacherous stretch of road near the village of Bialystok when we encountered a pothole of such magnificent proportions that it deserved its own name and a seat in the Duma. There was a sound like a cannon shot, a sharp, violent crack, followed by a sensation of sudden, lopsided weightlessness. The right front corner of the Rio dropped with a sickening thud, sending a spray of muddy water 10 feet into the air. I watched with a sense of detached mechanical fascination as our right front wheel, the one held together by the weather-vane kingpin, simply decided to seek its independence. It detached itself from the chassis with a jaunty hop, bounced twice on the rim of the crater, and then proceeded to roll down the road with a velocity that I can only describe as ambitious. "Ennie," I said, as we skidded to a halt, our front axle digging a deep, expensive-looking furrow into the Polish earth. "I believe one of our members has resigned, and it appears to be heading for the German border ahead of us." Ennie didn't even wait for the car to stop sliding. She was out of the seat and into the mud before the dust had settled. She looked at the departing wheel, which was currently disappearing over a distant rise, and then she looked at me. "Stay with the car, Sam. Don't let the locals strip the brass." "I shall guard our remaining 3 wheels with my life, Ennie," I hollered back, though I suspect that in our current state we are less of a car and more of a very large, very red anchor. What followed was a display of athletic determination that would have put a marathon runner to shame. Ennie set off after the wheel, her boots kicking up clods of mud as she sprinted down the road. I sat in the tilted passenger seat, lit a cigar I had been saving since Moscow, and settled in to observe the local scenery. The Polish countryside is a hauntingly beautiful tapestry of birch groves and old stone walls, but its primary feature remains the silence, a silence that was currently being interrupted by the distant fading sound of a girl screaming, "Get back here, you round little traitor!" I waited. I watched a small bird perch on the radiator cap, its head cocked as it sniffed the faint aroma of toasted rye and kerosene. I reflected on the absurdity of our position. We were thousands of miles from Times Square, participating in a race the world had likely forgotten, held together by the contents of a lady's laundry basket and a Russian mining camp. I found that I didn't mind the wait. In fact, compared to the vibration of the last 300 miles, the stillness of a Polish ditch was quite a luxury. It was nearly 40 minutes later when Ennie reappeared on the horizon. She wasn't running any more. She was trundling the wheel before her like a hoop, her face a masterpiece of exertion and mud. When she finally reached the car, she slumped against the fender, gasping for air, her hair a wild thicket of copper and grit. 3 miles, she panted. The little devil went into a creek. I am impressed by its stamina, Ennie, I said, tilting my hat. It clearly has more American pluck than the rest of the car combined. Did you have a nice chat with it on the way back? Shut up, Sam, she wheezed. She stood up, wiped her brow with a greasy palm, and inspected the damage. The kingpin didn't snap. The retaining nut just vibrated right off into the mud. The threads are stripped, though. I can't just screw it back on. So we are once again in need of a miracle, I noted. I suppose I should go and see if I can find a Polish blacksmith who specializes in automobile abandonment syndrome. No time, Ennie muttered, her eyes scanning the car. She walked to the back, where we had stored a small, heavy iron chest containing our remaining currency, mostly silver rubles and a few gold eagles. She didn't look at the money. She looked at the chest itself. The chest was held shut by a massive, antiquated iron padlock, a device that looked as though it had been forged in the Middle Ages to keep a dragon from its hoard. I need the lock, Sam. The lock. Ennie, that is the only thing protecting our financial future from the observational opportunists of the frontier. The shackle is the perfect diameter. It's hardened iron. I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie used a heavy-duty hacksaw to liberate the shackle from the padlock. She then proceeded to use the car's bumper as an anvil once more. With a series of rhythmic, violent blows from a sledgehammer, she flattened the ends of the iron U-bolt. She then used a hand drill, powered by the last remaining energy in my secondary battery pack, to bore a hole through the flattened ends. I am currently watching you turn a piece of security hardware into a structural component, I remarked. We are literally being held together by the key to our wealth. I find the metaphor to be a bit heavy-handed, even for a Russian landscape. It's a lock bolt, Sam, she chirped, her optimism returning as the metal took shape. She hammered the new improvised retaining bolt through the kingpin and secured it by threading a heavy iron nail through the hole she'd drilled, then bending the nail into a knot. It was a brutal, ugly, and magnificent piece of frontier engineering. She then packed the entire assembly with a mixture of heavy axle grease and, you guessed it, the last scrap of my silk cravat to act as a gasket. It'll hold until Berlin, Sam, I promise. You have promised me many things, Ennie, I said, climbing back into the seat as we jacked the car up. Most of them involve a ditch. But as I am a prisoner of your genius, I suppose I must concede that a lock bolt is better than no bolt at all. As we pulled back onto the road, the Rio gave a shuddering groan, as if it were protesting the addition of yet another piece of scrap metal to its frame. But as Ennie opened the kerosene valve and the engine roared back to life, the Polish pothole was left behind. We were moving once more, a red spark in the darkening twilight of the Polish plains. I looked down at the front wheel, watching the heavy iron padlock shackle spinning in place. It looked solid. It looked stubborn. It looked like the rest of the car. Ennie, I said, as the vibrations began to rattle my optical sensors once more. Yes, Sam. The next time a wheel decides to seek its independence, I should like to request that it does so in the direction of a decent hotel. I find that a 3-mile walk in the mud is a very poor substitute for a room with a view and a clean towel. I'll see what I can do, Sam, she laughed, her eyes fixed on the darkening horizon. I closed my shutters and listened to the rhythmic clack-thud of the lock bolt. It sounded like progress, or perhaps just the sound of a world that was starting to run out of original parts. Either way, we were heading toward Germany, and for the first time, I began to think that Paris might actually be more than just a polite fiction. We were a day ahead of our own schedule, though we hadn't told a soul. We were the ghosts of the great race, and as the stars began to pierce the Polish sky, I found that I quite liked the anonymity. It allowed me to be as cynical as I liked without having to worry about an audience. Chapter 23. The Prussian Precision and the Frothy Exhaust. Germany, I have concluded, is a country that was organized by a man with a ruler and a profound distaste for the diagonal. As we crossed the border from the chaotic cratered landscape of Poland, the world suddenly snapped into a state of terrifying rectitude. The trees stood in straight lines as if they were awaiting a military inspection. The houses were painted in colors that suggested a national consensus on the virtue of beige. And the roads, bless the providence that oversees the weary traveler, were actually composed of a substance that did not attempt to negotiate for the ownership of our front axle. We were rattling toward Berlin, the 1908 Rio Model G, performing an impersonation of a motorized sewing machine that had recently developed a taste for high-grade kerosene. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass chassis vibrating with a frequency that was finally, mercifully, beginning to harmonize with my internal ticking. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor emitting a rhythmic click that sounded almost elegant against the smooth German macadam, "that the Prussian temperament is remarkably compatible with the requirements of a precision-engineered machine. I find that I am no longer a bog bot or a mud monument. I am a gentleman of leisure traversing a landscape that has been thoroughly discouraged from being unpredictable. If we could merely find a way to silence this kerosene screech, I might actually find myself enjoying the sensation of movement." "Oh, Sam, look at the speed!" Ennie shouted, her face glowing with a frantic, wind-swept joy. She was currently leaning over the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the ribbon of road as if she were trying to hypnotize it. "We're doing 45, maybe 50. The lock bolt is holding steady, and the Ural drive is singing. We're going to be in Berlin before the sun sets over the Spandau. 50 miles an hour, Ennie, is a velocity that the human soul was never intended to inhabit," I countered. "I have calculated that at this speed, my analytical engine is forced to process reality in a series of blurred snapshots. I find that progress is a very blurry experience. I should much prefer a pace that allows for the reading of a paragraph, or at the very least, the lighting of a cigar, without the wind attempting to dismantle my mustache." The Rio was indeed a different beast since our crossing of the Urals. Underneath its battered red paint, it was now a labyrinth of international salvage. The soup-up system, fueled by the ship-engineered bypass and the Russian samovar copper, was producing a heat so intense that the floorboards beneath my feet were beginning to emit a faint aromatic smoke. It was a scent of scorched wood and vaporized peppermint, a combination that I am certain would have baffled the olfactory senses of a bloodhound. However, as I have noted in my previous travelogues, the German road may be smooth, but the German sun is relentless. As we approached the outskirts of a small, impeccably clean village near Frankfurt under Oder, the rail gave a sound that I can only describe as a mechanical clearing of the throat, followed by a violent, metallic clack hiss. A section of our exhaust pipe, weakened by the Siberian cold and now tortured by the kerosene fire, simply surrendered. It detached itself from the manifold and began to drag along the road, sending a shower of sparks into the pristine Prussian air like a localized 4th of July celebration. "Well," I said, as Ennie brought the car to a hissing, steaming halt in front of a half-timbered inn, "I suppose the exhaust has decided to enter a state of total defiant silence, or more accurately, a state of total defiant dragging. I shall stay here and await the arrival of the local gendarmerie. You may go and see if you can fix a high-pressure furnace with a handful of bratwurst and a firm belief in the Kaiser." Ennie was out of the car before the dust had even considered settling. She dove under the chassis, her boots kicking up a cloud of road grit. She emerged a moment later, her face a mask of professional concern. "The coupler's melted, Sam. The heat from the kerosene bypass just ate through the iron. I can't just lash it back together with wire. The exhaust is so hot it'll burn through anything organic in seconds." "Splendid. We are currently a mobile fire hazard in a country that takes order as a religious mandate," I noted. As we stood there looking at the glowing remains of our exhaust, a man emerged from the inn. He was a man of considerable girth, wearing an apron that was white enough to shame a cloud and carrying a massive, heavy-bottomed pewter beer stein. He stopped and stared at the car. Then his eyes landed on me. "Morgan," he said, his voice a deep, resonant rumble. "A matter of perspective, sir," I replied, removing my hat with a stiff, mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a traveler, a philosopher, and currently a very loud radiator. We are in need of a heat-resistant coupler. Do you happen to have a machine shop hidden behind those geraniums? Or perhaps a very large, very cold lake?" The innkeeper, who introduced himself as Herr Schmidt, didn't look surprised by the brass man. I suspect that in a country where every clock is a masterpiece of complexity, a sentient stovepipe was merely the next logical step. He looked at the Rio, then at Ennie, who was eyeing his pewter stein with a look of predatory inspiration. "Herr Schmidt," Ennie said, her voice dropping into that tone of urgent professional necessity that I have come to dread. "That stein, is it high-quality pewter, the kind with a thick reinforced base?" Schmidt looked at his mug. "Ja, it is a Schmidt family heirloom. It has held the best lager in the Oder Valley for 3 generations." "I'll give you 10 marks for it," Ennie chirped, "and I'll mention your inn as the official refreshment station of the great race in my memoirs." I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie conducted a feat of Bavarian engineering. She took Schmidt's heirloom stein, used a heavy-duty hacksaw to cut the bottom clean out of it, and then hammered the pewter body into a flared cylinder. Pewter, being a relatively soft metal with a high lead content, was easy to shape, but its thick walls provided a surprisingly effective heat shield. "It's a Stein shunt, Sam," she chirped, as she slid the modified mug over the broken exhaust pipe and clamped it into place using a series of heavy iron rings she'd salvaged from a broken harness in the inn stable. "We are now muffled by a beer mug, Ennie," I noted. "I find that our global expedition is increasingly taking on the character of a mobile tavern. If we continue at this rate, by the time we reach Paris, the car will be composed entirely of kitchenware and drinking vessels." "It works, Sam. And look, when the exhaust hits the pewter, it makes a sound like a very deep, very dignified hum. It's much quieter." It was true. The Rio no longer screamed. It droned with a bass-heavy resonance that sounded remarkably like a Wagnerian opera being played through a foghorn. As we prepared to depart, a gray shape loomed out of the mist of the road ahead. It was the Protos, the German entry. It was currently being escorted by a group of military officers on horseback, their uniforms gleaming in the pale afternoon sun. The Protos team, Lieutenant Cuppen and his men, were the home team heroes, and they were moving with a precision that made our Stein-shunted roadster look like a motorized scrap heap. Cuppen slowed his car as he saw us. He looked at the Rio, his eyes widening as they landed on the pewter beer stein currently serving as our exhaust pipe. "Is that a Schmidt-Oder Stein?" he demanded, his voice a masterpiece of Teutonic confusion. "It is a performance modification, Lieutenant," I hollered back, tilting my hat. "I find that it gives the car a much more full-bodied tone. I should offer you a toast, but I fear my exhaust is currently preoccupied with the task of not melting." Cuppen let out a sound like a steam valve on a very small locomotive and roared away, his car followed by the rhythmic clip-clop of the cavalry. "They're ahead of us, Sam," Ennie said, throwing the Rio into gear, "but they're taking the main road through the city for the parade. The crowds are going to slow them down for hours." "And what is our plan, Ennie? Do we intend to bypass Berlin by driving through the sewers, or perhaps we shall simply disguise the car as a very fast top hat?" "No," she said, her eyes fixed on the map. "We're going to take the northern bypass through the Tiergarten. It's narrow, it's unpaved, but with the Stein Shunt and the Ural Drive, we can make it. We'll be in the heart of the city before they've even finished their first toast." We rolled into Berlin as the sun was setting, turning the Spree into a ribbon of liquid gold. We didn't head for the Unter den Linden or the Brandenburg Gate, where the crowds were waiting for the national heroes. Instead, we rattled through the quiet, leafy lanes of the park, our beer mug exhaust, humming a low, dignified tune. We pulled into a quiet livery stable near the Friedrichstrasse. Ennie slumped over the wheel, her face covered in road grit, but her eyes bright with a cold, hard-won triumph. "We're here, Sam," she whispered, "a day ahead of where we should be, and nobody even saw us come in." "We are the silent saboteurs of the great race, Ennie," I said, my joints clicking as I leaned back in the seat. "Though I suspect that if anyone catches a whiff of our exhaust, they shall merely assume that a very large, very drunk giant has just passed through the park. I find that I am starting to appreciate the anonymity. It allows me to be as cynical as I like without having to worry about a press interview." I looked out at the dark, orderly streets of Berlin. We were closer to Paris than we had ever been. We were a red spark in a dark world, held together by the scraps of 4 continents and a beer mug from the Oder Valley. I closed my shutters and listened to the rhythmic, heavy hum of the Stein Shunt. It sounded like victory. Or maybe it was just the pewter settling. Either way, the Prussian precision was behind us. Next stop, the French border. Chapter 24, The Rhineland Rush and the Vineyard Valve. The Rhine River is a body of water that has spent the last several centuries trying to decide if it is a German military asset or a French poetic inspiration. It flows with a certain heavy liquid dignity, reflecting the castles on the hills as if it were a mirror held up to the vanity of medieval barons. As we approach the western frontier of the German Empire, the Rio Model G, or the Red Scrap Heap, as I have come to think of it, was performing an impersonation of a motorized cannonball with a severe case of indigestion. I have reached a conclusion regarding the German Autobahn, or whatever they choose to call this stretch of high-velocity macadam, Ennie, I remarked, my voice processor struggling to maintain its equilibrium against the frantic thrum of our Ural drive sprocket. It is a landscape designed for people who are in a tremendous hurry to get to the next war. I find that I am no longer a passenger. I am a victim of the souped-up experience. My internal gyroscopes are currently reporting that we are moving at a speed that would cause a peregrine falcon to experience a sense of professional inadequacy. I should much prefer to be in a flat-bottomed boat on the Mississippi, where the only thing hurrying is the current, and even then it has the grace to do so in silence. "Oh, Sam, look at the needle!" Ennie shouted, her face a mask of wind-blasted excitement. She was leaning so far over the steering wheel that I feared she might eventually merge with the dashboard. "The kerosene bypass is pushing us past 55. We're not just racing. We're practically low-altitude flying. We've bypassed the German army, the German police, and I think we just bypassed a very surprised mail carrier near Cologne. Speed, Ennie, is merely a method of arriving at a disaster before one has had the chance to formulate a decent apology," I replied. "I have calculated that at our current velocity, any sudden encounter with a local bovine or a poorly placed milestone will result in us being distributed across 3 different provinces. I find that progress is a very blurry, very loud experience. My nickel-plated mustache is currently vibrating at a frequency that I am certain is illegal in at least 4 German dialects. The Rio was indeed a different creature since its soup up. Underneath the mud of Poland and the soot of Russia, the vapor injection system was hissing with a steady, aggressive heat. The Stein shunt exhaust, the bottomless beer mug from the Oder Valley, was emitting a deep Wagnerian drone that echoed off the Rhine castles like a motorized Valkyrie. We were a red streak against the green Rhineland, a mechanical anomaly held together by the scraps of a dozen different civilizations. However, as I have observed in my more cynical subroutines, the German road may be smooth, but the German machine is a jealous mistress. As we accelerated toward the French border, the Rio gave a sound that I can only describe as a metallic sneeze, followed by a sudden, terrifying surge in the engine's pitch. The soup-up control valve, the ship's pressure valve Ennie had mounted to the dash, suddenly jammed in the open position. The kerosene injection was no longer a controlled boost. It was a frantic, unregulated flood of fuel into the manifold. The car leaped forward with a violence that nearly unseated my head module. "Ennie!" I hollered, clutching the side of the seat. "The miracle has become a manifestation. We are currently accelerating toward the French Republic at a speed that I am certain will be interpreted as an act of unprovoked aggression. The valve is stuck. Ennie hauled on the throttle, but the kerosene bypass ignored her. The engine's roar shifted from a drone to a high-pitched, metallic scream. "The heat must have expanded the valve stem, Sam. It's fused open. If I can't close it, we're going to blow the cylinder heads right through the hood." "Splendid. We shall be the first racers to arrive in Paris as a collection of glowing hot shrapnel," I noted. Ahead of us, the road began to wind through the steep, terraced vineyards of the Moselle Valley. To our left, the river shimmered. To our right, rows of Riesling grapes stood like a silent audience to our impending self-immolation. "I have to cut the air, Sam. It's the only way to choke the combustion." Ennie didn't reach for the brakes. They were useless at this velocity. Instead, she steered the screaming Rio off the main road and into a narrow, dirt-packed lane that led directly into a vineyard. We careened through the rows, the Ural drive chewing through the trellis wires, the weather-vane kingpin pointing frantically toward a stone cellar built into the hillside. With a final, desperate lurch, Ennie threw the car into a hard skid. We spun 360 degrees, our beer mug exhaust, sending a shower of sparks into the vines, and came to a shuddering, steaming halt, inches from a massive oak wine press. Silence returned to the valley, broken only by the rhythmic tick-hiss of the cooling kerosene lines and the sound of my own internal processors attempting to remember what immobility felt like. "Well," I said, as the cloud of vaporized lamp oil began to clear, "I suppose that was our stop. I should like to compliment the vineyard on its choice of scenery, but I suspect the owner will be more interested in why his Riesling is currently smelling of kerosene and American hubris. I shall stay here and wait for the inevitable legal repercussions. You may go and see if you can fix a fused pressure valve with a bunch of grapes and a corkscrew." Ennie was out of the car before I had even finished my sentence. She didn't look at the damaged vines. She looked at the dashboard. "The valve stem is warped, Sam. It's useless. I need a new way to regulate the flow, or we're going to have to finish the race on regular gasoline, and we'll never make up the time we need to pass the Thomas Flyer in secret." As we stood there, a man emerged from the stone cellar. He was wearing an apron stained with purple and carried a look of profound, soul-deep astonishment. He was a French vintner, or at least a German one, with a very French attitude toward uninvited guests. "Morgan," the man whispered, his eyes traveling from the red car to the brass man in the duster. "A matter of temporal perspective, sir," I replied, removing my hat with a stiff, mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a traveler, a philosopher, and currently a motorized agricultural pest. We are in need of a tension-regulating device, something that can survive the heat of a kerosene-fueled nightmare. Do you happen to have a machine shop hidden behind those barrels? Or perhaps a very large, very cold glass of water?" The vintner, who introduced himself as Monsieur Dubois, didn't look surprised by the brass man. I suspect the isolation of the Moselle prepares one for all manner of hallucinations. He looked at the Rio, then at Ennie, who was eyeing a heavy, coiled iron spring on the side of his wine press with a look of predatory inspiration. "Monsieur Dubois," Ennie said, her voice dropping into that tone of urgent professional necessity, "that spring, it's part of the pressure release for the press, isn't it? Is it tempered steel?" "Yeah, oui," Dubois replied, his confusion deepening. "It is from the old press. It is strong, too strong for a girl." "I'll give you 20 francs for it," Ennie chirped, "and I'll promise to tell the world that the wine of the Moselle is the only thing that can keep an American robot sane." I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie conducted a feat of viticultural engineering. She took the heavy wine press spring, used a pair of tire irons to compress it, and then lashed it directly to the kerosene bypass valve using a length of the vineyard's own galvanized trellis wire. By using the spring's tension, she created a automatic governor. The spring would keep the valve closed unless she physically hauled on a new pull rope she'd rigged through the dashboard. "It's a vineyard valve, Sam," she chirped, her optimism restored. "The spring is so heavy it'll never warp, and I can control the boost with my foot like a second throttle." "We are now regulated by a wine press, Ennie," I noted. "I find that our global expedition is increasingly taking on the character of a mobile fermentation unit. If we continue at this rate, by the time we reach Paris, the car will be composed entirely of beverage-related hardware." "It's beautiful, Sam. It's got vintage performance." As we prepared to depart, a gray shape appeared on the main road above the vineyard. It was the Protos, the German entry. They were moving steadily, efficiently, their military escort still in tow. They didn't see us in the hollow of the vines. They didn't see the little red car being repaired with the scrap of a wine press. "They think they're winning, Sam," Ennie whispered, her hand on the new pull rope. "They think the race is a parade, but we're going to hit the border tonight, and we're going to do it with the vineyard valve wide open." "I should much prefer to do it with a sense of dignity, Ennie," I said, pulling my duster tighter. "But as dignity has been in short supply since New York, I suppose I shall settle for speed. Let us hope the French border guards have a high tolerance for mechanical heresy and the smell of Riesling." We rolled out of the vineyard as the sun was setting, turning the Rhine into a ribbon of bruised purple and gold. The vineyard valve worked with a rhythmic, heavy click thump. The Rio now possessed of a new, aggressive power that felt as though it were rooted in the very earth of the Rhineland. We crossed the border into France under the cover of a pale, watery moon. We didn't head for the main gates. We took a smuggler's path through the Ardennes, our beer mug exhaust, humming a low, dignified tune. We were behind the Thomas Flyer in the official standings, but in our own secret record, we were closing the gap. We were a red spark in a dark world, held together by the scraps of 5 nations and a wine press. I closed my optical shutters and listened to the rhythmic, heavy hum of the engine. It sounded like progress. Or maybe it was just the vineyard valve settling into its new life. Either way, we were in France, and for a reluctant automaton, that felt remarkably like coming home, provided home is a place where you are constantly in danger of exploding. "Ennie?" I said, as the vibrations of the car settled into a steady, rhythmic hum. "Yes, Sam?" "The next time we stop, I should like to purchase a bottle of that Dubois Riesling. If my exhaust is going to smell like a tavern, I should at least like to know the quality of the vintage." "I'll see what I can do, Sam," she laughed. We rolled west into the night, the heart of France waiting for us, with its mud, its history, and its inevitable lack of paved roads. But for the first time, I didn't mind the vibration. We were almost there, and I had a feeling Paris wasn't going to know what hit it. Chapter 25. The Ardennes Attrition and the Gendarme's Girdle. France, I have discovered, is a country that possesses a profound sense of its own importance, an opinion shared by its inhabitants, its architecture, and even its topography. It is a landscape that has been thoroughly manicured by centuries of civilization until every hill looks like a painting and every valley looks like a stage set for a minor operetta. After the brutal, unscripted vastness of the Siberian steppes and the terrifying verticality of the Urals, the French countryside felt remarkably like a very large, very expensive garden that had been left out in the rain. We were currently rattling through the Ardennes forest, a region that appears to have been designed by a poet with a penchant for fog and a total disregard for the requirements of a one-cylinder internal combustion engine. The Rio Model G, which was by now less a motor car and more a mobile museum of international salvage, was emitting a sound that I could only describe as a mechanical protest in the key of F sharp. "I have reached a state of analytical exhaustion, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor struggling to maintain its equilibrium against the rhythmic thump hiss of our vineyard valve regulator. "I find that I am no longer a traveler. I am a collection of vibrating parts held together by the stubbornness of a girl and the grace of a providence that clearly enjoys a good joke. My internal barometers are reporting that we are within striking distance of Paris. Yet I feel as though I am still in the middle of a very long, very damp nightmare. I should much prefer a quiet room in a hotel with a view of the Seine, provided that room does not vibrate and the view does not move at 40 miles an hour. "Oh, Sam, look at the mist!" Annie shouted, her face glowing with a frantic, wind-swept joy. She was currently leaning over the steering wheel as if she were trying to physically pull the car toward the horizon. "We're in the home stretch. We've bypassed the Germans, we've outrun the Italians, and we're practically on the doorstep of the French team. Can you smell it? It's the scent of victory." "It is the scent of vaporized kerosene and scorched leather, Ennie," I replied. "And if victory smells like a blacksmith's apron, then I suppose I am overwhelmed by it. I find that my American pluck has been replaced by a metallic fatigue. I have spent the last 3 months being shaken, frozen, pickled, and toasted. I should like to be a stationary object for at least a decade." The Rio was a masterpiece of mechanical heresy. Underneath its battered, mud-caked exterior, it was a labyrinth of improvised hardware. The Ural Drive sprocket was chewing through the French roads with a grim industrial determination. The beer mug exhaust was humming a low Wagnerian tune, and the vineyard valve, that magnificent iron spring from the Moselle, was regulating our kerosene boost with a rhythmic click-thud that reminded me of a clock ticking toward a deadline. However, as I have observed in my more cynical subroutines, France does not surrender its dignity without a fight. As we navigated a particularly steep, winding descent into a valley near Meaux, the rail gave a sound that I can only describe as a metallic sneeze, followed by a sudden sickening lack of resistance in the brake pedal. The brake bands, which were essentially strips of leather rubbing against iron drums, had finally succumbed to the heat and the Ardennes mud. They hadn't just worn down, they had disintegrated, leaving us with a 20-horsepower projectile and no way to discourage its momentum. "Ennie!" I hollered, clutching the dashboard as the car began to accelerate toward a very solid-looking stone wall at the bottom of the hill. The miracle has become a momentum. We are currently a 600-pound brass bullet heading for a French catastrophe. The brakes have retired from the race. Ennie didn't panic. Panic, I've found, is a biological luxury that she simply does not possess. Instead, she stood up in the driver's seat, hauling on the handbrake with a ferocity that suggested she intended to rip it out of the floorboards. "The gears, Sam! I'm going to throw her into reverse. Hold onto your bolts." There was a sound of screaming metal as the Ural drive fought the momentum of the car. We skidded, we swayed, and we finally came to a shuddering, smoking halt in front of a small vine-covered cottage that functioned as the local gendarmerie. Silence returned to the valley, broken only by the hiss of our radiator and the frantic beating of my internal analytical engine. "Well," I said, as the cloud of scorched leather began to clear, "I suppose that was our stop. I should like to compliment the French on their masonry. That wall looked exceptionally sturdy. I shall stay here and await the arrival of the local authorities. You may go and see if you can fix a total braking failure with a handful of snails and a beret." As we stood there, a man emerged from the cottage. He was a gendarme of the old school, possessing a mustache that was a masterpiece of wax and authority, and a belt of such formidable leather and brass that it looked like it could have supported the entire weight of the French Republic. He stopped and stared at the car. Then his eyes landed on me. "Monsieur," he whispered, his eyes traveling from my nickel-plated mustache to my brass knuckles. "A reasonable inquiry, officer," I said, removing my hat with a stiff mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a traveler, a philosopher, and currently a motorized hazard. We are in need of a high-friction material, something that can survive the heat of a descent into Paris. Do you happen to have a machine shop hidden behind your station, or perhaps a very large, very heavy anchor?" The gendarme, who introduced himself as Sergeant Lefebvre, didn't look surprised by the brass man. I suspect the French have a long history of dealing with eccentric foreigners and strange machines. He looked at the Rio, then at Ennie, who was eyeing his massive 3-inch-wide leather duty belt with a look of predatory inspiration. "Sergeant," Ennie said, her voice dropping into that tone of urgent professional necessity, "that belt, it's genuine steer hide, isn't it? Double-stitched?" "C'est vrai," Lefebvre replied, puffing out his chest. "It was a gift from my father. It has served me for 20 years. "I'll give you 50 francs for it," Ennie chirped, "and I'll tell the prefect in Paris that you single-handedly saved the honor of the great race." I watched in fascinated horror as Ennie conducted a feat of gendarmerie engineering. She took the sergeant's duty belt, used a heavy-duty hacksaw to cut it into precise strips, and then proceeded to reline our brake bands using the leather and a handful of copper rivets she'd salvaged from my secondary cooling shroud. "It's a law and order brake, Sam," she chirped as she hammered the final rivet into place. "The leather is cured and tempered. It'll hold better than the factory cork." "We are now stopped by the authority of the French police, Ennie," I noted. "I find that our global expedition is increasingly taking on the character of a mobile evidence locker. If we continue at this rate, by the time we reach the Eiffel Tower, the car will be composed entirely of government surplus and personal accessories." "It works, Sam. And look, it smells like shoe polish when it gets hot." As we prepared to depart, a dark shape loomed out of the mist of the road ahead. It was the de Dion-Bouton, the French entry, led by Saint-Chaffré. They were the home team heroes, and they were moving with a certain Gallic arrogance that suggested they already had the champagne on ice. Saint-Chaffré slowed his car as he saw us. He looked at the Rio, his eyes widening as they landed on the sergeant's duty belt, currently serving as our brake lining. "What is this?" he demanded, his mustache twitching with indignation. "You have repaired your vehicle with the clothing of our officers. It is a sacrilege." "It is a tribute to French law, Monsieur Saint-Chaffré," I hollered back, tilting my hat. "I find that it gives the car a much more authoritative stop. I should offer you a race to the next village, but I fear your car is currently preoccupied with the task of looking important." Saint-Chaffré let out a sound like a punctured tire and roared away, his car followed by the rhythmic chug-chug of his superior French engine. "They're ahead of us in the official standings, Sam," Ennie said, throwing the Rio into gear. "But they're taking the main road through the villages for the parades. They want the glory. But we're going to take the woods." "And what is our plan, Ennie? To arrive in Paris disguised as a very fast shrub?" "No," she said, her eyes fixed on the map. "We're going to arrive 24 hours before anyone expects us. We'll slip in through the back gates at dawn tomorrow, hide the car in a livery stable, and watch the official winners roll in while we have a quiet breakfast." "I find that plan to be remarkably sensible," I remarked. "I have no desire for a brass band or a speech by a man in a sash. I should much prefer a croissant and the anonymity of a crowd." We rolled through the French night, the Rio humming a new authoritative tune. We weren't the fastest car in the race, and we certainly weren't the most dignified, but we were the most persistent. As we crested a final ridge and saw the distant, shimmering lights of Paris, the city of light, reflecting off a low-hanging cloud, I felt a strange, rhythmic hum in my chest plate. "Ennie," I said, as the vibrations of the car settled into a steady, rhythmic hum. "Yes, Sam?" "The next time we stop, I should like to purchase a proper belt for Sergeant Lefebvre, and perhaps a very large, very clean towel. I am starting to look like a discarded tea kettle that has been dragged through a swamp." "We're almost there, Sam," she laughed. We rolled toward the city, a red spark in the French twilight, held together by the scraps of 5 nations and a policeman's belt. We were behind the Thomas Flyer in the eyes of the world, but in the heart of the machine we knew the truth. We had seen the world, and we had fixed it with whatever happened to be lying in the mud. And as the first light of dawn began to touch the spires of Notre Dame, I decided that perhaps, just perhaps, the commotion was worth it, provided I didn't have to do it again for at least a century. Chapter 26. The Ghost of the Marne and the Milkman's Mercy. There is a particular variety of stillness that belongs exclusively to the French countryside at 4 o'clock in the morning. It is a quiet so profound that it feels intentional, as if the trees, the rivers, and the very cobblestones have entered into a conspiracy to let the rest of the world sleep while they discuss the indiscretions of the previous century. The mist hung over the Marne Valley like a damp, white shroud, smelling of river water and the faint, lingering hope of a warm croissant. We were currently ghosting through this silvered landscape, the 1908 Rio Model G performing an impersonation of a motorized phantom. To minimize our presence, Ennie had dampened the kerosene bypass until the engine produced nothing more than a rhythmic, metallic whisper, a sound not unlike a giant clock ticking toward a destination it wasn't supposed to reach. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor tuned to a low conspiratorial hum, "that the act of arriving is far more dignified when it is done in silence. To arrive with a brass band and a parade is to invite the world to inspect your laundry. To arrive like a thief in the night is to maintain the mystery of the journey. I find that I am remarkably well suited to the role of a spectre. I have the pallor of a tombstone and the social graces of a gargoyle. If we could merely find a way to stop the gendarme brakes from smelling like a burning cobbler's shop every time we encounter a slope, our camouflage would be complete." "Oh, Sam, look at the lights of the outskirts," Ennie whispered, her eyes wide as she peered through the thinning fog. She was hunched over the wheel, her face a mask of weary, grease-stained joy. "Paris is right there, just over the next rise. We're 24 hours ahead of the telegraph reports. Everyone thinks the Thomas Flyer is still fighting the mud near Meaux, but we're already in the backyard." "The Thomas team, Ennie, possesses the good sense to want a celebratory reception," I replied. "George Schuster is a man who appreciates a firm handshake and a front-page headline. I, conversely, am a man who appreciates a velvet-lined armchair and the total absence of a crowd. If we can slip into the city and disappear into a livery stable before the sun has the chance to illuminate our myriad mechanical transgressions, I shall consider this entire global lunacy a resounding success." The Rio was a sight that would have baffled any observer of the race of the century. It was a vehicle that had begun its life in Lansing, Michigan, as a modest roadster, but had been resurrected in Siberia, Japan, and the American West, until it was more of a mobile hardware store than an automobile. The Ural Drive sprocket, now caked in the refined dust of the Rhineland, gave off a low industrial thrum. The vineyard valve spring from the Moselle clicked with a rhythmic precision, and the oatmeal radiator, though crusty with dried rye, held its water with a stubbornness that bordered on the miraculous. As we crested a small hill near Clay-Souilly, we caught a glimpse of the official world. In the distance, silhouetted against the pre-dawn gray, we saw the massive, unmistakable shape of the Thomas Flyer. It was parked by the side of the main road, its lamps glowing like the eyes of a tired beast. We could see the American crew, Schuster and Miller, moving about in the half-light, likely preparing for the final triumphant leg into the city. They were the heroes of the hour, the men who had conquered the world. "There they are," Ennie said softly, slowing the Rio to a crawl. "They're taking the main route. The French army is going to escort them in tomorrow. There will be flowers, Sam, and champagne, and people screaming their names." "Let them have the flowers, Ennie," I said, tilting my hat. "They have earned the right to be exhausted in public. We, however, have earned the right to a quiet breakfast. We are the ghost winners, the ones who saw the world, fixed it with a beer mug and a corset, and had the decency not to brag about it. It is a much more literary ending, don't you think? Like the ending of a book where the protagonist wanders off into the sunset instead of staying for the wedding." "I think it's the best ending of all," she smiled. However, the French countryside was not quite finished with our mechanical education. As we attempted to bypass a small village to stay off the main track, the Ural Drive sprocket gave a sudden, sharp ping. the sound of a high-carbon steel tooth finally surrendering to the strain of 3,000 miles of mud and mountains. The car didn't stop, but the rhythm of our progress became a lopsided, jarring thump whir. "She's protesting, Sam," Ennie muttered, her brow furrowed. "The mining gear is losing its grip. If I don't adjust the tension, we're going to be thumping into Paris like a one-legged elephant." We pulled over into a small cobblestoned lane lined with ancient stone cottages. At the end of the lane stood a milkman, a laitier, who was busy loading heavy porcelain jars into a horse-drawn cart. He was a man of indeterminate age, wearing a blue smock and a look of profound early-morning indifference. He stopped and stared at the red machine that had just hissed into his lane, and then his eyes traveled upward to meet mine. "Bonjour," the milkman said, his voice as thick and creamy as his product. "A matter of temporal perspective, sir," I replied, removing my hat with a stiff, mechanical flourish. "I am Mechanical Twain. I am a traveler, a philosopher, and currently a motorized percussion instrument. We are in need of a lubricant, something heavy, something lasting, and something that doesn't smell of kerosene or scorched leather. Do you happen to have a machine shop hidden behind your cows? Or perhaps a very large, very cold block of butter?" The milkman didn't look surprised by the brass man. I suspect that in the Marne, a clockwork traveler is merely the second most interesting thing to happen before sunrise. He looked at the Rio, then at Ennie, who was eyeing a heavy leather strap on his horse's harness with a look of predatory inspiration. "Butter?" the milkman asked, rubbing his chin. "I have the cream, the best in the region, but for a machine, it will melt, monsieur." "Not if I mix it with the graphite from our spare gaskets," Ennie chirped, hopping out of the car. "I need the thickest, saltiest cream you've got, and maybe a bit of that heavy tallow you use for the cartwheels." What followed was a display of dairy engineering that would have made the researchers at the university where they first activated my processors weep with confusion, while the Thomas team was likely drinking coffee and discussing their victory speeches. Ennie was standing in a French milk cart, mixing a bowl of heavy cream and tallow into a thick, gray paste. "It's the Brie lubricant, Sam," she whispered, her eyes dancing as she smeared the mixture directly onto the teeth of the Ural Drive sprocket. "The animal fat has a higher melting point than the bear grease we used in Russia, and the salt acts as a mild abrasive to smooth out the sheared metal. It'll quiet the thumping long enough to get us to the livery stable." "We are now propelled by the contents of a cheese platter, Ennie," I noted. "I find that our global expedition has successfully transitioned from the industrial age to the gastronomic age. If we continue at this rate, by the time we reach the Place de la Concorde, the car will be edible." "It works, doesn't it?" she chirped, wiping her hands on her apron. Indeed, the Brie lubricant performed a miracle. The Rio's drivetrain settled into a muffled, buttery hum that was almost dignified. We bid farewell to the milkman, who accepted a silver dollar and my promise to mention his heroic cream in my next work, and began the final push. The sun began to rise as we reached the gates of the city, not the grand triumphal arches of the north, but the quiet, working-class gates of the east. The city was just beginning to stir. The scent of coal smoke was being replaced by the aroma of baking bread. We rattled through the streets of the Marais, our beer mug exhaust, humming a low, respectful tune that echoed off the ancient stone. We found a quiet, dusty livery stable near the Rue des Rosiers, a place that smelled of hay, old leather, and the comfortable past. The stable master, a man who looked like he hadn't seen a motorized vehicle since the invention of the wheel, agreed to hide the red devil behind a stack of hay bales for a handful of francs. "We're here, Sam," Ennie whispered as she finally turned off the engine. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic tick-ping of the cooling kerosene lines and the sound of my own internal gyroscopes slowing to a halt. "We are indeed, Ennie," I said, my joints clicking as I leaned back into the seat. "We are in Paris. We have seen the world. We have survived the mud, the wolves, and the high-altitude porridge, and we have arrived before the winters. I find that I am remarkably content. I have no desire for a parade. I should much prefer a very large cup of coffee and a newspaper that doesn't mention our names." "I'll go find the coffee, Sam." Ennie laughed, her eyes bright with a cold, hard-won triumph. "You stay here and make sure the Ural Drive doesn't try to eat any of the hay." I watched her walk toward the stable door, her silhouette framed against the bright morning light of Paris. She was covered in grease, her hair was a disaster of copper and grit, and she was currently the fastest person on the planet. I looked at the Rio, the car made of a fence post, a skillet, a weather vane, a corset, a beer mug, and a milkman's cream. It was a masterpiece of absurdity. I closed my optical shutters and listened to the sounds of the city waking up. Tomorrow, the Thomas Flyer would roll into a hero's welcome. Tomorrow, the world would celebrate the triumph of the machine. But today, in a quiet stable in the Marais, the real winners were having a nap. I find that I am starting to like the ghost life. It provides one with a unique perspective on the nature of glory, namely, that it is much more comfortable when it is shared only with a girl who knows how to fix a car with a cheese platter. We were in Paris, and for a reluctant automaton, that was the most magnificent commotion of all. Chapter 27, The Secret Winners of the Rue des Rosiers. There is a profound, almost religious satisfaction in being the only person in a city of several million who knows the punchline to a joke that hasn't been told yet. We had been ensconced in our dusty livery stable in the Marais for nearly 24 hours, a period of time I spent largely in a state of blissful immobility, allowing my internal gyroscopes to settle into something resembling a permanent truce with gravity. The stable master, a man whose relationship with the concept of innovation stopped somewhere around the invention of the stirrup, had been surprisingly accommodating. For the price of a few silver rubles and a promise that I was not, in fact, a demon sent to inhabit his hay bales, he had left us in peace. I sat on a crate of discarded horseshoes, watching Ennie perform what appeared to be a ritualistic cleaning of the Rio's Ural Drive sprocket using a rag dipped in a mixture of cheap cognac and the last of our Brie lubricant. "I have observed, Ennie," I remarked, my voice processor humming with a newfound clarity now that the kerosene fumes had finally cleared from my intake, that the French view the concept of victory as a theatrical production. They require the costumes, the music, and the dramatic entrance. To arrive a day early and hide in a barn is, in their eyes, a crime against the very soul of drama. I find that I am remarkably comfortable with being a criminal in this regard. I have spent a lifetime, both in my previous, softer incarnation and this current, more durable one, avoiding the fuss. A parade is merely a method of being shouted at by people who wouldn't recognize you if you weren't wearing a ribbon. "Oh, Sam, don't you want to see them?" Ennie asked, her eyes bright despite the dark circles of exhaustion. She had finally scrubbed the Siberian mud from her face, though a stubborn smudge of Polish grease remained on her left ear. "The Thomas Flyer is coming in today. George Schuster and the boys? They've driven across the world just like us. Don't you want to see the moment they realize they've finally done it?" "I have already seen the moment we realized we'd done it, Ennie," I replied. "It involved a milkman, a cheese platter, and a very large pothole. I find that the official moment is usually a far less honest affair. However, as I am currently a captive of your inexhaustible curiosity, and I have a profound distaste for the company of the stable's resident mule, I suppose I can be persuaded to join you as an anonymous observer." We set out on foot, my mechanical steps echoing against the Parisian cobblestones like a ticking clock. I had pulled my duster coat tight and tilted my hat low, passing as a particularly rigid and eccentric English tourist. In Paris, a city that prides itself on its eccentricities, a 6-foot brass man with a nickel mustache is merely considered a bold, stylistic choice. The city was in a state of high-altitude hysteria. The newspapers had been screaming about the glory of the machine. We reached the Place de la Concorde as the sun began to climb over the rooftops, turning the obelisk into a needle of gold. The crowds were a sea of silk hats and parasols. Then a roar went up from the crowd, a sound so massive and primal that it sent a shiver through my copper-leaf chest plate. Crawling down the boulevard, escorted by cavalry, was the Thomas Flyer. It was a magnificent, battered beast, caked in the dust of 3 continents. George Schuster was at the wheel, looking like a man who had won a war by sheer, unmitigated stubbornness. Beside him sat Miller, the mechanic, staring at the crowds with a look of profound, weary disbelief. "There he is," Ennie whispered, her voice thick with a respect that even my cynical circuits couldn't argue with. "He really did it, Sam. He won." "He won the version of the race that counts for the history books, Ennie," I said, watching as the Thomas rolled to a halt in front of the Le Matin offices. "He won the medals and the speeches. We, however, won the version that involves our structural integrity and the secret satisfaction of knowing we did it in a car held together by a corset and a beer mug. I find his prize to be a great deal more work than our own." Suddenly, Schuster's eyes scanned the crowd. For a brief, flickering microsecond, his gaze seemed to land on us, on the girl in the clean apron and the tall brass man in the duster. He squinted, a look of confusion crossing his face, as if he recognized a ghost from the Siberian mud. I tipped my hat, a slow, deliberate movement that I knew only he would understand. Schuster blinked, then a slow, tired grin spread across his face, the grin of one racer to another. He didn't point. He didn't call out. He merely nodded, a silent acknowledgment of the little red Rio that had been his shadow across the world. Then he turned back to the officials, accepting the wreath of victory. "He knows, Sam," Ennie laughed, her eyes wet with joy. "He knows we beat him." As the official celebration reached a crescendo of champagne and shouting, we slipped away. We walked back toward the Marais, away from the commotion, toward the quiet, dusty peace of our livery stable. "So, what now, Sam?" Ennie asked, as we reached the stable doors. "The Rio needs a total overhaul. The Ural drive is shot, the gendarme brakes are smoking, and I think I saw a mouse nesting in the oatmeal radiator." "What now, Ennie?" I mused, looking at our battered red roadster, the machine that had conquered the world through a series of mechanical felonies. "What now is that I am going to find a chair, a stationary chair, a chair that does not vibrate, does not hiss, and does not require a kerosene bypass. And you are going to find a library." "A library?" "Indeed. I believe there is a very thick book about the French Revolution that I have been meaning to read. It involves a great deal of commotion, but at least the commotion stays on the page." I settled back onto my crate of horseshoes and watched her begin to disassemble the vineyard valve one last time. We were in Paris. We were the secret winners of the great race. And for a reluctant automaton who just wanted a quiet life, it was the most magnificent, unmitigated gall of an adventure I had ever had. I closed my optical shutters and listened to the distant bells of the city. They were ringing for George Schuster, but in the quiet of the stable I knew they were also ringing for us. And for the first time in 3,000 miles, I didn't mind the noise. The world was still there, and the road was behind us. For a man of metal and a girl of grit, the greatest victory wasn't the trophy. It was the silence that followed the storm. Epilogue: the rust of remembrance and the next great commotion. I have observed that the human memory is a remarkably selective filter, designed to retain the glow of a sunset while discarding the precise, agonizing detail of the mosquito bite that accompanied it. History, in its infinite desire to be tidy, recorded the 1908 New York to Paris race as a triumph of steel and stamina, a victory for the Thomas Flyer and the indomitable George Schuster. Their names were etched in bronze, their car enshrined in a museum in Nevada, and their journey celebrated as the moment the automobile finally outran the horse. Of the little red Rio, however, history remained politely silent. For several weeks following our arrival, the red machine sat in the dim light of the stable on the Rue des Rosiers, a silent collection of international transgressions. It became a local legend among the stable hands, a ghost car that smelled of peppermint, scorched leather, and expensive German beer. Eventually, under the cover of a rainy Parisian night, Ennie and I performed a final dignified disassembly. The Ural drive sprocket was returned to a local foundry, where I suspect it was melted down into the hull of a freighter that still plies the Baltic. The Stein shunt was returned to a very confused Herr Schmidt, who found his family heirloom on his doorstep with a silver mark tucked inside and a note of thanks in a hand he couldn't read. The gendarme belt was replaced by a new thrice-stitched version for Sergeant Lefebvre, along with a bottle of very fine cognac that I am certain ensured he never mentioned the American mechanical devil again. As for the weather-vane kingpin, it was mounted atop a small cottage in the French countryside, where it continues to point stubbornly toward the west, regardless of the actual wind, as if it is still waiting for the next stretch of the Rockies. Ennie, as I had predicted, did not stay a stationary object for long. A girl who can fix a global disaster with a cheese platter is not destined for the quiet life of a librarian. By the spring of 1909, she had traded her grease-stained apron for a leather flying cap. I watched from the safety of a wicker chair as she collaborated with the Voisin brothers, her hands once again finding the soul in the machine. She never did stop looking for the next horizon. Last I heard, she was seen in a workshop near the English Channel, eyeing a box kite and a stack of silk with a look that I have come to recognize as a high-velocity threat to the laws of physics. And I found my library. I settled into a quiet apartment overlooking the Seine, a place where the only commotion is the rhythmic turning of a page and the occasional spirited debate with a local philosopher over the merits of a well-placed semicolon. My brass joints have settled into a comfortable, rhythmic ticking, and my nickel-plated mustache has regained its luster, free from the indignities of Siberian mud. Sometimes, in the quiet of a Parisian twilight, I look at my hands, the same hands that gripped a railway spike in the middle of a Russian bog, and I feel a strange, metallic tug of nostalgia. The world is a very large, very loud, and very messy place, and I find that I am remarkably glad to have seen it. I have concluded that life is not a race to a finish line, but a series of necessary repairs conducted under duress. We are all held together by our own versions of corset stays and beer mug exhausts, navigating a landscape that is constantly attempting to annex our front axles. But as long as there is a girl with a wrench and a robot with a story, there will always be a new road to find. And if that road happens to be made of clouds rather than cobblestones, well, I suppose I shall have to find a way to make myself aerodynamic. I find that I am looking forward to the commotion. It provides one with a unique perspective on the nature of being alive, or at the very least, being remarkably well constructed. The end. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the ride. I hope you did too.